Yo everybody, remember me, Fast to Max, from the first ever Maxcape Speedrun series? I decided to put together all of my episodes for one ultimate Maxcape Speedrun video. Sit back and enjoy.
What's up guys, JCW here. It's been a while since I've made a new video, and I'm actually going to start a brand new series for RS. As many of you know, I've hit 200 mil all about 2 years ago at this point, and I haven't really played RS besides AFKing in the museum for the past 2 years. Slowly rocking out 99 Slayer, but obviously that's slow as heck, and Dynamite got announced 8 months ago and still is not out, so I decided to make a new account, brand new series, and essentially what I'm going to be doing is speedrunning this account to max. Obviously, I'm going to be doing in-game time. I'm not going to be able to do IRL time at all because I work full-time, school full-time, that kind of stuff, so this will essentially probably take, I don't know, it could take anywhere from like 6 months to a year, honestly, I have no idea. But the goal will be to finish within 50 days played, and for that, I'm hoping will be doable. Right now, I'm just doing the tutorial, and afterwards, I'll probably finish 99 Prayer just to get that out of the way before I start thinking of actually mapping out some stuff. And honestly, in the beginning, I'm just gonna kind of wing it, and as I go, I'll probably do bits by bits where like I'll map out like the first like 5 hours of quest or something like that, but I don't think long term I'll be able to map out anything being 100% realistic. Okay, so diving right in, I'll explain exactly what EHP is. Basically, it stands for Efficient Hour Played, where it's a bunch of people put together guides on exactly what the fastest method is for each training skill. Like, for example, 1 to 99 woodcutting. As you can see, it says 71 hours left. Essentially, that means the hypothetical max XP an hour should put me at 71 hours from training all the way from 1 to 99. Stuff that's at 0, like fletching, assumes that you never really spend any time training it, in the sense that, for example, say I'm running laps doing agility, and I end up using darts for fletching. I'm training fletching. It's essentially 0 time. That's what 0 time essentially means. As for attack and strength, it looks like those I actually trained all the way throughout the 155 hours of Slayer, and Slayer will definitely be this account's largest hurdle. I'm looking forward to that. I didn't exactly map anything out yet, so when I get to that, I will obviously be recording all of it and posting my progress and seeing exactly how I ended up doing it. Finally, if you look at the bottom, you'll see it's 956 hours left to max. Keep in mind, I'm 99 prayer in this screenshot, so that does not include the 6.5 hours from prayer, or 6 hours, whatever it was. Also, this does not include any time you spent questing or diaries, so like I said, I have not mapped this out yet, any of this account. I just basically said let's start with prayer and then go from there. So when I get around to doing quests and diaries, obviously finishing in 956 hours should not be possible, although my goal will be 1200 and we'll see how that goes. Alright, so back on Tutorial Island, I am just about wrapping up, and I'm probably gonna instantly log out and get my alt ready to trade my shit over, and then probably run instantly to the altar. That way, I don't waste any time logged in, and I gotta get everything actually set up on my other account. What is this guy doing? Okay. Oh, and playing with roofs on is an absolute no-go, so I would highly recommend anyone that ever plays with roofs on turn those off right away. Pretty essential. Talk to this guy, give runes, click the chick. Oh, go the wrong way. Okay. Kind of a bring it there, but that's okay, because now I know we only have to click once. And now we are off Tutorial Island. Okay, so I actually messed up my recordings a lot right here, but here's one recording I have of me right after I traded over my stuff and I began to run to the Wildy altar. I messed up a big time by bringing over the magic potions now, because overall, at first, I did not expect to get PK'd that often, but I've learned pretty quickly that there are level 20 PKers here, and my magic potions will not last in my inventory very long. But once I'm at the altar, I did end up cutting off the clip, and I'll talk more when I'm training prayer. So here is actually my first few moments training prayer, where I had a friend running me bones and unnoting them right there, hoping to God that there's no high level PKers. It didn't last that long before he got attacked, and at this point I still had the items in my inventory. But over here I did manage to get like 5-10 minutes of prayer in. So here I am actually ages later, where I'm just about to hit 70 prayer, which is pretty big accomplishment considering after 70 prayer means I move to superior dragon bones. Honestly, I don't know why they have a level 70 requirement on them. Doesn't really make sense to me, but it is what it is. There we go. So just to talk a little bit, first when we talk about this video, so as you can tell, if it isn't too clear, I did record the clips and audio after, and this is my first video I've ever edited, and in the future I probably will not be doing that, but that is why this may look so scuffed. Now that that's out of the way, just to be very clear on this method, I ended up doing a lot of different methods. By the time I hit level 80, I did kind of realize at that point that I should have just done POH because the wildy was not as safe as I thought it was. I mean, not necessarily safe, but I just didn't expect to be PK'd so much, so to speak. But I think I was mentally committed to be doing wildy altar at that point, so I just kind of had to stay here till 99. So I did a lot of different methods. When I had somebody running for me where I would pay them, I did end up having them run 14 bones at a time, 10 bones at a time, and they would be fully geared, and they would trade me. That was one thing I kind of did. Another thing I did when nobody was on is I ran my own bones, where I would trade myself 14 bones, have like brews and all that other stuff, and I mean, it was essentially the same thing. I mean, after I used all my bones, I would log out. It was pretty cringe. Like I said, it was same XP an hour as POH. I should have just done POH, but it was too late at that point. I mean, it wasn't too late, but I was just way too stubborn for it. So, another method I did was I grabbed 4 of my alts, and I got a locator orb and 27 bones in all of them. I ran them all to the altar, logged them out one by one, logged them in, traded 27 bones over. I actually enjoyed this method because it was really funny. Everyone around me would be like, "Oh, bot farm. Is that a bot farm?" And it was I personally found it pretty freaking hilarious. So I probably spent the longest amount of time doing that method. And then towards the end, I would pay one person to run me 27 bones, and then I would just run my own alt at unnoting bones and trading over 14. And that method, I mean, real time was probably about 1.3 to 1.8 mil an hour, depending on how many PKers. Keep in mind that most of those deaths, obviously, and the XP an hour rate would change significantly due to the level 126s or the runners that were not my level dying. Yes, like I said earlier, I did die like 7 or 8 times on the level 15, but the more annoying part was being attacked on the other accounts or dying before trading over the bones on the other accounts. So if you look here, actually, I do end up dying right here. This is one of the only times I pretty much recorded myself dying. I try to use my bones as quick as I can, but I mean, they only have to do 10 damage, so fuck that. After many and many deaths later, I do manage to pick up 80 prayer. And honestly, I did only record every 10 levels because, like I said, I do lag a little while recording. Well, especially for prayer because, I mean, you're literally clicking once to tick, so it's kind of urgent there. But, here's the clip of me getting 80 prayer. GZ. Many and many deaths and frustrations later, I do manage to knock out level 90. If you see here, actually, you can see me trading multiple of my alts. They just log in last minute just to trade over 27 bones. It's actually pretty funny. There it is. GZ. Here is the final clip I got of me doing 99 prayer. I'm excited to be done with this because, honestly, this kind of killed my mental health due to the fact that, like, getting PK'd. Wow. Getting PK'd, like, literally just demoted me so much from logging in. I mean, I just could not be bothered to log in more than, like, 1 to 2 hours a day. Because it would be, like, 4 p.m. and I'd be like, I don't feel like dealing with PKers right now. So, in the future, gonna stay away from the wilderness. And, like I said, if I knew it was gonna be this bad, I definitely would have just spent an extra 130 mil and done it without Wildy Altar. But we made it through, so that's good, I guess. And like I said, this is gonna be a max series. I'm gonna keep track of my progress through this YouTube channel, hopefully. This episode obviously was just literally prayer, nothing else, but I mean, next one and future ones are probably more than just one skill until I get to construction maybe, because construction will probably just be a straight through thing. And that can actually be a very quick thing as well, because I don't have to worry about dying every 43 seconds, so that'll be chill. Anyway, TY for watching, guys. Here is the final 99 prayer. GZ. Peace out. See you guys next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to episode 2 of my maxing series for speedrunning. Right now, I'm trading over some questing items, and basically what we're going to do is get started with the bunch of quests. The reason I'm trading them over is I don't want to use the GE and buy literally 100 items. I will be using the GE, obviously, to buy like 1 or 2 things, but I mean, right now, this seems like the best option due to the fact that I have to trade over, like 50 or 100 items. So now that we receive the items, gonna start this off by doing quests, by doing Cook's Assistant. It should be an easy 4 cooking. And just like that, we finish 1 to 4 cooking. This series is gonna be easy, honestly. So now what I'm going to do is gear up for Plague City for the Ardoin teleport. I think that's a good way to start. And the great thing with questing this early on is I can 0 time all my magic XP, so hopefully by the time I get to the dangerous quests, where I have to actually kill stuff, even if it's something small like Fight Arena, hopefully I'll be a decent magic level so I don't spend too much time on it. Okay, so now I'm gonna start running to start Plague City, and... oh, okay. So it turns out you need 30 magic to wear an air battle staff. I don't know why I didn't think of this, so I guess on my way there we are not 0 timing any magic. That's unfortunate. And we actually did it. We completed our first quest that's not Cook's Assistant. Managed to get 5 magic out of that, so I mean I look forward to seeing how much I'm gonna level up on the other quests. Alright, so my first goal here should be Barbarian Fishing, just for the easy agility levels, because no one likes training low-level agility. So what I'm going to do is start with Fire Making, because I need 30 Fire Making for Sea Slug. And oh my god, I won't lie, low-level Fire Making is horrible. I mean, I spend days lighting like 1 fire, it's unreal. And boom, thank god, 30 Fire Making, so now we do Sea Slug. Alright, so here I am completing Sea Slug, and I won't lie, I'm actually having a lot of fun with questing right now. Like, being able to train magic between all the stuff and actually having staminas beats when I did it on an iron, like, tenfold. Oh, and just for some context, I made like 3 group Ironmen that all got burnt, or something went wrong in some way where a partner quit, or I was a moron and died in NMZ or something, but... I don't know, I mean, my point is, I just enjoy questing so far, so... these magic levels feel like they're really zooming. And there we go. Easy fishing levels complete. So I am now at that point where I have to trade over stuff again for the next few quests that I'm going to be doing. Something important that I should probably do is all the low level quests that train your stats. Like, for example, Night Sword for smithing and that kind of stuff. I mean, there's also the easy quest where you literally just hand in items, like Cook's Assistant. So, I mean, I could also do that. And I probably actually will start with Sheep Shearer now, I guess. I definitely need to start fletching. I mean, 1 to 10 fletching, I have to do kind of uniquely. And then after that, obviously, it's all darts. So that won't be bad at all. But I definitely want to get fletching out of the way, at least to level 10. As for the rest of it, I mean, I have no idea when I'll do fletching. It doesn't really matter at the moment. So... fletching is a completely 0 time skill, so I have no concern for it. And there we go, Sheep Shearers complete. I won't lie, I'm kind of doing these quests on a whim based off of my knowledge of all my past accounts. And I have no idea what, like, overall long-term diaries I need either, so I'm just gonna get a second Blu-ray ore just in case, because I don't want to be screwed over later on. And 1 to 29 smithing is complete. Okay, I'm grabbing my 3rd set of items now from my alt. Hopefully this will be the last one I need for now. Also, I have no idea why I didn't think of this sooner, but Imp Catcher gives magic XP. It would have been beneficial for me to do that way earlier on. Same with Witch's Potion. So I'm actually kind of mad I didn't think to do those two in the beginning, but I mean, it is what it is. I've already trained magic a bunch. I'm still going to do them now just for the free quest points, because by the time I get to Slayer, I do want as many blocks as I can possibly get, so it is what it is. But right now, I'm just doing Imp Catcher and Witch's House, and then I think I'll see you guys when I start Waterfall Quest. So I'm about to finish Waterfall Quest. I actually managed to also do Druidic Ritual, just in case I do not get 47 fletching in time for, by the time I start 3-tick fishing, so that I can use Herb Tar on it. And the low-level combats are complete. Alright guys, we finally made it to a dangerous quest. I mean, I don't know why I say dangerous as if I'm a hardcore Iron Man, but I more so just meant a time-consuming boss fight. So, starting with Tree Gnome Village, and while I'm in the area, I will probably also complete Fight Arena. Both of those give good attack experience, so the first weapon I use is a Rune Simi, and not something stupid like an Iron Two-Hand or something. Alright, so now I'm finishing up Tree Gnome Village. I'm already 27 magic, which is actually pretty big, I'm not gonna lie. I look forward to being 55 so I can start alching and stuff. Oh my god, I forgot how long this little cutscene kind of thing is. There we go. To the fight arena. After countless fights, we have survived, and we have completed the fight arena. That's what I call gaming. And now we're at 30 magic, and the big 11 hit points, so I can't be a 10 HP pure anymore. Quest complete, we take those. So bearing in mind that my current goal is obviously to get to barb fishing as soon as possible, I need 30 agility before I actually start catching good fish. So what I'm going to do now is Tourist Trap, which will give me 1 to 32 agility, I think. It's 32 or 26. I don't know why I feel like I remember 26, but... So I'm going to do Tourist Trap, and then honestly, I think I'm almost done questing, and I can get ready to start fishing. Hopefully this is the last quest for a while, because honestly, now I'm ready to just not quest, and I'm actually really excited to start skilling. Okay, so it brings me to 26 agility. There we go, quest complete. Okay, so obviously since that quest only got us to 26 agility, I had to get 30 agility somehow, so I'm doing the Grand Tree now for the final agility levels, and I believe this will get me to level 32. So now I just have to kill this black demon. Okay, so I'm finishing up this final bit. I just found the rock and I clicked off because I'm a big brain. So now I just talk to the king and then I'm officially free from questing for a bit. As you guys saw, I did not do any fletching because I prioritized magic, so I'm definitely going to have to train herb before doing fishing, but after 21 herb or whatever it is, I'm officially free. Ooh, that's nice, 44 attack and 36 magic. Alright boys, we finally made it to fly fishing. I won't lie, this is actually really hard at a really low level. I feel like I fail almost every herb. Also, I figure now would be a good time to get some fletching XP in, but I mean, the amount of times I'm failing fish is actually not even real, so... As you can see, I do have pies in my inventory. I figured I might as well use them for fishing bonus. It's actually pretty useful considering I have preserve. I mean, this is all there really is to fly fishing. I mean, I have to do this until 58 fishing because I don't catch the salmon until level 58. And obviously, if I only catch trout, my success rate's going to be awful. So, I'm stuck here until 58 fishing. So, actually, I might be smart, but on Tempo OSRS, it states that the EHP changes at level 50 because that's when you can catch swordfish. So, what I'm actually going to do is... At level 45 fishing, which I'm just about to get, I'm gonna switch over to swordfish and tuna and see if that helps. Obviously, I'll be using pies to boost to level 50, so it'll be like I'm not even level 45 or whatever. Hopefully, I'll get a lot better XP rates. And there we go, level 45. Okay, so now I'm on my way to swordfish, and like I said, I generally have no idea if this will be a good method or not, but I really hope so, because 2-tick swordfish is generally one of my favorite methods for skilling. Running over to Zaya, which wastes a couple minutes, so hopefully this will be worth it. Okay, I won't lie, I have not done this method in about 2 years, probably even longer, and setting up is actually pissing me off. It's like I forgot how to do it or something, but I definitely did not. I used to be so good at this and resetting my shit. I just can't get this. I feel like when I'm running, it's delayed an extra tick and it's screwing me over. I honestly don't know. There we go, got it. That was pretty clean. Yeah. Oh. Of course my rune light settings are on lobster cage for fuck knows what reason. Oh. XP rate go down. There we go. Okay, now I'm finally fishing. Hopefully this becomes worth it. I won't lie, guys, I think we got scammed. I mean, it was nice that I could low alk during this, but if you look at my fish per hour, I'm literally averaging like 55k an hour, so this was not worth it at all. What I'm actually probably going to do is go to barb fishing ASAP. If I use summer pies, I can catch the salmon, and I mean, I guess that would be worth it. Not summer pies, I meant admiral pies, but yeah. There we go, 56 fishing. I'm immediately going to do barb training now. So something I actually thought of is to do Gertrude's cat for the cooking experience, because I figured I could 0 times some cooking XP while doing barb fishing, and you fail a lot more at level 1 than you do at level 15. I mean, even at level 15, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be failing a ton, but I mean, it is what it is. Level 15 is still greater than 1, so can't complain that much. Quest complete and the cooking levels are gained. Now to fish. Alright, I'm now at the barb training part, and I mean, I'm glad I did this like 100 times because otherwise I would have forgotten like 50 items. I have PTSD doing this on other accounts by just forgetting item after item, and it's honestly infuriating. Or, what else pisses me off about this is there's no quest guide for it. So, how is anyone supposed to know what order they're supposed to do it in? I mean, I'm glad I remember based off the past, but I mean, I just remember spending long amounts of time doing barb training. It's confusing as heck. Need quest helper. Now I think I just have to click his bed and I'm good. The fishing rod is required. Acquired. So I just hit 65 fishing, and at level 70 you can catch the last fish here. So I'm gonna pot up, and hopefully it'll be decent and not mind-numbing to do. I'm not even 45 agility or strength yet, so I mean, I'm literally potting every stat, but I mean, it will be worth it. I know that. The difference between level 70 and level 69 is like probably 20% or 30%. It's a really big difference, so potting up is definitely worth it. So honestly, now that the video is kind of wrapping up, I guess one thing I do want to point out is I know a lot of people mention that I should probably show my time played in every video, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to either show it 1 or 2 times throughout the whole series or not show it at all, just to kind of keep it suspenseful to know whether I'm going to hit like under 50 days, under 40 days, however long it is. So I'm actually going to keep that somewhat suspenseful. So Okay, so I'm just about to hit 51 agility, and I think this is definitely safe for me to stop training barb fishing here. I did manage to get to level 75, which is pretty cool, but the rest is definitely going to be done through driftnet. Now my plan will probably be, at least for agility, because I have to do Sepulchre to 99. Regicide, I'm going to have to complete for something else, so I will do that to get level 52 agility, and then I will obviously have to do the quest for Sepulchre. But yeah, for this segment of the account of the barb fishing slash agility is definitely complete now, so there we go, 51 agility. TY for watching, guys. I will see you in the next video with whatever skill I'm doing then. Yo, what is up everybody? Welcome to episode 3 of my speedrunning series. To begin this series, I'm actually going to be doing a lot of questing and starting Slayer, trading over the stuff right now, what I need. Basically, I put together a list of like 10 to like 15 quests. Honestly, I don't even know the number as of right now, but there's going to be a lot of questing here, and I'm also going to get a start on Slayer, which is really cool. To begin, I saved a couple genie lamps from when I was fishing, and I'm going to be using them on Slayer as soon as I finish the museum. Slayer is obviously the slowest skill. I mean, to my knowledge, I think it's the slowest skill up until agility takes over, but Slayer doesn't really become fast-ish until level 65, so I believe all of my lamps that I'm going to get before level 65 Slayer are going to go straight into Slayer. After that, everything will probably go into agility, but I mean, at those levels, it's so minimal what the XP is. Like, an extra like 600 XP for agility or Slayer isn't going to be a game changer. What is a game changer though is how long I spend banking here. Like, it's actually ridiculous. I remember when I made this clip, I was nerd necking, like trying real hard to get everything set. And I was very bad at it, so as you can clearly see, I was forgetting like thing after thing, and I just came out of a fishing hiatus, or whatever it's called, so. Okay, once I finally got everything done, ready to start museum so I can get rid of these lamps. I did forget my bolts right away for casting magic, or whatever they're called, so. One other thing I need to do as well is really organize my bank, because as of right now it's a shit show and I'm searching for everything, and it's becoming very time consuming, so that's something important as well. Now that I'm actually in the museum and finally able to do this, I'm going to be doing this and trading magic as much as I can while I go. I would hate to flex so early on, but it looks like we are done with the museum, and I have already achieved 9 Hunter and 9 Slayer, which is massive for the series. A whole nother 18 levels closer to a max cape. So to begin, I'm going to start with the Restless Ghost. My first goal as of right now is to complete the Canifis questline. Well, not complete, but get like far enough to where I'm comfortable and want to move on to the next thing. This questline is something that I will need to complete long term because it unlocks Sepulchre for agility. So right now I'm just getting started for any early rewards. Coming up on my first quest complete for this little phase of this account, Restless Ghost is complete. I mean, the post 99 XP that I'm getting from prayer from quests, in my opinion, isn't the biggest deal, but skills like agility or something, I'm definitely going to want to be sure not to do any post 99 XP with quests. Next Canifis quest would be Priest in Peril. I did kind of big brain this quest, and I had my alt just run me Essence and trade it directly to him. I did have to drop all of my shit though, which was kind of annoying, but it wasn't a big deal. What made it confusing was the fact I literally had like 20 inventory spaces. Okay, so I just logged in, traded the final essence, and the quest is complete. Now we do Nature Spirit. So I don't remember if I mentioned why I wanted to start off with Nature Spirit. I mean, yes, I mentioned the Sepulchre endgame, blah blah blah. So, like I said earlier in the video, I'm looking to do Slayer, or at least low-level Slayer ASAP. So the reason I want to do Nature Spirit is because I specifically refuse to do Witch's House for hit points XP, because in my opinion it's like literally useless. Nature Spirit, on the other hand, I mean, free hit points XP, and I gotta do this quest anyway, so I might as well utilize it early on. And there we have it, quest complete. A whole 2,000 hit points XP, which brings me to level 19. That's gaming. So, quests aside and looking more at the skilling side, I decided to give a shot on farming, get it started. I've decided not to do Fairy Tale Part 1 because I believe I need Lost City or something, and I don't want to be assigned Zygamites yet. So, for now, I'm picking these allotments, onions, and whatever else until level 12, and then I'll garden pie up until I can farm trees. Also, I am paying for protection on my pouches, but something I found really cool is you can use Ultra Compost on the patch, and it's genuinely good experience at these levels. So I thought that was pretty cool information. I promise I will get you Slayer one day, but something else I want to knock down skilling-wise is construction. The cave's very useful, gives useful teleports to any POH portal, which is useful for a lot of quests. So I'm very quickly going to knock out 99 construction. So just to skip all of the boring crap, because, I mean, you literally level up like 5 times every 3 minutes. Here's me finally hitting level 52 to be able to chill for a bit, have a butler set up, and do a consistent build/remove method without having to worry about going into the bank for more planks or having a slow butler or whatever the case may be. I mean, being completely honest, this skill is a joke, so all I do is have a clip of me getting 99. This skill is ridiculously fast. My screen looks mentally impaired due to the fact that you have to kind of have like extra space in the middle to right click, left click, 2 benches. But this method's slightly faster than tables, and I actually had a lot of fun learning it. It was frustrating in the beginning, but near the end I got a lot better. There is our second 99, boys. Now we're 2 out of 23. Farming should be continuing. Right now I'm pieing up to plant oak trees. It's actually really nice. So I've had a lot of people suggesting, and I thought of this myself too, basically saying when you do farming, should you just have like maximum amount of saplings in your bank, or in your inventory, and just run between patches and log out for 16 hours. Realistically, this does save me time, but at the same time, I mean, banking, assuming it takes like 15 to 20 seconds, it's really not that big of a deal to me to just log out and do a farm run and log back in and go train something else. So I'm trying to not rush farming, but get it out of the way pretty early on. And it will be done normally. I did end up doing Merlin's Crystal. I do need this quest long term for Piety and all that other stuff for Slayer, so I'm still thinking Slayer just really far long term, I guess. It's some nice, pretty passive magic XP because, I mean, as you guys know, obviously I'm training magic as much as I can while running between quests and stuff. So right after Slayer, I do also plan on doing Thieving, which brings me right into Hizio Cult because that's free Thieving XP, so I'm going to be doing that now. I think another big reason on why I'm trying to knock out all these quests early on is, like I said earlier, it is for the early game reward because I don't want to be rewarded 2k Thieving XP at level 98 when it's significantly better at this level, so... But I mean, on top of all of that, I mean, Slayer I'm gonna want a block for, so the more quest points I get, the closer I'll be. And having 50 quest points to at least start my first like 65 Slayer levels would be pretty ideal. There we go, that's another quest complete. So I think this is actually the final quest that I actually need before I can start training Slayer, which is Dwarf Cannon, obviously. I believe after this I'm going to start training Slayer. Cannon will absolutely be a great way to zero time a bunch of early level range so that I can immediately jump into chins and I won't have to touch the lower levels. There we go, complete. I figured before stepping foot in the Wildy, not that it has any relevance because it doesn't, but I might as well do Room Mysteries, right? I mean, I need the quest long term, and I don't think the order or when I do it matters at all, so I'm going to quickly get this quest out of the way. There we go, that's another one gone. So I'm still continuing with my farm runs. I try to do one every night right before bed, and then the next day I work, so I end up doing multiple farm runs in a row. I'm only doing that for the sake of convenience, because I can't play during the workday anyway, so it's kind of whatever at that point. I did end up going to PvP Arena to try to imbue my Berserker Ring and Slayer Helm / Black Mask, and it's insanely OP. Would recommend anyone to try it for people who want imbue on lower level Ironman or whatever. Only problem is I went straight for 400 points because it's 200 points per imbue scroll, and there's a cap at 300, so I played an extra 7 games or whatever for 0 reason, which I thought was pretty cool. So now I do actually get to the point of training Slayer, which is pretty big. I have an imbued Black Mask and imbued Berserker Ring. I did somehow miss like lose the clip of my first few Slayer levels. I have no idea how or where it went. But at this point, I mean, I'm pretty comfortable training Slayer. I try to do it only at night when there's like minimal amount of PKers because I don't like being attacked. So typically what I've been doing is progressing my account through quests during the day. Well, when I get home from work until like 10 p.m.-ish. And then late at night I end up training Slayer. I finally did achieve 500 Slayer points for Slayer Helm. I know obviously it's 400, but I was banking on the fact that I may be able to get a task that I would want blocked. So now that I'm officially have Slayer Helm unlocked, now I need to do 55 crafting, and I'll probably put Slayer on hold for a bit now. My next goal now that Slayer is complete is to do thieving artifacts. Essentially now I have to complete a bunch of Zaya quests before unlocking them because you need teleports on the book. So I'm going to be doing that, and for each Zaya quest you need 20% favor in the beginning. So this part's actually really annoying and I'm probably going to lose at least an hour here, but it'll be worth it. So just to continue on the Zaya quest, I'm finishing up Client of Karen now, and while I was in other districts, I did end up doing some favors like you saw earlier with Arceus, that kind of stuff. Immediately after this quest, I'm going to jump right into the Piss quest while I'm here. I believe if I put the 20% on Piss, I should be good to go. There we go, quest complete. Wrapping up this Piss quest, this will put me at 30% favor, which lets me dig the sand. So at this point, I'm just going to focus on the other stuff because that's the last requirement I really need beforehand. It's actually ridiculous how much other stuff you need. There we go, quest complete. So now I need to complete as many other favors, 20% favors, and other quests I need to get these pages to the memoir. Adding it just like that. Hosidius Favor takes literally 2 seconds to get, so I ended up getting 20% Hosidius Favor, now I'm doing Depths of Despair for the next page of the book. That quest is out of the way. Plus another 8 teleports to our book, which is pretty cool. Artifacts do require 49 thieving, so I need to continue trading thieving, so I'm doing Tribal Totem right now, just for some extra thieving XP. That was a very quick and easy quest, free thieving XP. So, I don't know why, but my clips are all over the place, so it's kind of why I'm like jumping back and forth between quests. I mean, the clips is one thing. I mean, there was part of me that did kind of jump back and forth between quests, because when I was on and I was playing for like 2 hours straight, I did tend to want to quest a bunch in a row. And like I said, with the Wildy Slayer, I didn't like doing Wildy Slayer at peak times, so... But I mean, I'm completing Dig Site now. I want to unlock Fossil Island ASAP so I can do birdhouses, because I need 15 Hunter to finish the Pisk Favor. And on top of that, I want to start planting teak trees and shit. There we go, Dig Site's complete. That was pretty juice mining XP as well. So now I literally just need 100 kudos and then I'm good to start the Fossil Island quest. I have to talk to Historian Mines and tell him all about Gylanor, so that he gives me kudos. I thought it was very nice of him to give me an XP lamp, which is going right to Slayer, before level 49, because I put that out of order in the video. So I'm cleaning the final stuff for finishing the 100 kudos or whatever, and unfortunately I did hit the brick wall of the clean necklace and got it after the other 5. But I did eventually get it, so I'm definitely going to need this for Dig Site teleports later on, or Fossil Island teleports later on. For obvious reasons, birdhouse, teak, whatever is on that island. It wasn't that bad, it only took an extra few minutes, so now I need to show all 5 of these to them and then put them all in the cases for 100 kudos, and then I am good to go. Ahoy partners, now we must sail this ship to Fossil Island to get the booty. And then we start the birdhouse runs and teaks and everything else. Okay, once the ship has finally landed, we will complete the quest. There we go. Now, birdhouse runs. Okay, so of course, very important, I had to unlock the mushroom teleports on the necklace. So I ran to the birdhouse places to hit the mushroom right before starting our first run. I'm genuinely so glad I had the convenience of my alt trading me the stuff I need for birdhouse runs. Legit saves me so much time from having to buy each item one by one inside the Grain Exchange. You know what would be even more convenient? If I remembered my seeds. So I need the Karen Xerex Talisman to do the thieving method with artifacts. So I ended up doing the diary, and on my way here I decided, well, I have to pick a fruit stall to finish 42 thieving or whatever level it is right before the feud. So here I am finishing it up. I did end up doing some crafting in between, although it was very AIDS, but towards the end I got lazy and ended up just doing alching. But that's why I have a chisel in my inventory, so this is pretty convenient mage XP, and the crafting was pretty decent as well. So once I finished the fruit stalls for thieving XP, I ended up going to finish the diary. Basically what the diary does is it makes the Xerex Talisman 1 and 125. And I mean, it's a free 2.5k Slayer XP, so I mean, I didn't personally see any harm in doing it. I think it'll be more beneficial than anything, so I'm not complaining at all. I don't know why it took me so long to find the last task, which was pray at the altar. But I did end up finding it, which is pretty cool. And there we go. Also got 49 Slayer out of that. That's pretty big. So I'm just going to be very upfront with this. Doing this was honestly a clusterfuck. I'm used to my prayer protecting me from literally everything, and these bodied me. So this was an experience that I would probably not do this early on again. But I did end up getting the Xerex Talisman. Alright, so I'm now wrapping up thieving, kind of. Finishing the feud quests, and then all that's left after that is to get 49 thieving, and then I'm actually good to go for next goal slash large part of this series, which would be thieving artifacts. There we go. The feud is complete. I actually forgot I did need to complete the Shazin and Arceus quest for the extra 16 teleports on the book. So I'm doing that right now. The Shazin I did not get a clip of, but here's a clip of me finishing the Arceus quest. Quest complete. Alright guys, with all of that being said, now that I'm at the very end, just finishing up 49 thieving, completed all my quests for artifact thieving. After this, I have to actually learn artifact thieving, and then I'm probably going to spend my next couple of weeks sitting there doing whatever, unless something else pops on my mind. Because I won't lie, during this video, I did do a lot of stuff that wasn't really on my mind at the very beginning, but I kind of wanted to as I went through. So, TY again for watching. I will see you guys next video, and here's 49 thieving. Peace out. Yo, what is up everybody? Welcome back to episode 4 of the Speedrunning Maxing series. I won't lie, I will say I got a lot of progress done, or at least I feel like I got a lot of progress done since the last video. I did spend most of my time doing artifacts, like I said. So this video is pretty much just going to be me doing artifact thieving and giving my thoughts on the overall skilling method and all of that good stuff. To begin, since my last video where I left off, I actually realized I did not finish 75% favor of Piscolarius, which I need in order to actually get the task of an artifact for whatever the guy's name is. So to start this video, I'm going to be digging up worms from the sand for 30 to 75% Pisc favor. I don't really remember how long this took, but it was actually really fast. Basically, I spent the first 20% of the favor. I used the scroll from the first quest that you get onto this. And then I did the actual quest for the 10% favor, which landed me at 30%, which already unlocks this method. So unlocking everything was really quick. Okay, so before continuing with this video, I would like to address something. I did get a comment on my last video, and honestly, probably on my first and second video as well, asking many questions like show your time played, show your stats, and all of that stuff. And I finally sat down and realized, like, there's literally no reason behind me not showing my stats every video. I think really what happens is I get so caught up in actually playing the game in my account that I kind of forget it. I'm sure you guys could tell by now, but I mean, I've never edited YouTube videos. I don't usually watch YouTube and all that stuff. So all this stuff is kind of new to me. However, I do want to start working on that. So starting this video in the future, I will be showing my stats every single video in the beginning and end. I would love to do weekly videos until this is done. However, it will really depend if I have content or not. For example, if I'm doing one skill for 100 hours, I don't know if I can make a video that's actually interesting to watch in that time. But that being said, if I did end up making it weekly videos, you would have like a week by week progress, so you have an actual feel of how long this is taking IRL time as well, which in my opinion is really neat. The other question I'd like to address are the questions asking about my playtime and seeing it every video. So I mentioned in my first video, or second video, I don't remember which, I mentioned that I don't want to show it every single video to leave some suspense and / prevent people from copying exactly what I'm doing. I'm not the most micro person, which basically means, when I use the term micro there, it basically means when it comes to quick intensive stuff, I'm good at it, but short term, like maximizing best rate in like 1 hour, I'm not the best person. And I would love for people to beat me using kind of their own method, because I'm more of a macro player in the sense that I can play like long term, longer hours, but when it comes to min-maxing like 199, like getting that extra 10k XP an hour for 20 hours, I'm not your guy for that. So I do have a plan for showing my time played throughout the series, and I actually will talk about that later on in the video, because I do plan on doing that with potentially my next video. Okay, now that all of that is out of the way, I'm just about to finish up 75% favor, and then we can jump right into multi-skilling / artifacts / herbs / fire making / thieving, whatever you guys want to call it. Heck, it could even be the hash slinging slasher for all we know. Hopefully at least one person gets this reference. There we go, 75%. Okay, so here we are at thieving artifacts. Essentially what this method is 0 time thieving XP. So while this method isn't directly better at thieving experience an hour than blackjacking, it's better due to the fact that I can also gain fire making XP during it. Basically, I run around thieving artifacts, and while running, I have to light logs and get good fire making XP while dodging all of these guards. I'll be very upfront. This is the first clip I actually have, because when recording earlier on, I would constantly rage and I would get caught by a guard, and when you get caught by a guard, you literally lose like a full 4 or 5k thieving XP. It's infuriating. So it took me a while to get used to this method, so here's the first like decent clip I have of it. Overall though, I would say learning this method was fun. So the scary thing about this method that I find both fun and infuriating is that it's not like any other skill, in the sense that, like for example, when I did 200 mil all my level 3, the hardest skill I had to do really was runecrafting or mining. Runecrafting, basically I ran my own alts to ZMI altar, which you can't even do anymore. But basically when I was doing that, I mean, the learning curve was as simple as you do 1 hour, you get like 80% efficiency. You do another hour, you get like 95% efficiency, and you're kind of already there and satisfied. And it was the same thing with mining. You just kind of jump in and you already know what you're doing after an hour or two. But the thing with this method is, I practiced like an hour and a half on an alt before doing this, like just the thieving part, because I didn't want to get caught by the guards. And I'm still getting caught like 20 hours later by the guards. It's insanely infuriating. And I feel like the learning curve is like super high on this. So like I said, the reason I didn't light fires while learning this on my alt is because I assumed the lighting fires part would be the easier part. And to be honest, I wouldn't say that that was a wrong assumption. The harder part is 100% navigating around the guards and kind of timing when you can and can't make it. But yeah, I mean, in conclusion, this method is definitely scary in the sense that, like, I'll do a great hour and I'll be so happy with my rate. And I'll reset my tracker, do another hour, and the next hour is like 5 to 10% better. And I'm just like, how far off the ceiling of like max rates actually am I? Because no matter what happens, every time I get like a really good hour, I end up beating it by like 5 to 10%. So I'm kind of like wondering, like, where is the ceiling on this method? How big is the skill gap? But yeah, anyways, the goal is to sit here until I'm 85 fire making with the 0 time thieving. And then I am going to switch to woodcutting and do some 1.5 tick teaks with Infernal Axe. That way I can get 90 fire making practically 0 time, and essentially jump right into redwoods for better fire making XP rates. So like I mentioned of me barely hitting good XP rates, it kind of shattered any confidence I had in myself of being a good skiller in this game. So I've never done 1.5 tick teaks, and I did think it would be like mining, or like I mentioned earlier, like mining or runecrafting, where I just do an hour, I get 90% efficiency, and then I do another hour and I'm satisfied with my rate. But because this shattered my confidence, I decided to make a last minute decision to not try 1.5 tick until I test it on an alt first. And of course my alt does not have them planted, so I have to wait 3 days. I don't want to wait 3 days doing nothing, especially when I'm this motivated to play. So I figured why not do Herbifax at 85 fire making. So I'm about to hit 85 fire making right here, as you're about to see. And as soon as I hit 85, I'm going to immediately switch to Herblore. There we go, 85. Now the dreadful moment of figuring out if Herb's going to be better or worse than fire making. By the way, I realized I never really showed my rates for fire making and thieving, so this was around the higher levels / when I was slightly better. But honestly, by the time I finished Herb, I think I realized this is still a really shitty hour, at least in terms of thieving XP an hour. So these were roughly the rates I was getting, but you can add or subtract 5 to 20% honestly from it if you want to think what it would be like if somebody was already really good at this and starting it. I mean, I honestly do look forward to doing fire making and thieving again, but that won't be happening until after 90 fire making through woodcutting, so I have a while to go. Thankfully, due to the fact that I already did so much fire making and probably the fact that Herbler's obviously more AFK than lighting logs, learning this method didn't take me nearly as long to get the hang of. Normally this method, as known in like the HLC community, you normally have a stackable ingredient where you're trading, you're going to the bank once a lap. Obviously there's no stackable ingredients until you hit like level 77 or whatever level stams are. So I got a friend and we were testing like how often it was to trade twice per lap. Like I'll trade my alt once and I'll trade him once per lap. And it did end up being pretty viable. I mean, I was overall happy with the XP rates I was getting. You can note that the thieving XP is kind of low, but I mean, like I said, I was trading twice per lap, so I wasn't really expecting perfection. So I kind of realized at this point I should just pay for a runner. It'll only be like 6-7 hours until I end up hitting the level for stams, which won't be the end of the world. So I did end up using a runner all the way until then. However, as soon as I hit the stams, I learned some new information. You cannot run and make stams. I don't know why, but the action stops your character. So once I figured this out, I had to go right back to 1414s until I hit level 81, where then I could boost to level 85 for Ancient Brews, which are the most useless pot in the game. So as soon as I hit 81 Herb, I jumped immediately into those with Botanist Pies. Honestly, this method has been so fun. And by here, I was generally getting insane rates, like I mentioned earlier with the fire making, where I was literally doubting any rates I've done in the past because my rate felt so high doing this. I mean, these pots give more XP each than brews, and they have a stackable ingredient. I think that's just insane. With these rates shown here, I'm 100% going to be prioritizing 99 Herb before fire making, so when I come back to artifacts, 99 Herbler will be the thing that I'm focusing on, not fire making. I will still be stopping at level 85 just because I want to get 1.5 tick woodcutting out of the way. And I mean, it's a round number. It's a nice number to stop at, especially because when I come back, I don't have to worry about boosting my stat to make the pot anymore. So I could just jump right in and dive in and do these till 99. So there we go. There's 85 Herb. So honestly, I will end the video in terms of skilling here. So now let's revisit to see how far the account progressed in the past week, even though I don't have the stats at the beginning. So here are my current stats. This is about a month since I made the account. I'm trying to play as much as I can. It's hard between working full-time / taking a class for college, but I mean, I'm doing what I can. I do want to add that I do appreciate all the support you guys are giving me. It makes it more motivating to come home after being at work for 9-10 hours and wanting to play the game. So TY for all of that. At this point, I'm 1210 total level, but obviously you should never go by total level when measuring how far an account is. EHP is much more accurate and much more important. Here's my EHP. I'm at 101 and I need 963 to max. This means we're at a whooping 10.4% on the way to max total. That's freaking huge, guys. I don't think I'll show my EHP every episode unless you guys are interested in that. If so, let me know. The stats will 100% be shown though. If you don't fully understand what this EHP is, for now, know that I'm 10.4% on the way to a max cape. But also, I vaguely mentioned it in my first video. However, next video, I do plan on re-explaining it in depth. which actually we should dive into right now. Okay, so for episode 5, I do plan on doing this in kind of a unique way, especially now that I'm kind of just doing one skill and it turns into whatever. So basically, I'm planning on re-explaining what EHP is, and I'll go in depth about it and why it's more important than total level when measuring max. I do plan on also showing my playtime and talk about how under slash over EHP I am and what my expectations are for the future. I also do plan to say my overall expectations on how long this will take IRL slash in-game time. I did say this in my first episode, but now that I've actually been playing, I think I have a much better idea of my expectations in the future, so I'll go into that. I will also be showing my gameplay and before slash after stats for the week. I already mentioned I'll be focusing on woodcutting. I'll show the gameplay and quickly discuss how it's going if there's anything. And finally, I'll add anything you guys want. Any misc stuff, just let me know in the comments. I'm not expecting too much in the sense of miscellaneous stuff, but I also do know that you guys had some good points on the other videos, such as telling me to show my stats slash playtime in the future. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm not really on YouTube that often, watching other RuneScape videos or other videos in general, so I'm down to take any suggestions that you guys think might make this more interesting. Bear in mind, this would not be every episode. I'm just kind of considering the next episode to be like an analysis slash recap of the account so far. All of that being said, TY guys for watching, and I will see you next week. I did have to do Enlightened Journey just to get a start on the woodcutting XP for the Teaks for my next episode, so stay tuned. Peace out.
Yo, what is up, fellow gamers and grass touchers? Welcome to episode 5 of the Speedrunning Max series. As promised, I will be leaking my playtime in this video later on, so make sure to stay tuned for that. And right now I'm woodcutting, but obviously I'm about to show all the steps I did to get to where I'm at right now. I've basically been sitting here for like 40 hours or some shit this week, and I'm going to continue to stay here till 99 most likely. Just before jumping into everything, I just want to address a few things. So first, I'd like to say thank you for all the support at everyone. I'm already at 5k subs, which is pretty big for me. I never expected this series to pop as much as it did. I mainly started this series as a way to keep myself motivated in terms of finishing the maxing account, wanting to log in every day, that kind of thing. And getting all the support that I have been makes it very easy after coming home from like a day of work or whatever. Knowing that I have to put out a video later on or something like that, it makes it very easy to log in and actually have a lot of fun while playing, so thank you for that. Secondly, I did end up buying a new mic. I do hope the sound quality is better. I mean, if it's not, then I mean, that's generally unfortunate, but let me know down below if it is better, because that would honestly be pretty nice to hear. Now that all of that's out of the way, let's dive right into how we started last week and how we got to where we are now. So I cropped in a picture of my stats from last video / last week, and here they are. I'm 1210 total, and like I said last video, I wanted to start with woodcutting. As you guys know, I don't necessarily have a guide all the way from scratch. I just kind of do things as I think of them. Not in the sense of like I'm logging in not knowing what I'm doing, but more so in the sense that I like to plan week by week, kind of like planning my next 40 hours of the account and then the next 40 hours of the account and kind of go like that. So to begin with the woodcutting, first thing I noticed is I needed 60 attack to wear Dragon Axe for special attack. Special attack gives +3 woodcutting bonus, which is honestly pretty good. It can make a difference of like 1 to 3k an hour depending how many levels I am up. So to start this off, I decided to do Monkey Madness 1 for the attack XP, which I should have done a while ago honestly, but it kind of is what it is at this point. I didn't bring a cannon to kill this guy. I had a Tome of Fire, I had over 50 mage. I honestly expected him to die very fast. I was very, very wrong about that. This guy has way more defense than I ever could have imagined. Eventually he does die, and I do get the combat XP for Monkey Madness 1. This is actually a pretty nice quest to get out of the way. It's one of the longer / bigger quests that I have to do. Also, I forgot to mention, but in this Monkey Madness 1 clip, I did accidentally make my cursor the size of a country. In future clips, it'll be back to normal. Okay, so now that that quest is out of the way, I quickly go grab my combat XP here, and then I have to go to the wilderness to finish up 60 attack. Obviously, I'm putting my experience on attack and defense because you don't ever want to get HP XP. That's a waste. And after several hours of training with this guy, I managed to snap up 56 attack, 52 strength, and 39 defense. Now, how epic is that? So I don't know why I'm recording myself at Black Demons again, but I swear I didn't only do this task to my current Slayer level. This is my second Black Demon task and also my second time recording Slayer. It just so happens that it always happens to be the task where I finish leveling up on. Anyways, I'm finishing up 60 attack here and I'm immediately zooming out. By the time I come back to Slayer, which probably will be far in the future, I'll probably want these blocked. For now, I guess it's decent attack XP, it's kind of whatever. I do still have to do tons of Wildy Slayer for points before I actually jump into Slayer, and I do look forward to having the Wildy melee weapon, whatever that's called, because I don't do combat or Slayer, so... Oh, and unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I do have to place a disclaimer. I did end up dying once while training attack. It was my first death in the Wildy on this account. Well, that was a lie because of prayer, but it was my first death in Wildy while expecting not to die and doing Slayer. And it was also my first time being attacked. It was a heartbreaking 1 to 2 mil loss. I don't remember exactly, obviously. Still recovering mentally from that. So hopefully by the end of this video, I'll be fully back to normal. There we go, 60 attack. Now I'm gonna immediately head off to train woodcutting. So to begin at 18 woodcutting, the only thing I can really chop is oak trees, and there is a spot on Zaya that allows you to 2-tick them, which I ended up using. It took me a bit longer than I expected to set up, honestly, and I did scuff it up at first, but overall it wasn't the worst result considering how fast this method was. I did bring some darts with me. Woodcutting, honestly, in my opinion, is probably one of... Well, let me rephrase that. 2-tick woodcutting is probably one of the best things to fletch darts with, because every time you click the tree, you have to click off, whether it's the ground, dropping an item, whatever it is. You have to click off so that you auto-retaliate against the guards again. And if you fletch, just one action of fletching, it ends up bringing you off, and it's enough for you to continue like normal. The beginning of this, I was kind of scuffed, I wasn't as good as I wanted to be, but... I mean, overall, the method was very fast. It ended up taking me about 20 minutes for 18 to 35 woodcutting, so I can't complain at all. Something that's pretty epic is my fletching level does land just on 70 right before 35 woodcutting. So for the rest of however long woodcutting is, or whenever I go back to fletching, I'll be at a nice round number of 70. Alright guys, I am just finishing up 35 woodcutting, and I will see you at Teeps. So the worst part about me being 200 mil all on a level 3 is my game knowledge is about as good as a fly. I didn't realize Lumberjack was as easy as it was to get and actually being worth it for level 99. I did learn it pretty early on at level 60 to 65 woodcutting from streaming, and one of my genius viewers told me the idea of getting Lumberjack just for 99. So now I'm doing the Canifis quest line, which I need to do anyway for Sepulchre long term. In this series, I'm just going to be doing In Aid of Mire or whatever, In Search of Mire or whatever, and Darkness of Hollowvale. The last one, Sins of the Father, will be done much later in the game, especially because I'm pretty sure I need way higher combats by the time I get to there. So here's me completing In Aid, immediately followed by Darkness of Hollowvale. I don't know if I mentioned this in previous episodes, but I played Group Iron Man a few times, and before every single attempt where naturally one of my team members burnt, because that's just the nature of RS, every single attempt on an Iron Man I had at least Barrel's gloves, and some even with 200 quest points. Canifis quest line obviously was the only quest line I did not do, so doing this quest was kind of like my first time considering it's been years since the last time I did them, and I actually found it hilarious how much stamina I had left on the end of this quest. I ran out of stands literally in the last 20 steps towards the guy, and it was kind of sad, but it is what it is. I know Darkness of Hollowvale is usually frowned upon as being one of the harder quests or more annoying quests, but with blue lines to follow on Quest Helper, this quest was honestly a joke. I'm a big fan of it. There we go, quest complete. Now we jump right into getting Lumberjack. For those who don't know, Lumberjack is a guaranteed piece when you have this room that I'm in right now. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard a rumor that if you kill multiple zombies in the same tick with Chin or Barrage or any AoE weapon, it's possible to get multiple pieces in one run. So I'm trying that method out right now, where I'm just kind of letting them spawn and I'm going to chin them and hope that I get 2 pieces. This is actually my first time chinning, so I'm really hyped to throw this. Let's hope that I kill all of them in the same tick. It was very hard to get them to stack, by the way. I mean, I'm not this bad when it comes to Slayer or whatever, but I kind of gave up at some point. I was like, let's just hit him. Okay, so this did not go according to plan. I just ended up killing 1 because my range level sucks and it got the top, so... I'm not going to give up chinning, though. I mean, I'm going to keep trying this method for future times as well. There's no harm in it. Alright, this game is actually doo-doo. I literally got a fucking champion scroll, and look how many drops are on the ground. Like, I should have gotten a piece by now. It's actually ridiculous. Maybe I'll turn this account into a completionist after, since I already got the champion scroll. Okay, so I'm just about to grab my 4th piece, and after this I can finally go to Teaks and just sit there until I'm 99, so this is exciting. There we go, final piece. Now I will see you guys at the teak trees. Okay, so fun fact of the day. When you get an exam, you should be clicking the answer, and then instead of hitting spacebar, click the guy again, and he will give you the same question. So what I do here is, I see a rune, I pick a rune, and then I immediately talk to him, and I look for the next rune without reading the question. Pretty cool information. So now that I'm finally at Teaks, I just want to say a few things. My rate on the screen is by no means perfect, and at this level, it's actually possible to hit 207k an hour at the max rates. This method overall is a lot harder than I imagined it to be. I kind of thought it was going to be like Granite, where I just jump in and it's easy. I've never done this method on my main. I was very wrong about that. So I did not record the lower levels because I spent it trying to get better / decent at the method. Around level 80, I would say, is where I finally started to actually like be happy with my rates. And I mean, overall, that's like 10 hours of practice beforehand. Like I said in the previous video, I don't really think it's realistic to want to spend like 10-20 hours on a method like this, especially. Like, the only thing I really want to spend a lot of time learning would be Sepulchre. So anyways, let's jump into the information from last video. So to begin, here's my current EHP. I'm at 132 efficient hours played, and I have 830 hours left to max. Going by this, it's a total of 962 efficient hours for max total, which I think I was slightly off in previous videos when I mentioned it. And going by this rate, I'm 13.72% on the way to max. For any talk of EHP, I am going to be referencing templeosrs.com. I'll have a link in the description. It's a very useful website if you ever want to know how realistically far or close you are to max cape. So for those who don't fully understand EHP, here's a live example. So let's say you have 3 points, point A, B, and C being work, store, and home. It's a Friday and you have to go shopping before Monday or else you'll starve. You do have food later in the workday, but as for Saturday and Sunday, you're kind of screwed. So work ends, you have a long day, you decide to drive home for 12 minutes. The next morning, you have to drive 6 minutes there and 6 minutes back, totaling 24 minutes. Versus, if you say, fuck it, I want to be efficient. You don't care how shitty your workday was, you just, because you know it's more efficient. You drive to the store for 10 minutes, you do your shit that you would have had to do anyway, and then you drive home for 6 minutes. You just spent 16 minutes driving. Now you just saved 8 minutes, congrats. This is literally AHP, but IRL. Translating this to RS, I can AFK Redwoods for 65k an hour. I have the option of doing this for 195k an hour. So if I do Redwoods for 3 hours, after 3 hours, I'm gonna end up gaining 1 EHP on the way to max. The rates for EHP and what determines it is a bunch of high-level community players decided what the max rates realistically would be. For example, like I said earlier, I'm getting 195k an hour here, and it's possible to get up to 207k an hour. It's not realistic to maintain 207k an hour, so the EHP would be something realistic where someone can achieve, but at the same time also being the most efficient way. So let's take a look at my current stats. I would say I definitely progressed a fair amount since my last video, and I'm very happy with my progress. I'm level 87 woodcutting now, and I'll probably continue to train woodcutting throughout the next week or two, however long 99 takes. I did mention earlier in this video that I did like 40 hours of woodcutting, and that was definitely a lie. I probably realistically did about 20 hours, if even that. So all of that being said, let's take a look at my time played. So I am at 4 days and 17 hours played, aka 113 hours. As you remember, obviously I had 132 hours EHP, which means I am 19 hours ahead of time at the moment. At the same time of this, I did do a lot of over EHP methods, but I also have a lot of those methods left. Like, I still have a lot of artifact thieving to do, I still have a lot of multi-skilling that I can do. And that being said, there is also other stuff such as diaries where like I need to do Crystal Halberd diary and kill chompies where I'm going to end up losing EHP. But overall, I would definitely say that maintaining 1-to-1 is pretty possible. So that being said, my original goal when I started this series in episode 1 was to complete this within 50 days of playtime. Maintaining 1-to-1 would equate to 40 days and 2 hours, which is going to be my new goal. IRL time-wise, it's honestly still a bit hard to say, as coming September, which is very soon, I'm going to start full-time classes, meaning I'll be working 35-40 hours a week and also doing 4 college classes, so IRL time might be slowing down soon, but I think I can comfortably say I'll still be finishing this within 4 to 6 months. Stay tuned. So diving into a couple questions I'd love to answer from my last episode, somebody did ask what experience I had with skilling. I have a level 3 with 200 mil in all skills, excluding the obvious combats and Slayer. Before I worked on this account, the same account, JCW, I have some RS3 skilling experience from 2015 to mid-2016, where I grinded 200 mil all in that game. That's around the time where I actually started playing RuneScape and really enjoying skilling. As for the OSRS experience, I finished Old School around June 2020, so unfortunately a lot of methods in this series are methods that I've never done before, such as the methods like 1.5 tick teaks or mahogany benches. And there's upcoming stuff as well, such as Sepulchre for agility, or obviously Slayer, because my main accounts never touch Slayer besides this. So here are my stats. It's just a basic level 3 with 3 bill XP or whatever. I trained the Slayer in this museum at like 1.5 to 2k an hour. It's very AFK. I mainly play at work while editing videos. I don't really bother doing this account while I'm doing quick intensive stuff on the max account for obvious reasons. So I hope that clears anything up for people who don't know who I am. Next question, I'll use this one comment to tackle 2 things here. So a lot of people know of Max, aka Hebox, or I don't know how to pronounce his name because I'm American, but he's also doing the same series, and I guess we are in a way officially racing. I mean, one of his goals in his first episode was literally beat JCW, so at that point I'm kind of forced to be in a race. He's very knowledgeable about the game, as well as he's very good at Sepulchre 1.5 tick teaks, so I really look forward to seeing how quick he's gonna do it. I would recommend giving his series a shot if you haven't. I will link it in the description. Secondly, in this comment, I'm not sure what you mean by forfeiting. At least from my end, there will be no forfeiting, and there shouldn't be from his end either. But the part mentioned about GP, I have had multiple people ask me to do a cost analysis of how much this is costing. So I'm going to try my best from here on out to keep track of how much I've been spending. What I'll probably do is put the cost of each skill as soon as I hit 99 and then total it up. So as of right now, I have 99 construction and prayer. So just for a quick big brain analysis, I would ballpark say I spent about 110 mil on prayer and about 200 mil on construction. So going by that, I've spent 310 mil so far in this account on just 99s. Stay tuned for the future. Last but not least, I got tagged in a Twitter chain. I'm not very active on Twitter, but I am glad I managed to see this. This guy says he wishes we explained better of the methods that we're doing. So personally, I think early game is very hard to explain the method early on because you're switching content so often. Where, like, for example, if I'm cutting oak trees for 20 minutes and then all of a sudden I'm done cutting oak trees for the rest of the account, it's kind of hard to explain that, you know what I mean? So for future stuff, for longer stuff such as like 1.5 techniques or even artifacts, I mean, I never got a chance to explain the stuff I'm doing for this method exactly because this video ended up being a lot longer than I originally expected and there was a lot more information I wanted to cover. So probably next video I'll explain it. And any future methods where like I'm spending a while on something, I'll try my best to explain what exactly I'm doing instead of just assuming you guys know every method in the game, because that's kind of my assumption, which is obviously wrong. Alright, so finally wrapping up, I do want to say real quick that I do occasionally stream when I can, for those people who don't know. It's not a lot, it's literally a few hours a week, but if you guys are interested, check it out. I mean, I always have a lot of fun talking to people live. It makes time fly by. The link is twitch.tv/jcwrs. I will put it in the description. TUI for watching, everybody. I will see you next week. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 6 of the Max Cape Speedrun series. My name is JCW and I finished 200 mil all on a level 3 back in mid-2020. Recently, I decided to jump back into the skilling scene, so I made a brand new account where I challenged myself to max in the quickest playtime possible. The best part about this series is that there are no restrictions, so I can spend however much I want, and any methods that I discover that saves me playtime, I'm allowed to do. Last episode, I was found to be woodcutting. A week later, here I am, still woodcutting. However, this episode I'm going to be going in depth about this method. A question many of you may be wondering, why would the lunar spell energy transfer be useful for a method like this? Real quick, I would like to say TY to everybody who has been following and liking my videos. I'm nearing 10k subs, which is huge for me, so if you don't mind, don't be shy to hit the button. There's actually so much to explain about this method, it's unreal. I never thought about how in-depth the 2007 paint game skilling method could be, but here we are. So I'm going to try to simplify this as much as I can for those who do not play with this game, so bear with me. First thing you should know about this paint game is that it is based on a tick system of 0.6 seconds per tick. This means that all actions must happen on the 0.6 second. If I click 5 times in a span of 0.1 to 0.5 seconds, all of the clicks will register on the 0.6. Some other basic facts you need to know beforehand is 1. When using an axe to chop wood, it takes 4 ticks to chop a log. 2. When using a knife on a teak log, it creates a fletching action to create a teak stock. This teak stock is made in 3 ticks. So how tick manipulation works in this game is that when I start the action of creating a teak stock, it wants to complete it. So by the time I finish that action, I already clicked the tree. By me clicking the tree, it goes through those 3 ticks, and since I clicked the tree most recently, I get a log on the 3rd tick. This allows me to get a chance for a log every 3 ticks instead of 4. Unfortunately, just like how math classes were, we're only halfway there to the final answer. This method's 1.5 ticking, and I mean, I hope you guys understood this so far because it only gets worse from here. If you guys don't mind, I would like a quick break to get 87 woodcutting. There we go. Okay guys, real quick, I have to be honest here. This guy with purple graceful that you see is an absolute unit. He ends up picking up my logs for like 15 minutes. Unfortunately, after those 15 minutes, he did end up calling me a bot, but I do hope that my bot made him a good chunk of money to buy whatever he needs, whether it's PVM or skill related, but best of luck to him. Alright, I guess we can dive back into the skilling stuff. Like I mentioned, I'm getting an action every 3 ticks. Let's divide up these 3 ticks, shall we? Tick number 1. Here I have to click the knife on the log to start the action and click the tree to start moving. Tick number 2. Here you can drop your logs if needed, otherwise just AFK. Finally, tick number 3, click the tree again, and you're going to want to click your knife to get ready to start the next 3 tick cycle. Those are the 3 ticks of exactly how I'm doing this method. As you saw, sometimes I get 2 teak logs. If you guys remember, I mentioned moving on the same first tick that you knife to log. The reason for this is that when you do this, it tricks the game into giving you 2 rolls instead of 1. I can't tell you why it does this, and I don't understand it myself. I just do the clicking, but I'm not going to complain because it gives me lots of woodcutting XP. Lastly, if you see me getting firemaking XP, it's because of my Infernal Axe. This axe has a 1 in 3% chance to burn a log, meaning I get to drop 33% less than what I normally would. The passive fire making XP is always nice, but personally, my favorite part is not having to drop as often. Dropping by far is the hardest part of this, in my opinion. Honestly, that was such a pain, and I am so sorry if that bored you. I hope I did a good job explaining for those who made it through. Honestly, there's more information I can bore you with, which maybe I will do later, but let's actually dive into the stuff I mentioned earlier, which is Spec Transfer. This is a lunar spell that many people use for PvM when they want to dump specs on their main. For example, they'll have their ults fly in, give them 100% spec, and then tele out. Their main will end up having an extra 100 spec in order to have 4 declaw specs or 2 Z-bow specs, whatever it may be. It's very, very useful for endgame PvM, especially when you're trying to rush for pets. Anyways, why would this be useful for woodcutting? If you guys remember in my previous video, I got 60 attack before training this skill. The reason was to wield the dragon axe. This axe has a special attack that consumes 100% of your special and gives you a visible +3 woodcutting boost. So essentially, at 90 woodcutting, if I use the spec, I can have the same success rates at level 93, effectively raising my XP rates by 1 to 3%. With this knowledge, I ended up bringing 2 of my ults to consistently spec transfer me. I'd always make sure that my woodcutting was boosted by a minimum of +2, with obviously a small disclaimer that sometimes my memory would go out and I would forget, but we don't talk about that. Funnily enough, this spell is actually called Energy Transfer. I do promise you guys that the reason I said Spec Transfer is if you go anywhere in the higher level communities, we call it Spec Transfer because that's all it's used for. No one ever needs run energy in this game, you just drink staminas. Not for this method though. Since I'd Spec Transfer every 2 to 3 minutes, it gave myself enough run energy so I never needed to drink any stams or anything. That is kind of epic. So all I've done so far this video in 5 minutes is run in circles and triangles at these trees. So let's see the biggest variety of my week, birdhouse runs. I did not do these consistently while woodcutting, but I do them at night right before bed and then morning before work and then during work hours when I could. I typically have like 16 hours including sleep where I can't play around this time anyway. So it's pretty ideal for me to gear for a bunch of birdhouses and do them without having to bank. I'm going to try to birdhouse as much as I can because I messed up by not starting driftnet at the minimum fish and hunter level. So I'm trying to make up as much as I can by getting 70 hunter before going to DN. I don't do these every workday, just days where I know I won't be as busy. So it's super slow. And if I don't get the level I need before then I'll probably end up doing DN anyway because it's good. Yo guys, we are back at Teak Trees. If you're curious about my XP an hour on the screen, this is actually a really good rate. The XP scales pretty heavily per level, but I had a beast Twitch viewer, Enjoys, make me this chart for XP an hour I should be getting at each level. These rates assume you hit 210 to 225k XP per hour at 99, which is really good. They scale down for lower success rate at lower levels. During pretty much all of woodcutting, I made sure to at least average 210k an hour from level 80ish. Before then, I didn't have this chart, and I also was kind of bad at this skill. The other thing is, this skill is super hard to get a perfect hour on. I've never really been a super micro person, but at the same time, this is probably like one of the hardest things I've done so far in terms of having to click so often, drop so often, and not making any mistakes. Of course, I don't mind making mistakes here and there, and that's why I'm pretty happy with my rate. But anyone who can get a perfect hour on here, kudos to you. And I gotta say, I love to see it. There we go, guys. I am now officially halfway on the way to my first long grind 99. Small rant, and I think you guys are gonna think I'm weird for this, but when I think in terms of how many hours this 99 is to how long I spent doing 200 mils back in the day, this stuff's actually crazy. So obviously I have exponentially less free time now, but at the same time, it's crazy how fast 75 hours is for this 199. Back in the day, I spent 1500 hours on woodcutting, and a few other skills, probably about the same hours if not more when going for 200 mil all. That alone about this, the fact that I can finish a skill in 70 hours, makes me enjoy this series so damn much. God, one thing I miss most about Iron Man for the 3 months I played it is birdhouse runs. These things are so fast, it's unreal, especially at lower levels. I mean, you basically get one level every 1 to 2 runs. And please tell me how I didn't know that birdhouses were not tradable, dude. I swear, I know nothing about this game. I found out a little later on, and I was like mind blown that I didn't have to make my own birdhouses. After learning that, I would say I got myself prepared pretty well for birdhouse runs. I'm now up to mahogany birdhouses, so it's actually pretty cool stuff. You guys remember when I mentioned earlier that there's probably more woodcutting facts that I can go on about? I don't want to make this into a guide, so I'm not going to explain like the pathing of like 1.5 tick and stuff, but here is your fun fact of the day. Every time you get a bird's nest, it counts as a roll in getting a log. So essentially what this means is, if you get a bird nest drop, that could have been 87 woodcutting XP. In other words, screw bird nests. Do not ever celebrate them, especially on a series like this. I know most of the people who have 200 mil woodcutting or going for 200 mil woodcutting probably already know that, but I do know there's a good chunk of people that don't. There it is guys, 95 woodcutting. Also, this looks weird because there's a Twitch notification in the top, but I have been streaming a good chunk of this series. I mentioned it in my last video and a lot of you have checked it out, and I appreciate all of you because you've given me tons of support and I've actually really been enjoying streaming. Don't forget to check it out. I will put the link below in the description. If you ever pop in while I'm streaming, feel free to ask me anything. I'm very talkative and I tend to read every message, even if I'm 1.5 tick woodcutting. Yo, I don't know what is with this account's RNG. If you guys remember, I got a champion scroll when going for lumberjack, and now I got the freaking beaver at 95 woodcutting. Unfortunately, it took me a few minutes to notice. I got it during streaming, and if I remember correctly, someone legit told me I had a beaver following me. I'm kind of slow. And typically I don't really care about pets, but I'm kind of enjoying this account's RNG. Anyways, that's one pet down, 49 to go guys. See if we can hit it by 100 days playtime. I'm really getting there guys. 96 woodcutting is about to be hit, and then we just have 3 more levels to go. You guys ever notice that they always ask how the wood chopping goes, but never how the wood lighting goes? Kinda messed up if you ask me. I just hit 90 fire making, and I trained 85 to 90 all through woodcutting, not even having to burn a single log myself. Now when I go back to fire making, I'll be able to jump straight into redwood logs, which means we don't have to spend 1k per log on magic logs anymore. Here we go guys, 97 woodcutting. Let us take a look at this week's stats. Alright, we got the stats on the left, EHP on the right. If you remember from my last video, pretty much my only level since then that I've trained is Hunter from birdhouses and woodcutting from this. I mean, I got some passive fire making XP as well, which is pretty cool. As for my EHP, I didn't do this on purpose, but I'm at exactly 7 days efficient hours played. Let us hope that we have less than 7 days played, although this video I'm not going to be leaking that. I will probably be ending soon, so if you guys don't mind, I would love to hear your comments below on my explanation for teaks and the slow editing and everything that I've done. Basically, I want to know if I helped anyone who didn't understand this method, or even the people who don't even play the game if there's any of you out there. If it just seemed like filler, then let me know right away, because I'm pretty sure I bored people who already know what this method is. Anyways, take care guys, I hope to see you next week. I have a lot of cool stuff planned for next episode, so be sure to sub and turn on notifications so you can check it out on release. Peace out. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 7 of the Max Cape Speedrun series. My name is JCW, and just so I don't trick you guys, the account you're looking at right now is my main. It's a level 3 with 200 mil all and non-combat skills. I finished this back in 2020. Recently, I decided to jump back into the skilling scene, where I made a brand new account with the goal of maxing in the quickest playtime possible. Of course, being a main account, there are no restrictions, so any method, as long as it exists in the game, I'm allowed to do it. I am not looking to have any secret methods, and I'm wanting to show every step along the way. Last week's episode, I spent a majority of the week playing at teak trees. I gained a lot of woodcutting XP, and I even went in depth about the method to help those of you who showed much confusion of what was going on. Based off of this feedback, I'm definitely going to be wanting to go in depth about all future methods, so make sure you stay tuned for that. If you remember where we left off, I was 97 woodcutting and we were nearing our third 99. Look guys, I hate to do it, but I gotta. So I just want to say thank you so much guys for helping me hit 10k subs since last video. And actually, I'm already just about 11k, which is just insane to me. Every one of you that has subbed to me is showing support to me one way or another, And for those who are afraid to support a fat person who lives in his mother's basement, I assure you that if you hit that subscribe button, I am not that person. For others, do not forget to like and comment below. I do tend to read pretty much every comment, and I try to reply when I think it's necessary. And I also want to point out that some of you are hilarious, so thank you for that. Anyways, let's dive into what I've been up to the past week. So over the past week, I wasn't able to play that much due to work events. I ended up having to fly out of state for a few days. However, I did manage to knock out a lot of quests that I'll be showing throughout the episode. So sit back and enjoy this commentary. So just to kick it off, my first goal is to unlock fairy rings, which are useful for pretty much anything and everything. Essentially what they are is a teleportation system where you use fairy magic to teleport around RS. This is useful for many quests where you have to travel around, and especially useful for when I start Slayer. I did Lost City before this quest, but unfortunately I forgot to record it. But here I am at least finishing up Fairy Tale Part 1. So there's my first big boss fight with 0 deaths, and it has been complete. Essentially what I'm saying here is I should be a hardcore Iron Man. I gotta say, I'm relatively happy with the magic XP that I'm gaining. So what I do is I enchant Bolt Spell while running around for questing for 0-time magic XP. It's kind of annoying in the sense that it has screwed me over multiple times in terms of inventory space. If you look at my inventory, you'll see that I have a lot of runes for teleporting, and then I also have a lot of runes for this. Because I'm carrying around all of these runes, sometimes my inventory messes up while questing and I end up wasting some time or logging out and having to trade stuff over. But overall, I would consider this worth it because I do need a decent chunk of magic XP before I start Slayer long term. Now I just need to speak to the Fairy Godfather, and then this quest will be complete. There we go, guys. That's the first quest out of the way. Oh, and real quick before I forget, remember how I said I was out of state for a few days last week? I did set up at birdhouse runs, and I did them whenever I could. It was nothing too consistent, but I did get a handful out of the way. Also, a lot of you mentioned to me that I can go to the farther birdhouse before the closer one to save a tick. I won't pretend I knew this because I didn't. However, most of the time I'm logging out at the farther one, so I'm pretty sure that justifies me doing the closer one first and saves me time. Jumping back into my favorite content, aka questing, I'm currently unlocking fairy rings. For some reason, we get to start Fairy Tale Part 2, read a book or something, and then practice these fairy ring codes to fully unlock them. Once I finish this, I'll move on, and I'm not even going to bother finishing this quest. It doesn't seem worth it. And there we go, guys. Now that fairy rings are unlocked, I can pretty much go hard on questing. The first quest that I decided to do after that was Fermi Trials. I need this quest long term for Lunar Diplomacy, which I'm gonna need for obvious reasons, because I need magic imbue and all that other stuff. This quest gives a whole 2k woodcutting experience, so I'm glad I'm doing this before 99 woodcutting. Thankfully with my combat stats, this boss fight wasn't that bad. What I did mess up on is I brought food to eat so I could recoil more, but I kind of forgot that anglerfish are scaled to level, so bringing food was useless. Thankfully I at least had half a brain to try to calculate my HP to be super low by the time he enters his last phase. So as the quest helper says in the top left, I have to kill him 3 times, and then I can let him kill me. So my goal was to get as close to death as possible around the time he died for the 3rd time. That way I just let him kill me and I can quickly move on. Okay, great. Now I just have to let him kill me, and then I can finish up the remainder of this annoying quest. I swear I've never had a fight IRL where I had adrenaline, but if this is what it does, then this guy needs to sign me up right now. I mean, seriously, he hits like a machine. This actually wasn't as bad as I remembered it. I remember the quest helper bugging out a few times and really messing me up in the past, but it only happened once, I believe, and I was expecting it, so it was very easy to fix. There we go, guys. That's the second quest done, and 2.8k woodcutting XP, along with some other stuff, I guess. I went to go do Shiloh Village here, and I forgot somehow I didn't do Jungle Potion yet. This genuinely surprised me. I feel like I always do this quest early on. I think being higher Herbler during this quest helps significantly though. I know it helps the chance of finding the herb, and I would just want to say I found each herb like probably within 10 seconds. There we go, that's 3rd quest complete. Doing Shiloh Village now, I think this is my first time millioing this boss. It felt a bit slow, but I think I was judging it way too hard because I was really trying to stay on top of it. I didn't bring proper runes for casting spells because, like I mentioned earlier, my inventory is a mess, so my small brain gets confused and it's easier for me to just bring a D-Simi that I can just wear in one slot and quickly attack. I know this does not make sense since Chaos/Death runes are also one slot, and I can just auto-cast magic, but trust me when I say melee equals simple for me. Okay, so I just gotta use this corpse that I found on this rock, and then I gain some experience. How cool is that? There we go, that's our 4th quest complete, guys. Looks like we also hit 1400 total here, so that's cool. Only 877 levels to go. Next quest, and forgive my pronunciation, is Taibu Trio. I always pronounce it like this, and I'm definitely not stopping just because I'm recording a YouTube series. Also, I don't think I ever actually mentioned why I'm questing. So there are 2 main diaries I need on my way to Max Cape. The first one is Varrock Medium Diary. This gives a 10% chance of mining double ores for double XP. Essentially, this equals 10% more XP an hour. The second one is Western Providence Heart, which gives me access to Crystal Halberd. So I'm not joking when I say the Crystal Halberd is literally what makes 99 Slayer. Essentially, if you had a baby IRL, that baby's bottle is what my Crystal Halberd is. Point is, it's a necessity. What it does is it allows me to hit multiple targets at once. As the wiki states, I can hit 10 targets standing on the same tile. Think of it like Barrage, but for melee. For those who don't play the game, when I train Slayer, there's a way to hit multiple enemies at once to speed up tasks. It's typically done with Mage, aka Ice Barrage, but I'm already training Mage without Slayer. So ideally for this account, I want to focus my combat XP on melees because I'll be getting Mage from other stuff, such as questing, as you can see right now. I will go more in depth about this when I get around to Slayer, but that's very far away, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Zoning back into the game, Taibu Trio is now complete. Also my 5th quest this episode. This quest is useful for cooking KawamBAMs, which I'm going to have to do for cooking. Once it's complete, in order to receive my XP rewards, and I think even my ability to cook, I need to talk to these 3 brothers in the house. They each give different XP and benefits, but it's obvious that I'm just going to talk to all of them just for the free XP and everything. Looks like that guy who just got me 33 cooking was the one who actually taught me how to cook the KawamBAM as well. Last guy, I'm just going to learn some quick martial arts stuff and then I can finally move on to my next quest. Alright, so now I just gotta throw a cabbage into this green guy's potion thing and then I can complete Black Knight's fortress. I don't know why, but seeing him cry about his potion and the cabbage generally always makes me smile. I hope you guys enjoy this too. It's the closest to RS lore I'll ever get. Shout out to everyone who's watched Avatar The Last Airbender and all you can think about is the guy saying, "My cabbages." Here we go guys, quest number 6 is complete. Quest number 7 will be the Frankenstrain quest, which is a spin-off of Frankenstein. Complete. Number 8 is the Holy Grail. I think I enjoyed questing in my early levels because I was leveling a lot, but now it just feels like a waste of time. Complete. You guys will probably know this quest, One Small Favor. It's a pretty infamous quest. One guy asks you for a favor and you end up needing to do like 27 favors all across RS because every person needs a favor when you ask them for something. This is my 9th quest of the series. I actually didn't mind this quest that much. So 10 years ago I remember this quest taking hours and I think a lot of people took hours on it back then and that's why it's so unpopular. But now it honestly takes like 30 to 40 minutes since we know what we're doing, we have quest helpers and all this other stuff. It's really not that bad of a quest, I would recommend it. So just a quick spoiler alert. This text is actually pretty funny at the end of the quest. So like I mentioned, you like go through all of RuneScape asking people for favors and then everyone just wants a favor for this, favor for that. So this guy talks about how he's like, I just asked you one small favor and he doesn't want to reward you for it. So you have to kind of push him to give you a reward, but it's actually quite humorous. So good on Jagex for this one. There's number 9 and I get a nice 20k agility XP out of this one. Pretty sweet. The big number 10 for this episode is going to be Eagle's Peak. The epic thing about this quest is just that we hit 69 magic during it. That's all. And there's completion. As much as I wish it stopped after 10, I didn't. Here I finished Garden of Tranquility. I hate just about everything about this quest. There's no inventory space, you have to plant stuff that's not even guaranteed to live, and I don't know whatever else there is. I had 2 things die and I had to log out and wait 20 minutes for one and then 40 minutes a separate time, and overall it was extremely inconvenient. The best part of this quest though is the dialogue at the end. As an avid spacebar quester, meaning I just hold down spacebar and don't read any text, Jagex still did a great job here in this dialogue, and it makes me laugh. Spoiler alert. Basically this quest has me build a garden that takes forever and it's really annoying. At the end, the queen shows the king the garden and he complains about everything. Of course, with him basically being a child and pouting about all the plants, she does the only logical thing that you should be doing. Smacks him. Skipping ahead a little, there is the 11th quest done of this episode. So now I'm doing Romeo and Juliet, and this quest is actually going to put me right at 100 quest points. I'll be stopping questing for now. Like I said earlier, I do need 150 quest points long term for the account for Slayer, but I think this is a good pause point and I can focus on some skilling for the next couple weeks. There we go guys, the 12th quest complete and 100 quest points. So yeah, I didn't play much the past week and I spent the past 8 minutes bleeding in your ears about quests, but legally yes, I still needed to show a couple of woodcutting levels. So here I am getting level 98. Alright, I'll be very upfront with you guys. I'm going to say a super big spoiler, which is I am going to be getting 99 woodcutting this episode. The only reason I'm leaking this so early on is because I want us to take a look at our weekly progress, which is taken after this clip. So total level wise, we're at 1414 out of 2277. We saw a lot of hunter progress over the past week, along with some small levels up from questing. I will be switching to driftnet at some point, but at the moment I'm trying to make up for hours lost by doing barb fishing early on. In other words, rushing 75 fishing wasted a lot of time for me because I could have done it with driftnet and gotten the same and if not more fishing XP per hour, along with efficient hunter XP an hour. It's a little complicated, but I'll go in depth about it another time. Point is, I won't be doing birdhouses forever and I will be switching to driftnet at some point. Taking a look at EHP, we are now at 181. I'm only up 13 hours since last week, but bear in mind I was busy for 4 of the days, and on top of that, we completed 12 quests, and a couple of them were actually decently long. I would also like to show my GP spent on this account per 99 I get. Since I'm getting 99 woodcutting, I'm going to be showing how much I spent on that. So I'll be honest, these are definitely guesses, and in my opinion, the difference between 10 mil and 15 mil won't really matter at the end once I've spent bills anyway. I'm estimating myself to have spent approximately 8 mil on woodcutting, including the smoldering stone, dragon axes, and spec transfer. With prayer plus construction, as I have 99 in those as well, that brings my total to 318 mil spent so far. If you guys think this is a lot, you're going to be in for a huge surprise by the end, or even within a few episodes. I would like to remind you guys that I do stream on twitch.tv/jcwrs. Make sure to check it out as I'm very active with the chat. Feel free to ask me anything when I'm live, and I generally have a great time with you guys there, so anyone that's already been watching me, I appreciate you. And anybody who I'm about to see, I also appreciate you. Also, just a heads up, I don't know how the next couple weeks are gonna go. Starting this week actually, I am going back to school full-time and I'm also working full-time. I'm sure I'm still going to find time for the game and for YouTube and everything else. Just be prepared in any potential changes. I'm sure it will work out. Finally, don't forget to sub, like, and comment. And thank you all for watching this far. I will see you all next week, or earlier if you join my stream. Take care, everyone. Oh yeah, almost forgot, but here's 99. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 8 of the Max Cape Speedrun series. My name is JCW and this is my main. Back in 2020, I finished a level 3 to all 200 mil non-combat skills. 2 years later, or 2 months ago, I decided to jump back into the skilling scene. I created a brand new account with the goal of maxing in the shortest playtime possible. Of course, being a main account, there are no restrictions, so all I have to do is log in and click however which way I want to. Throughout the series, I am showing every method that I am doing for the max total. On the left, you guys can see my stats from last week's episode. If you remember, I hit 99 woodcutting right at the end. Over the past week, I had 2 days off work, so I managed to play a lot. So spoiler alert, expect large numbers this week. If this area looks familiar, you guys may remember me here a few episodes ago. I never actually explained what I was doing. After such positive feedback from my in-depth woodcutting episode, this episode will be in-depth about this thieving method. This is called artifact thieving. It's located in Zeo. Essentially what I'm doing is running around this area stealing artifacts for someone. They are locked in a safe and I use a lockpick to take it out and then I return the jewelry to them. There's guards located all around me that I need to be careful of dodging. If you look up artifact thieving on the Wikipedia, it will tell you it's actually pretty decent thieving XP an hour, despite a lot of people choosing to do arty nights or whatever thieving methods they want. But what the wiki does not tell you is that this can be more than just thieving. Ah yes, the traditional way of training herblore, the skill of mixing potions and herbs, is to literally just sit at a bank, use ingredient on potion, gain XP, hit the banker, withdraw and deposit, and repeat. Sounds boring to me, we're just standing still and there's no fun to it. But we gotta do it cause we need a banker to give us our new ingredients, there's only 28 slots in our inventory. So hear me out guys, what if there was a portable banker? What I'm going to be doing throughout this episode is while I'm running around and stealing artifacts, I'm also going to be making potions. How do I restock? Easy, I use another account to run me supplies and trade him whenever I need more. Essentially, he's my portable banker. Just to add real quick guys, thank you for all the support. We are now over 12k subs, which is awesome. Let's keep this number moving by not forgetting to hit the subscribe button if you haven't. For those kings who are already subbed, thank you, you are kings, smash the like button, and feel free to comment. Additionally, as I've been streaming on Twitch, many people have recommended me to make a community Discord. What I'm going to drop in the description is a link to that Discord. Feel free to chat in there, spit ideas, ask questions, all of that stuff. Currently, there's probably a lot more I can add to it, so suggest inside the Discord of any good ideas you may have to make the place more fun. Finally, I will be adding a Patreon link down below. If you wish to support me, feel free. The lowest description is as small as $3 a month and it still helps me and means a lot if you guys are willing to support me. Now that all of that is out of the way, let me explain what exactly this thieving method is. As mentioned earlier, I had to talk to this guy over here, Captain Khaled, aka Budget DJ Khaled. He assigns me a house to steal the artifact from, as labeled on the screen. Northwest, west, southwest, north, south, southeast. I also label where DJ Khaled is, along with the teleport spot you can see me use my book to teleport each lap. If it isn't obvious, some of the houses are significantly further than the other houses. This means that RNG can be pretty rough or generous with you, especially in an hour's worth of time. Attached is the time for each lap's house from the wiki. I blocked the middle column because it's irrelevant for the sake of this video since I am using a teleport. And honestly, everyone doing this method should be using this teleport. I'm not going to go in depth on how to get it because you can just quickly wiki it, but it's very easy. Anyways, as you can see, the southwest house sucks. The lap is pretty much 50% longer than the two quickest houses, the north and southeast. Getting this house can gently be demotivating, especially when I'm trying to do one really good hour. But remember, we have a portable bank, so at the very least, we can say we're training herblore the whole time, so it's not complete XP waste. Real quick, this green guard right here has to be set up before training this method. It's to make sure you can always run by him because he is stuck looking at the water. Anyway, the moving guards are always something I need to stay behind and make sure they don't catch me. It requires very little brain power, but it's still some thinking. This is why you'll occasionally see me chilling and just making pops while waiting for them to move. Fortunately, the run back is always prime AFK time. It's a solid 10 to 20 seconds of running back to DJ Khaled for the next artifact. It makes it easy to set up my ult exactly when my last potion will be used, that way I waste minimal herblore XP. Of course, during workdays, I'm still doing birdhouse runs. I'm currently up to 61 hunter, and it's kind of awesome. I don't know why, but for some reason it took me like 6 days to remember that I have to do farm runs. Mahogany trees grow every 3, but I guess I forgot about them since it's been so long since my last farm run. I just remembered now during this birdhouse run, so immediately after this, I'm heading to my trees to do my first farm run post 99 woodcutting. So now I'm just very quickly trading it over, that way I don't have to hit the bank and I can run immediately from here to the trees. The cool part about growing mahogany trees is that they give 15,000 experience each and they're only like a 55 farming requirement. So I'm about to be flying through some levels. There we go, just like that, gaining a whole 2 levels of farming. Hopefully we'll be back within 3 days, but if not, I'm sure I'll find the farming XP somewhere. Let me show you guys how each house goes so that you have an idea of how general gameplay works. I'm going to be starting out with the worst house, Southwest. Keep in mind of a couple things. I'm training Halberd and thieving. I have an Uber that trades me potions, and it's very important for that Uber to make sure I'm never running and not training Halberd. I'm not sure if I consider this 0-time thieving or 0-time Halberd XP, but I mean, like I said, it's good thieving XP, and the Halberd is honestly just extra. So I guess in a way, it's 0-time Halberd. So I just gotta run basically all across Zaya to hit this ladder. Once I click up the ladder, I see this vault which I can then use my lockpick on. Walking back down the ladder, the guard will always be walking in circles and will never consistently be on the same tile each lap. In this specific example, I have to wait for him to pass before going, otherwise he'll catch me. Right here is honestly a great spot to trade over potions, so I'm going to quickly do that. This upcoming guard on the mini bridge is one of the most painful guards. You have to be sure you're never diagonal or in front of him, but you can be to the side of him. You can use these barrels around me to kind of line up and make sure that he doesn't see me. If the walking guard is on the other side of this square, which he is in this scenario, I just need to run across and make pots, and then I can AFK until I grab the new artifact. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Next house, being the second longest, is Northwest. It's kind of the same concept, but not having to run south at the end is so convenient in terms of time per lap. If you remember from the chart, it's a whole 10 seconds quicker, which might not sound like much, but that's 15% faster. Given that this is the second longest and already 15% faster, I'm sure you guys can see why sometimes when DJ Khaled doesn't want to give me north or southeast, this method can get painful. I noticed a common question that I got asked when streaming was people were asking what's in my inventory on the bottom between the stam and the coins. Bear in mind we're stealing artifacts from the vaults. That artifact has to go somewhere in my inventory. So as soon as I turn it in, the spot opens again. But if you do see something there and you've probably never seen it before, like this casket, just keep in mind it's just an artifact. I don't want to say the timing of the trades can always be relied on to be in the same spots every lap, but it is typical for me to trade over the pots right after exiting the square. Now that I got these pots, I can AFK a bit. So I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go clip my toenails while I wait. Alright, house number 3, the western one. The last one across the annoying bridge. This one is only 5 seconds faster than the northwest, so it's not the biggest difference like the southwest. I'm just saying though that southwest house is dreadful. If you look here, I actually do a pretty risky click where I nearly get caught, but actually it's pretty necessary to do this if you want to get decent rates, which I will be showing after all these examples. If I didn't click here in time, I would have had to sit idle for probably a solid 5 to 10 seconds while the other guy came around and then wait for him, and it's a pain in the ass. It ends up making my lap 10% longer than it needed to be. When you think 10% of a whole hour, a whole 6 minutes, that's pretty huge. Anyway, now that I can AFK on the way back, I guess I can go do a load of laundry real quick, so I'll be right back. Next 3 houses are all the fun houses. These are all pretty close, and I do get some nice serotonin whenever I see these houses being listed. I don't have to deal with a really annoying bridge guard, and time-wise, they definitely make my XP an hour go up. And everybody knows higher numbers equals happier gamer. The trading on these 3 houses is where it can get more all over the place. Since they're small laths, there's no real consistency to it, so the trade could be anywhere really. There's just these 2 guards on this house I need to watch out for, but both are very easy to just sit and wait for. So as you can see here, I'm waiting a couple ticks for this one to go, and then I'm just on my way back and I get some more AFK time. I know I'm being sarcastic most of the time when I say AFK time, but I genuinely do mean that I love this method because there was genuine downtime where I could just think to myself for a few seconds. Overall, this method with Halberd was a lot of fun. Alright, just 2 more houses to go. Let's jump right into the north one. Theoretically, this one is a faster lap than the southeast. I love this house, I really do, but I do prefer the southeastern one. You'll see why in 2 seconds. Remember that guard walking around here? Sometimes you gotta wait for him to move a little, so you just kinda sit here for a bit. To my knowledge, there's no way around this, and it can be one of the most downtime things, but at least the house is already close, so I mean, I still like this house a lot. Now that we're out of there, we click very far and do one of those things called AFK. I already clipped my toenails and did my laundry while running on this AFK time. What do you guys think I should do next? I guess I could go get a life and go outside. Never mind. Final house, boys, and definitely the easiest. Southeast. There's only 1 guard to worry about here, because the other guard, just like the other green one, is trapped behind a barrel. This one is honestly requiring 0 brain power, and usually I shut off my brain while doing this house. It's also very quick, which is cool. Since I saw the guard already walking towards me, I know it's gone by the time I'm up the ladder and stolen the goods. So once I'm down off the ladder, I just path this properly to the right tile, and then I'm chilling again. Now that we know all 6 houses, let's take a look at some big level ups we made throughout the week while doing this. If you remember at the start of this episode, I was 85 Halberd and 89 thieving. Unfortunately, I did not get all of my levels recorded, but here I am hitting 89 Halberd. Right after, just now, I'm hitting the big 90. Around here is where I started to remember to show my XP rates on the screen, so if you were curious about the XP rates of this method, take a look on screen in this and the following clips. I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but the book that I use to teleport every lap only goes up to 32 charges with my current requirements. For whatever reason, Jagex does not allow this to be charged at a bank, so what I need to do is teleport and charge it at some statue thing every 32 laps. The good thing though is that I can trade Halberd the whole time, so technically it doesn't really make any difference. Coming up, we got the halfway mark with Halberd, hitting level 92. All of this love for Halberd levels, but keep in mind guys, I promise I'm still training thieving. Here I am hitting 93. If you remember at the beginning of the video, I said I had 2 days off work where I ended up gaming super hard. One day, I didn't reset my tracker at all and just spent the whole day doing Halberd plus thieving. These were my rates near the end. Over the course of 8 hours-ish, I averaged 215k an hour thieving and 275k an hour Halberd. Just to give you an idea of how OP this method is in terms of EHP and hours saved, Halberd at a bank with this pot is roughly 460k an hour. The best thieving method an hour at this level is 280k at Pyramid Plunder. Bear with me because we're going to look at numbers and fractions, but this means that 215 out of 280k an hour thieving is 76.7% thieving EHP, and the 275 out of 460k an hour for Halberd is 59.7% EHP. If you add these together, I averaged 36% over EHP over a span of 8 hours. That's actually an insane number. That means in just this one session, I saved over 2 hours on the way to max total on this account, going by EHP rates. Here I am, quickly banging out 94 thieving. Let's go, boys, only 5 more levels to go. Followed by 93 Halberd. So I'm just about to hit 94 Halberd, and I'm actually going to be stopping around here. Don't worry though, I'm not stopping thieving. We will keep zooming through thieving, however, we're just moving to another skill to train while running. Next skill to do with thieving is fire making. Thankfully you guys already understand the houses, so I don't need to bleed into your ears for another 7 minutes explaining this method. It's the same concept, I have to burn logs while moving. It's actually much harder than thieving, but it is efficient, so I'm going to be doing it. There's only a couple extra mechanics you guys should know about fire making with this. The first mechanic being, when you light your first log, it takes forever. I don't know the exact amount of ticks, but if you notice, it takes me like probably 5, 6, maybe even 7 ticks to light my log. But if you notice, when I light my second log immediately after, it's much quicker. That one only takes 4 ticks. In addition to this, it might be wise to take note that your character moves 1 square west each log. So in order for me to avoid the first problem of the first log taking forever, I use a knife on a teak log to start a 3-tick cycle, just like woodcutting. This allows me to use the tinderbox on the log before I finish the cycle, and it will take over the action and light my log immediately, so I don't have to bend over and all that stuff. After this, I can continue on with 4-tick cycles. Bearing in mind that I always move 1 tile west when lighting a log, if you look closely, you can see my character move only 1 square while running instead of the usual 2, because I am being pushed west while lighting my log. Notice how right here I am only 1 tile ahead of my fire. When you run in this game, you're running 2 tiles at a time, so it's pushing me 1 tile west. In a way, this means that every time I am being pushed back 2 tiles running this way, I'm losing a tick. Personally, I still think it's well worth the 350 firemaking XP per log. Of course, it's the same thing when running west. I am being pushed an extra tile. If you look at the fire and where I am standing on the next tick, you'll notice I actually skipped a square. This can be useful information if you're trying to speedrun a friend and you need to win by a tile or something. So go on out guys, bet your friends 100 mil, and be sure to split the profits with me. That's basically it for this method. The past week I was doing thieving, and half of it I did herb with, the other half I did fire making. Now let's get some fire making levels. Sit back and enjoy me occasionally misclicking fires. So I'll be completely honest, I noticed immediately that I don't think I'm going to have enough thieving XP left to line up 99 fire making and thieving at the same time. It looks like thieving is going to be way sooner. Let's see how they go. Just now, I'm hitting halfway to level 99, which is level 92. My overall thoughts on this method? If you're looking to just train thieving and you don't want to do early nights or something, just do this method. It's so easy thieving XP an hour and you don't have to multi-skill. Just look up a proper guide or even the wiki for the proper setup. If you remember, I mentioned in the beginning of the video that I'm making a community Discord. Feel free to ask me about it in there and I'll help you out. If you're looking to challenge yourself, I would overall say fire making is way harder, but the trickiest part for herb is the fact you have to control your ult as well. For fire making, you don't trade nearly as often as you do with herb, so if you're not good at running multiple accounts, you'll struggle with herb. Oh yeah, if you see me dropping logs and not fully fire making them, it just means I'm bad at clicking. Just a heads up. So if you want to make money and pick up these redwood logs, it's pretty good GP an hour. Here I am just about to hit 96 thieving, and I'm still only 92 fire making, so it's not looking great. Here are my rates on the screen. Now hitting level 93 fire making. Now jumping to the next number, 94 fire making. I'm still level 96 thieving, so I'm starting to feel some hope of catching up. Unfortunately, there comes a time where I have to level up the purple skill. I'm just about to hit 97 thieving. If I didn't make it clear enough, I very much want to hit 99 fire making right before 99 thieving or around the same time, so I'm not crazy about this level. But at least we can say we're one level closer to finishing our 4th 99. I'm sure I'll figure something out. There's the level up. Thankfully, back to leveling the good skill, 95 fire making, boys. Here comes more good, 96 fire making. There's only so much time in a week, and I want to make weekly episodes, so the answer is no, I will not be finishing any 99s this episode. Let's take a look into what my final stats and EHP are this week. Here they are. I managed to snag up 98 thieving, but I'm still only 96 fire making. I calculated what I'm going to be finishing 99 thieving at, and it's roughly going to be 1 to 1.4 mil fire making XP off. I'm going to have to figure something out for the rest of it, so stay tuned to see what I end up doing. For my other levels, I literally only did thieving this week. I gained a lot of herb and fire making levels because you can do it passively with it, so that's pretty awesome. I'm also nearing 1450 total, so hopefully we'll see that in the next episode. EHP wise, we're at 227 efficient hours played. This brings us to about 23.6% of the way to max cape. We're nearing a quarter of the way there, guys. This is epic. Playtime will be leaked either next episode or the one after. Stay tuned. I can give you guys a small hint. You can expect me to be way ahead of my actual playtime due to all of the over EHP I've done the past week. Anyway guys, if you've managed to watch me run in circles around a dock on a 2007 ping game for the past 20 minutes, my hat is off to you. Hopefully you learned a few obscure things about skilling in this game. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, sub, comment, and check out the links below in the description. See you next week. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 9 of the Max Cape Speedrun series. My name is JCW, and back in 2020 I completed a long-term goal of mine, 200 mil in all non-combat skills on a level 3. 2 years later, I decided to jump back into the skilling scene, where I created this account, with the goal of maxing in the shortest playtime possible. Of course, being a main account, there are no restrictions. All I have to do is move my cursor and click while my experience goes up. Throughout the series, I am showing weekly updates with all the methods I am using, meaning no secret methods. On the left, you guys can see my stats from last week. I spent the week doing artifacts, meaning training thieving and either Halberd or fire making along with it. If you remember near the end of the episode, I mentioned how I wanted to be 99 fire making around the same time as thieving. Unfortunately, that did not look as promising as I wanted it to be. Here I am already just about to hit 97 fire making, and geez, if you look, I'm already a quarter of the way to 99 thieving. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm worried, as I'm sure I can find other stuff to fire make during. But, at the end of the day, this is a 1,000 hour speedrun, so I'm not expecting perfection on my first run. And it wouldn't be the end of the world if I have to GE fire make for 1 hour. Yo guys, thank you for subscribing. I'm now at 13.4k, so I'm kind of close to 15. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. It will make you a king and it will make me happy. For the kings already subbed, thank you, and don't forget to like and comment. Here I am about to hit 98 fire making. And you can see I'm nearly 90% of the way to 99 thieving. So I'll be roughly 1 mil XP off by the time I'm done with thieving, which again, isn't the worst thing ever, and we will find other things to train fire making during. Do I have it planned right now? No. But will I figure it out? Yes. I'm kind of a dumbass for this, but thankfully I was streaming on Twitch while finishing up 99, and somebody made it clear to me that Morning's End Part 1, which is a very much needed quest, actually gives me a significant thieving XP reward. I was aware that quests give some XP and I was going to go slightly over 99, but I didn't expect the reward to be a whole 25k thieving XP. This is a solid 6 or 7 minute save, so unfortunately for the video, but thankfully for the run, I'm going to be stopping thieving 25,000 experience off. Sorry guys. Overall though, I had a lot of fun with this skill. Halberd especially, it felt super easy and relaxing to do. Fire making was a bit more of a challenge, but it was fun challenging myself to see what XP rates I could get. But yes, artifacts, just like woodcutting, you will be missed by me. And here we go guys, 23k off, basically 99 now, so I can move on to what's next. We'll get the official fireworks in the video where I do Morning's End Part 1, but for now, enjoy these fake ones. Boom, 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 boom. 99 thieving. Next, I decided to knock out a couple quests that I'm going to be needing long term, just for some extra firemaking XP. Doesn't matter when I do these quests, so I figured get them out of the way now. It's annoying to light logs while running and questing, but it's better than nothing, and I kinda did this to myself by not finishing 99 with thieving. Here I am completing Temple of Ikov. My clicks are all over the place. I'm pretty sure they're horrible because I was panicking and really trying to squeeze in as much firemaking XP as I could. Oh well, there's the first quest complete. Funnily enough, I wasn't recording, but I logged out in the area with that troll you have to kill, and when I logged back in, it bonked me for a 32. That's why you see that I'm pretty much almost dead. Thank Guthix and every other RuneScape god, excluding myself, that we did not die. Here we go boys, quest number 2 of this episode complete. Next up, a Grandmaster quest and everybody's favorite, Desert Treasure. Thankfully, since I got those fireworks for 99 thieving earlier, this is actually a really easy pickpocket, or lock, whatever it is. I know some people do this at early thieving levels and end up spending way too much time here. I'd always recommend being at least 80 to 90, especially those who play Iron Man. You need thieving early on for GP anyway. After running through this hell they call a pyramid, finishing this up, and now I'm unlocking Ancients. So what skill is actually next? To those wondering, the answer is Driftnet, which is thieving and hunter experience. It takes place underwater, and because of that, I need an untradeable drop from these guys called flippers. So here I am cannoning them. Oh wait, I forgot to mention, I never did the mini quests you need to do to unlock them. And yes, I'm a genius when it comes to early game knowledge. Okay, so I'm back after doing the mini quest, which was talk to somebody 2 times with 3 items in my inventory. Going back to what I was saying, I need flippers to start drift netting. These guys have a 1 in 64 drop rate for it. Every kill, I have to use a fishing explosive on the spot in order to make him spawn. I try to declaw Spec as much as I can. Other than that, I have my cannon hitting twice every time it does a spin, so he dies fast either way. Here is kill number 2. I got so excited when I saw the untradeable drop, but of course it was a mud skipper hat. Slightly more common at a 1 in 25 rate, but hopefully the flippers will come soon. I'm going to be skipping ahead a bit, but here's some basic gameplay. I'm actually having a lot of fun spec transferring and calling. It makes me really look forward to Slayer, which unfortunately, as you guys know, comes at the very end of this series. Here is my second hat. How many hats will we get? Since I'm cutting clips, there's 2 things you guys can use to see my measurements of how long this is taking. The first one is a timestamp in the chat box. I got my last hat at 16 and now it's 25, meaning it's been 9 minutes. The second is my fishing explosives in my inventory. I started at 250 and I use 1 per kill, so easily just subtract the number it currently is by 250 and you'll find my current KC. So in this example, 250 minus 185 equals my 55th KC. So KC number 56, getting our 3rd hat. I really hope I get flippers sooner rather than later. Coming in on nearly 100 KC, I'm kind of losing my mind at the moment. I mean, the only thing keeping me together is at least declaw specking and spec transferring myself is really fun. These things die so fast, it's pretty funny. Okay, another hat. From now on, I'm gonna have a counter. Of course, on my 100th kill, my brain stops responding and I use my Dragon Simi spec. And double, of course it's another hat. The thing that makes this so frustrating is, if you remember, I got my first hat at 1616, meaning it's been 16 minutes and I still haven't done this. This series is good because numbers go up, right? So why not have my 6th hat? We did it, boys. We leveled up our strength. As a reward for my strength level, this game will give me another hat. KC 138, I mean, why not have an 8th hat? Nearing 150, give me my 9th hat. What if I told you guys this journey is about to end? Would you believe me or expect to see me here for the next 10 minutes? That's right, we did it. KC number 156. Thank God I'm out of here. I genuinely got so excited that I typed in public chat. Now that I have flippers, all that's left for me to do is get a fishbowl to breathe in and an apparatus thing so I don't drown underwater. To get these, I just need to start RFD Pirate Pete. Completion is not necessary, and you only need to do like the first 30 seconds of this quest. So, you guys can see me do it right here. I'm not going to bother continuing with this, and I don't think this quest is needed in my plan to max cape, so I will not be returning to this. Of course, right here, I accidentally re-clicked it when his chat box just disappeared for like 5 seconds, so that's a rip 30 seconds. I don't really understand why JX has some quests like that, where like the chat box disappears for 5 seconds and then comes back, but I'm sure I'm not the only one that messes up there. Final part before you guys meet my new home for the next few weeks. I just gotta teleport to fishing trawler and talk to the guy, and he gives me everything I need to go underwater. We did it, boys, we're ready for DN. My mahogany trees are ready, so I'm quickly going to do a farm run before jumping in. As you can see, I have a tinderbox and knife and teak log in my inventory so I can get some fire making XP. Unfortunately, I think I forgot my redwood logs, so I think my fire making XP will not happen this farming run. Hopefully for future farm runs I won't forget them so that I can finish up that 99 fire making somewhere. As you can see, I have slightly over 1 mil XP to go, so it would be nice to get a head start and start chipping at it. Just hit 59 farming this run, that's pretty epic. Now let's take a look at drift netting. Welcome to DN, guys, aka DriftNet. This is our home for the next few weeks, or however long 99 Hunter will take me. I'm not going to go in depth about training during this episode, so take this kind of as a sneak peek for the next episode. I did, however, just hit the big 7-0 for Magic. GG. While I have you guys here, let me talk a bit about my hours played. If you remember, 5 weeks ago in my 5th episode, I leaked my time played. I don't leak it every episode because I think it's more fun to keep suspenseful. Plus, I can hide some embarrassingly awful stuff that I end up doing throughout the weeks. Anyways, next week is episode 10. I honestly cannot believe it's already been 10 weeks since I started this series. You are all kings. Thank you for the massive support that you've been giving me since the beginning. On episode 10, it's time for me to leak my playtime again. Be sure to expect that in the next episode. As usual, the lower levels kind of fly by, so I'll just leave my XP here while I talk about my current stats and EHP for the weekly updates that I always go through. Here are my current stats. I would say that I had a busy-ish week being back to school, but I played as much as I could, and especially on the weekend. Overall, I'm pretty happy with my results. Keep in mind that I'm actually 99 thieving, questing XP does not count. Plus, you all attended my 99 thieving fireworks. So in skills that I've trained, I finished up this week with 61 farming, 73 magic, 80 fishing, and 78 hunter. I don't know how many weeks DN will be, but like I said, I'll be here and nowhere else until 99 hunter. Be sure to check out my Twitch streams, as I will be live streaming as much as I can of this method especially. It's super easy to interact with chat, and we always have lovely talks. I put the link on the screen and it will also be in the description down below. EHP wise, we're at 246 now. Out of 962 efficient hours played for max cape, we are 25.5% of the way there, meaning it took us 10 weeks to officially hit a quarter of the way. Hopefully things pick up IRL time wise, but at the end of the day we only care about in-game anyway, so let's just hope that that stays a solid amount. As I always say, thanks for the support. I would like to say an especially big thanks to people supporting me on Patreon. One guy with a huge crown actually chose the max option. You're a big king, man. I will be ending the video here, guys, so TY for watching. As always, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. See you next week. Peace out. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 10 of the Speedrun Max Cape series. My name is JCW, and after hitting 200 mil in every stat on my level 3 skiller, I've decided to set a new goal for myself: achieve a max cape in the shortest gameplay time possible. Of course, being a main account, there are no restrictions. Anything that exists in the game I'm allowed to use, so all I have to do is simply log in and click as my XP goes up. Throughout the series, I will be showing weekly updates so you guys can see how long IRL time this takes, with other obligations considered. On the left, you guys can see my stats from last week. If you remember, I finished 99 thieving, and then got my flippers to start my next journey, which is DN. I showed a little gameplay of DN in my last video, but today I'm going to be going into the nuts and bolts of the method. Many of you may be wondering, what exactly is DN? Am I just trying to make a shitty joke? The answer is no. DN stands for DriftNet. DriftNet is a method that has been out in the game for ages, but wasn't utilized until later on. After a RuneLite update that made it as easy as those Facebook games you all played as kids, the rates you can achieve here are huge. As you can see in the screen, in a way, this is nearly 0-time hunter XP, meaning that my fishing XP rate would be roughly the same at any other alternative, including 3-tick barb fishing or 2-tick swordfish. The 0-time concept comes from the fact that I'm earning the same fish XP per hour, but on the side I'm gaining 122k hunter. The coolest thing about this method, in my opinion, is that anybody can do it. While you do see me clicking everywhere and constantly, you will also see that I'm not tick manipulating or doing anything complicated. So this has me wondering, why isn't every person in the game doing this method? My personal opinion, I don't think many people know how good it actually is. I never did this method back when I did 200 mil all, and when I started this series, I did early fishing normally because I didn't fully comprehend how OP this method actually is/was. Anyways, let's get started on what I'm actually doing. When doing this method, there are a few things to do to make sure you're always at 118k plus hunter XP per hour. Also, if I mention XP rates at any point during this video, please note that it's only for level 70 and above. XP stops scaling after level 70, meaning you get the same XP rate at level 70 as you do at 99, but at level 69, you get significantly lower. Let's start this right from the beginning. There's actually a few very basic things that I noticed some people asking me throughout the week while I was streaming that are not as obvious as I imagined. To begin, for this method, you need 4 items: the diving apparatus, fishbowl helmet, flippers, and merfolk trident. Once you grab these 4 items, you can head down to the DN location on Fossil Island. You have to make sure you weigh less than 27 kg at the start. Yes, you will need staminas, and also always bring noted DNs. Each unnoted one is basically an unnoted fast food meal, so you'd weigh too much starting with them in your inventory. If they are noted, they won't weigh you down. Make sure you are not wearing your trident. However, the second you enter the room, before you weigh over 27 kg with the unnoted DNs, you can wear it. And I guess it'll lock in your weight. I don't fully understand the mechanic, but once it's wielded, you'll be able to continually run no matter how much you weigh. Versus if you were to wear it after weighing over 27 kg, you won't be able to run, you'll be stuck walking. That's how you start this method, so how about you guys start hitting that subscribe button? I hit 15k subs yesterday, which is huge. Let's keep it going. Maybe I can do an AMA or something at 20k if you guys are interested. Let's also not forget that it is episode 10, meaning I'm going to be leaking my playtime this episode. Be sure to stay tuned to see how positive or negative I am in EHP, and potentially a new goal for my account to finish in a certain playtime. If you guys like in-game fireworks, here I am just about to hit 82 fishing. Nothing huge here, but at least it's a total level closer to the maximum cape. Jumping back into mechanics, let's take a look at this. Remember how I mentioned the RuneLite plugin? This needs to be changed as soon as possible. The default timer for this is 10 ticks, but it should be 38. This means that a fish will re-highlight after 38 ticks of being tagged and still not going into the DN. 10 ticks is useless because there's still a high chance of it going into the DN after that. Next, take a look at my screen here. The red tiles that I have marked, you'll want marked as well. I split the screen into 3 sections. 1 and 3 are the outside sections, and 2 is the middle. Ideally, you want to prioritize the fish in 1 and 3, but you don't want to constantly run back and forth. So try to camp in one of them, and on your way over to the other, tag as many fish in the middle as you can without going too far out of your way. The fish will respawn in the same tick they go in the net, so always be aware of that. The fish that are tagged in 1 and 3 will most of the time go directly into the net. The ones in the middle, however, can sometimes be tricky. I don't know what exactly is their problem, but sometimes they'll just stay in the middle despite tagging them, while others will be a good fish and move towards the nets. Be aware that sometimes you'll have to re-tag them if they stay in the middle. The final mechanic for maximizing your XP rates is replacing the DNs. You can clearly see on the screen that it says X out of 10. Once it hits 10, it's full and has to be replaced. If you want to maximize your XP rates, you'll practically never want it to be full. From my experience, if it's 6 out of 10 or more and you're about to switch sides, you're going to want to replace it before going to the other side. To replace it, you'll be discarding your fish, but you should be doing that anyway. The fish you get is so minuscule in terms of GP, and it takes roughly 15k DNs to get 99 from 44 Hunter. Now I'm no baller, but 45 mil for 99 Hunter and 96 fishing for that price seems like quite a good deal to me. Let's take a look at how to replace DNs. When it's under 10, you'll have a confirmation screen where you have to hold down 1 in order to replace it. Because of this, my fingers typically rest on my 1 key, and the second I click a net and I'm ready to replace it, I'm already holding it down. The DN on this corner is 9 out of 10, and I know I can replace it before that fish goes in. That way I don't just sit around waiting for it to go in. Here's a slowed down clip of what exactly replacing a DN before 10 should look like. I clicked harvest while holding down my 1 key to confirm I wish to remove the DN. The same tick that I knew it registered, I clicked the DN again, meaning it will put up another. Like I mentioned earlier in this video, this method really is just like playing a basic game on Facebook when you were younger or some kind of mobile game. We really just have to click the colorful squares, and in return our fishing and hunter numbers will go up. I got asked a lot throughout the week if Ironman can do this method. It is technically doable on an Ironman, but I personally would not recommend it. It's an insane amount of preps to make the DNs. Apparently you have to farm jutes or something like that. Going to 99 or 200 mil, it technically is efficient, but the difference is so minuscule compared to a main where you can just buy the DN and get these rates. Okay, that was surprisingly a lot of explanation for such a simple method. Hopefully I explained this well enough to where you guys won't need to ask any questions and can immediately jump in and get 118k an hour Hunter XP. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to join my community Discord in the description below and I will answer you one-on-one as soon as I can. Quick disclaimer, if you guys notice my XP rates varying as much as 5k between clips, it's because the RNG on this method can screw me over massively. Sometimes a bunch of stepfish could end up stuck in the corner and need help getting unstuck. This would cause my rate to plummet. It can be frustrating at times when I'm trying to get the max XP, but if you're just aiming for 118k Hunter, which I would if I was a normal account, it shouldn't be a big deal and it should be quite easy. If you look closely, you should be able to see how my XP drops sometimes become much less frequent at times like this. A bunch of fish are gathering in the corner. To my knowledge, there's nothing I can do, it's just RNG and I have to hope for the best. Here I am just about to hit 83 fishing. Following that and a much better XP rate later, I'm hitting 83 Hunter. My kings and queens, it's finally happening. After many attempted farm runs to bring my tinderbox, logs, knife, and redwood logs, I finally managed to do a full farm run where I gained firemaking XP. This farm run resulted in me gaining 4,200 firemaking XP. You may be wondering what this means. If I have 1057k left to go, I only need to do 251 more of these farm runs. Assuming I can do this once every 3 days, I can 0 time all of my 99 firemaking through farming in 755 days. Not sure what you guys are doing in 755 days from now, but I'm attending my 99 farming party. If you subscribe, I'll be your reminder so you don't have to, so hit that button. Anyways, we managed to knock out 62 farming from this run. Now I just gotta continue lighting the logs on the way back, and then we're back to the DN prison. If you guys don't mind, ignore the fact that I failed to light that first log and pretend I did. Here I am about to hit the nice round 85 fishing. As you can see, it looks like my hunter is very close to my fishing level now, so I'll probably be catching up soon since I'm going to be finishing hunter first due to the higher XP rates on it. Remember that I was already 75 fishing when I started here and only like 64 hunter, so my fishing had a big head start. 2 levels later, at 87 Hunter, I finally leveled up before fishing. Hunter is now in the lead. Okay, now it's time to swallow my pride and get this one out. Early on in episode 2, I ended up doing 3-tick barb or 2-tick swordfish for fishing levels. This was insanely inefficient. In my defense, I wasn't going as hard as I am now back then, but this was a huge mistake for this account. According to the numbers, I lost about 7 hours on the way to Max Cape by not doing DN early on. I know you guys might not trust my numbers due to my mistakes in the last episode, where for some unknown reason, my brain forgot how to do basic math. But trust me, my friend ended up calculating this for me. This hour loss this early on is quite painful, but I mean, I have to say, I'm quite happy with every other route that I've done so far, so I'm not going to be too depressed over it. This just means I gotta play harder somewhere else to make it up. I think I can comfortably say that I'm putting in way more effort now than I was in the first few episodes, especially considering my goal time for finishing the Max Cape changed by a whole 240 hours. Let's hope I find some weird and crazy stuff for the skills I have left. Here we go, I'm just about to hit 87 fishing. This is a rate that I wish I could maintain all the time, but unfortunately I am simply not good enough. 8800 boys. I don't think I actually explained why I'm doing bolt enchant over alking, so let me do that right here. When you cast alk, click a fish, then alk, I have to click the fish again. However, when I click a fish, then bolt enchant, the need to click a fish again after that is negated. Sometimes I click after anyway just because I like clicking, but it's not necessary. On top of this, I mean, I legit get more XP per cast with bolts as well. It's definitely a method for kings. Here I am hitting 88 fishing. This is definitely the slowest seal I've done so far, but after a week, I'm hitting 89 fishing now. It's not even halfway to 99, which in some way is kind of scary, but at the same time, I'm relatively happy with the progress. I think I played roughly 30 hours or so the past week, which isn't bad considering full-time work plus student. I did think I was going to be done for the week, but I decided to do a last-minute gaming session where I heavy focused magic, and wow, I cannot believe the rates I managed to hold for this. Magic XP doesn't really matter at the end of the day since I know I'll be getting 99 by the time I'm max, but I found this quite interesting. Thankfully, I managed to hit 90 fishing for this week's episode. Now that we're at a round number, let's take a look at our final stats for the week. On the left, I'll have my stats from a week ago, and on the right are my current stats. This way you guys can see the difference easily and don't have to flip back to the beginning of the video. Nothing super cool here, I mean I jumped a whole 10 fishing levels on top of the 0-time hunter levels. In addition to this, we managed to gain 1 farming level, and of course let's not forget the 4.2k firemaking XP. Going by the past week, I'd say I have about 2 weeks left of DN, maybe 2.5 absolute max. The only other skills that will be this slow will be Agility, Slayer, and Mining. Don't quote me on it, but Agility and Slayer will probably be quite interesting. I understand that Mining and DN probably not as much. Oh yeah, we also creeped a little over 1500 total, so I guess that's cool that we unlocked a new total level world. EHP wise, we're now at 282. With the max EHP being 962, we're now 29.3% of the way there. And yep, as I promised you guys, it's episode 10. It is now time to leak my playtime. Could I get a drum roll, please? "10 days, 7 hours. Translating this to hours for you, this equates to 247 hours played so far. I'm 57 out of 154 quests, currently 106 quest points, and I'm only looking to be around the 150 to 155 this series. So I'm nearly done with questing. Comparative to my EHP, I'm 35 hours ahead. You may be wondering, is it possible/easy to hold 1-to-1 for the rest of my series? The answer I'll give you is yes. Until I finish crystal crafting and smithing, which is nearly 10-to-1 EHP, the hours that I am ahead will be the slowest time I'll max at. This means a couple of things. 1, the slowest time I could possibly finish max is now at 38 days and 15 hours. And 2, that number is off because when I get around to crystal crafting and smithing, it's gonna skyrocket. For those unfamiliar with the crystal method, it's basically an expensive method where it costs roughly 4 bill to hold 2.5 mil XP per hour in both crafting and smithing. It's practically free EHP on this series. I don't think I'm doing it anytime soon, but I will say I want my goal to be every 5 episodes where I release my EHP, I want to be slightly over the previous one. This means that in 5 episodes, I'm expecting to be more than 35 hours over EHP with my playtime. To be fair, I won't be doing anything tricky out of my way that I didn't already have planned just for extra EHP. I trust myself that I'll still be able to manage this. Anyway guys, take this into consideration of the hours that I've lost already for not knowing about DN. I consider it as an early lesson where I lost 6 hours, and I'm going to be more careful in the future. So stand by as I finish off this max cape in hopefully less than 35 days played. After seeing my XP rates this final hour, I might try to pay more attention to magic in future sessions. Obviously, I should have been doing that already, but I guess I never considered how much better one-ticking the bolts when changing rooms could be. All of that being said, I will see you guys next week. Be sure to check the links in the description, like, comment, and subscribe. If one of you comments on what DN is for those too lazy to watch, I won't be mad about it. Peace out, Kings. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and this is my Max Cape Speedrun series. After hitting 200 mil experience in all skills on my level 30, I decided to make a new goal, to achieve 99 in every stat in the shortest playtime possible. Welcome to episode 11, where I continue my journey underwater. DriftNet is such an amazing method if you still need hunter and fishing XP. Over the past week, I practically lived here. With lots of gains ahead of us in hunter and fishing, I managed to start properly one-ticking magic at appropriate times in order to achieve some fat magic gains this week as well. Of course, you can't trust the rates on screen at the moment because it's so early into the hour, but don't worry, that will be solved soon. Here I am, just about to hit the halfway point of DriftNet, 92 hunter. It's quite obvious as my hunter level is ahead of the fishing, but I'll say it anyway. I'm clearly going to be finishing 99 hunter before fishing, and I mean, as much as I would wish to finish them around the same time, hunter has to be first. It's always just kind of been the faster skill, and you can clearly see myself getting significantly higher hunter XP. Early on last week, I managed to do a farm run, and yes, I remembered my logs, tinderbox, knife, and teak log. I do want to say this, having to burn every lap feels excessive, so I have been thinking about just biting the bullet and finishing off fire making. Now hold up, pause for a second. Did I just gain fishing XP for failing to burn a log? I swear I'm not crazy, and if you guys comment below saying I fished a lobster nearby or something, I'm gonna lose my mind. I must have rewatched this clip about 15 times after I finished my farm run to see what I did, and I still cannot make sense of it. Even on the wiki, the only fish that gives 90 fishing XP is a lobster. Where have I ever fished a lobster or anything close to that? It couldn't be from DriftNet either because I get different fishing amount XP and I gain no hunter XP. Is this a new zero-time fishing meta? Probably not if you want to be realistic. After my farm run, I spent a bit walking around here on my alt just to see if there's like a fishing spot that was like blending in with the water or something, and I just could not find anything. It had to be the good old spaghetti code that this game is so known for. Anyway, moving on, assuming I don't accidentally light a fish on fire again, I'm gonna now finish my farm run. I managed to hit a farming level here. The farming progress has been relatively slow, but I have been asked a few times if I'm thinking farming will be one of my last 99s. I wouldn't say it's going to be the absolute last, but I have been lazy with it, so it might be near the end. Although I do want to add to that you can probably expect a huge pickup on the skill once I hit level 75. Unlocking magic trees gives about 13k XP each, and it's pretty much the same as mahogany, so I'll have no problem doing those every day. If I did somehow have farming as my last 99, I would not be complaining either. It just means I have to log in for 5 minutes every day. I'm now on my way back to the underwater city of Atlantis. Unfortunately, I do not have more zero-time fishing XP here, but at least we're slowly chipping away at the fire making XP. And we're back, and I'm just about to hit 91 fishing. There we go. Real quick guys, in my last video I got this comment that somehow disappeared like 10 minutes after I replied to it. It was mentioning how my mic wasn't the greatest and you could hear me spit in my mic or something like that. I wanted to let you guys know that I did read it, and over the past week I ended up buying a pop filter along with some foam, so I'm hoping that this mic sounds better. It's still the same microphone, it just has the extra add-ons, so please let me know down below if it's better or not. Thanks. You may be noticing that my magic XP this video is a lot better than last week's. What I'm doing this week is focusing on spam clicking and chant. If you look closely, while spam clicking and holding down spacebar, I can complete an action every 0.6 seconds. This means that I can do this 3 to 4 times when switching sides, and I mean, come on, look at these XP drops. This is one of my favorite parts of this method, it's just constantly flowing XP. For those that don't know what Enchant Bolt spell is, it's a spell that you've probably seen in your spellbook at level 4 but never touched. Personally, I've never touched it before this account. It's the same spell for enchanting all bolts from opal to onyx, but each one requires different runes. It's much faster than a lot of other methods that people use to zero time magic, but the cost is relatively expensive versus something like alching, which is 100% free and even profit. For my account specifically, early level magic is important to be done through multiskilling. Most people ice burst Slayer as its decent Slayer XP along with amazing magic XP, up to 250k an hour if I remember correctly. This gets them to 94, which is Ice Barrage, a stronger version of Ice Burst. Since I'm clearly only wanting the best Slayer XP an hour when I get to it, I need 94 magic by the time I start Slayer, because Ice Barraging is significantly higher DPS than bursting. With rates like these, I think I'm going to be quite happy with where I finish off magic level wise after Hunter. Anyways, enough with the magic, let's jump into a few levels. Here I am hitting the round level 80 magic. After 80 magic, I'm going to be hitting 93 Hunter. Following 93 Hunter, I'm getting the halfway mark on fishing. If it's not obvious, fishing is going to be my next 99 after Hunter, as I'll already be close by with it. Here's 92. Following 92 fishing, a Hunter level is coming up. Here is 94 Hunter. After that, 93 fishing has landed. I missed a screenshot for 82 magic, but I kind of want to talk about that for a little bit. You guys can see that I'm now also 82 magic, which I missed a screenshot of since clicking record is hard sometimes. Thing is though, 82 magic is a huge unlock for this account, or anyone who has money and likes runecrafting. At 82 magic on the Lunar Spellbook, you unlock Magic Imbue. This is a spell that can be casted every 12.6 seconds for 86 magic XP. Pretty cool passive magic XP, which is also relevant, but not what I was getting at. This allows me to make combination runes without having to use a talisman. This means that I basically just unlock the ability to do 99 runecrafting, because lava runes with the runners is the meta. Or at least, I was comfortable doing this until a few hours before I started editing, where while I was streaming, I was informed of a potential change. Many years ago, in a very far away place, I had to achieve 200 mil runecrafting on my level 3. How did I do it? I used runners at ZMI. The great thing about this place is that the XP per rune on Essence was significantly higher than any other altar, as it was all 70% extra, meaning if I use an Essence that would have given 10 XP, it would be 17 with ZMI. This is where everybody did their runecrafting back in 2018 and very early 2019, before Jagex decided to shoot it down. In May 2019, they removed the ability to trade Essence in here due to integrity, and thus that is why people do lavas nowadays. Now, you may be wondering why you just received one of JCW's finest history lessons. The reason is because of the info I learned today was this. There was a tweet a few days ago where somebody asked about trading Essence at ZMI, and Monash replied saying that it was a possibility. Now, a few months ago, they removed the runecrafting delay on every altar. When I was doing this, I had to wait 4 ticks between each craft. But if they made pure essence tradable at ZMI again, I would be able to sit at the altar and get 15 plus XP per essence while also having no delay on the altar. It sounds so much better than lavas. Of course, with every history lesson, there comes a quiz at the end. How many of you are still not subbed to me? Hit that button right now. Jumping back into the main game in the current year, I managed to do a whole 2 farm runs this week, and fire make both trips. Here I am hitting 64 farming. Also, just to wrap up my thoughts on RC and doing it soon or whatever, I think I'm going to be delaying it a bit. I'm honestly not sure because there's really not that many skills left for me to do that aren't locked behind something else. RC would have been perfect around this time. On top of that, with the magic abuse spell, I would have gotten 1 to 2 mil magic XP. Of course, I'm fully aware of the fact that XP rates will rise over time, but if this is a matter of me doing RC 2 months too early, and the fact that I might not even be done with this series by the time this is pulled or whatever, I'll be pissed. I already lost 7 hours on DN, so utilizing this would be ideal. Here I am, just finishing up my logs, trying to get some fire making XP so I can head back underwater to get to DN. And then this happens. Again, I'm not complaining, I just want to understand the mechanic. This time, I got 93 fishing XP. Again, where am I getting this fishing XP from? It's not from DriftNet, I can tell you that, but I mean, at least this time, I was able to also get the fire making XP. If anyone learns what this mechanic is, please let me know so that I can start my next series, which will be my 99 fishing from running across this peninsula account. Jumping back into DriftNet, here I am hitting 95 Hunter. After that, 94 Fishing is coming. After 94 Fishing, honestly I don't know guys, I think I might be getting a Runecrafting or Smithing level soon. The suspense is killing me. And never mind, it was just 96 Hunter. My bad guys. This is definitely going to be my last Hunter level if you guys want a weekly update rather than waiting until the weekend, so I'm going to end it here. I'm quite happy with my progress, especially if you know that I didn't even get to play last Tuesday and Thursday. I was way too busy and didn't even log in. I got all my motivation during the weekend plus a fat PTO on Monday and was able to smash out a lot of XP though. At this rate, I imagine I'm on track to finish 99 Hunter before next week. I'm not sure how long fishing will take in terms of IRL time, so stay tuned for that. The fact that I've spent only slightly over 2 weeks on DN is pretty huge though. This content is roughly a 105 to 110 hour grind, so it wasn't easy. Bear in mind, my goal was a max cape which is about 962 EHP. The funny thing is, out of that 962 EHP, I spend roughly 50% of my time doing 4 activities. If you guys want to see something cool, this is my EHP chart for my skills left from my current stats. If you add mining, slayer, agility together, and then throw like the 110 hours from DN, that adds to over 520 hours. That's already more than half the hours needed for max cape. Alright, let's finally take a look at my stats for the week. On the left hand side, you'll see my stats from last week. On the right, those are my current stats. Clearly, not many total levels, but at the same time, I sat underwater all week only training 3 skills, magic, hunter, and fishing. 2 out of 3 of those skills were already over level 90, so the level scaling didn't treat me the greatest as well. Here's another visual that shows just the gained levels from the past week. Jumping into EHP, I'm now at 320. This means I managed to play 38 hours efficiently since my last video. In just 1 week, that's pretty big, especially considering I didn't get to play for 2 days. With the goal being 962, we're basically 1/3 of the way there now. With all of that being said, this is going to be the end of this week. As it was my second week here, I hope to see you guys at a different location next week. As always, TY for watching, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Peace out, Kings. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 12 of the Max Cape Speedrun series. My name is JCW, and after hitting 200 mil in every stat on my level 3 skiller, I decided to set a new goal for myself. Achieve a max cape in the shortest gameplay time possible. Of course, being a main account, there are no restrictions. This allows me to do whatever it takes to reach my ultimate goal, achieving max total within 35 days of playtime. I'm sure you guys recognize where I am, which is DriftNets. I have been living here the past 2 weeks, and it looks like I am finally in the final stretch of it. Right here, I'm about to hit 98 Hunter, leaving me 1 more level until we move on to fishing. Here it is, 98. Following 98 Hunter, about 5/6 of the way through, I end up leveling fishing 1 more time. If you remember, I did fishing as one of my first stats and it was an awful mistake, so be aware that if you do a max cape normally, you will roughly be 96 fishing when finishing Hunter. I would strongly recommend not doing fishing normally before this, because since fish XP scales to level anywhere else, I'm going to be getting significantly better rates at this level than I did at level 50 to 75. Like I mentioned in the previous episode, it hurts my time to max heavily, but there's nothing I can do about it at this point. There goes 97 fishing. And finally closing the gap on Hunter, this is actually happening boys. I'm going to finish training my Hunter so I can move on to the next skill. I genuinely cannot believe it, it's been 2 weeks. There's actually more to this game than DNs. Honestly though, it's not like I totally hated this method, but I do want something more challenging. I don't mean to sound like an elitist, but I mean straight up, just clicking these squares and hoping the fish spawn close by gets old after so many hours. I can't necessarily improve or try to be tick perfect, which is what I love to do during challenging methods. Now, you can clearly see that I'm not less than 1k XP to 99, but I am less than 21k. This will all make sense in just a few seconds. Now, you may be wondering why Jagex's fireworks went off at 20k left for me. It turns out that there's a quest I'm going to be doing in the future that will give me 20k Hunter XP. Unfortunately for me, it also gives 20k Woodcutting, but I was too slow on recognizing that, so rip 6 minutes I guess. But the good news is, at least we recognize it for Hunter. Now we get to move on from underwater 15 minutes sooner than anticipated, which is awesome. So, my question for you guys. What has 8 legs and is one of the funnest words to say in the game of RuneScape? I'll give you a hint. It begins with KawamBAM. Well, that's the whole word actually. It's how I pronounce it anyway. While KawamBAMs are fish, it's not what I'm actively fishing. What I'm doing is barbarian fishing. This catches me leaping trout, salmon, and sturgeon. What is so amazing about these fish is that it gives a small strength and agility XP per catch, getting rid of the painful early agility levels that everybody dreads so much. The strength XP is pretty neat too. It gives me extra hits for more XP per hour for when I go back to combat. Now, what you are all probably wondering, why the hell am I using KawamBAMs to help me catch another fish? Is this 85 IQ or 185 IQ? Do fish make other fish more attracted to them? The answer is yes. You may recognize KawamBAMs as the food used for combo eating. Your RuneScape character can swallow a shark and a KawamBAM in 0.6 seconds, while most other foods need to wait 3 ticks before eating seconds. Not KawamBAMs though. I guess there's something about its pointy structure that makes it easy to eat with the shark or something. Anyway, because of this, KawamBAMs are a 2-tick action, which translates to me being able to 2-tick fish with it. If you look closely at my mouse, you'll notice that if I eat a KawamBAM and click the fishing spot in the same tick, I retrieve a fish 2 ticks later. Because you can't constantly eat food and there's a slight delay before the next one, I have to 3-tick every other fish. This means I had to get in the routine of 3-ticking one fish, moving to 2-tick, go back to 3-tick, back to 2-tick, and repeat. Needless to say, this method was definitely something new and unique for me, and it was a challenge. I spent like 10 minutes getting into the habit of it on my alt, where I would just bring an inventory of KawamBAMs, go through it, and then bank. I thought I had it down, so I tried doloing, and I was horrible at it. My peanut brain constantly jumbled the sequence that I was supposed to be in. For example, I would try clicking my alt after using a teak log, and then I would forget that it's time to KawamBAM, and I would teak log again, or some garbage like that. It kept happening for like 10 minutes, and I decided, alright, you know what, I'm only doing this for 20 hours, I might as well try to find some runners. It turns out many people are willing to run this for 4 mil an hour. The method was actually kind of fun when using a runner, and it wasn't nearly as complicated and I could just focus on the one account. My rates were nowhere near perfect. As you can see, I'm getting about 122k an hour in fishing at the moment. Normally, 3-ticking would be roughly 110 to 112k an hour, with near perfect rates of 3-ticking without Anger outfit. I would say overall, I'm getting roughly 10% faster XP an hour than I would be getting if I were doing normal 3-tick. I will say though, this definitely has potential to be a little better. Overall, it is a very hard method and I would never recommend doing this outside of a speedrun account, so I'm not going to beat myself up over it. If you're wondering why I'm not doing 2-tick swordfish, which would be roughly 130k an hour fishing, the answer is as simple as the strength and agility XP you get from this is massive for the account later on, and perhaps maybe even next episode. The XP rates you get in both agility and strength are 11k an hour, giving me roughly 200k XP all the way from 97 to 99. Including the experience I did earlier in this account, I'll easily be over level 60 agility and strength afterwards. I don't know about you guys, but never having to touch an early agility course sounds heavenly to me. One of my earliest memories in old school back in 2016 when I was starting on my main account was doing 50 agility at Varrock course. I was level 3 so I couldn't get into Canifis, and my god, it took forever. Oh yeah, so something I should mention. I was streaming this method around the time I hit 98 fishing, and somebody in my chat was explaining me the process of getting back into the cycle when falling off. I remember trying to do something and prove to explain that I knew what I was doing, but if you look at my gameplay here, I mean, you'll literally see the opposite. I think I just happened to do too many hours at granite mining. It's a completely different method to get back onto cycle when you fall off. The way fishing works is when you go off cycle, you're supposed to wait until you catch a fish and then continue on, meaning you 5-tick a fish and then you move back to the 3-tick cycle. When you're doing mining, when you fall off the 3-tick cycle, it doesn't matter, you just continue doing the 3 ticks. I'll explain more in depth when I get to mining now. Here I am hitting 98 fishing. Feels pretty good to already be close to my second 99 in the video. Unfortunately, this is my only farm run this week. I wanted to wait until I finished DN to do it, and I finished later in the week than anticipated. But the good news is, again, we remembered our tinderbox and everything, and got some more passive fire making XP. Here is level 66 farming. Is it just me, or did I game really hard this week? I finally remembered to record my agility XP on screen so you guys can see the XP per hour. Keep in mind that strength is the same exact experience. I'm already about 87% of the way to 99 fishing, and here I am just about to hit 62 agility. 62 agility is very big because it gets me to the second floor of Sepulchre. But Sepulchre is kind of an issue for me right now. For those who don't know what Sepulchre is, it's the must-do agility method all the way to 99. The experience rates here can get up to 50% more than what rooftops are, sometimes even more. The unique thing about Sepulchre is I like to describe the difficulty of this method as this is basically the inferno of skilling. Now hear me out, the reason I say this is because typically a skill method is just repeating the same small few mechanics thousands of times. When doing something that basic, in my opinion, it's pretty easy to catch on. But the reason why Sepulchre is so unique is there's so many different mechanics, tiles, and little things you can do to save ticks. I don't know if this is true or not, but based off of the 2 hours that I've practiced so far, memorizing some floors and paths is also really good and useful, and I have horrible memory. The reason I'm telling you guys this is because I'm probably going to need many more hours of practice before I get to it, and I wanted agility to be my next big grind. I believe I still plan for that to be the case, but I'm probably going to be slowing down on the account massively once I get all the requirements so I can practice more. I'm not going to push myself to get 110% at it, but I will be happy if I can maintain EHP rates comfortably. Anyways, enough ranting, here is finally 62 agility. I didn't expect to finish fishing by the time this video released, but I think I was just really excited to be through with DN, so I wanted to play more. Now, time for some embarrassing news. I am going to spoil something, which is I do get 99 fishing, but there's a little catch. So my friend mentioned he wanted to be in my video and offered to run me my final hour for free. So I said, heck yeah, I like saving 4 mil. So what I did was I'd finished this session until I had 1 hour left of fishing, and then I logged off until the next day to finish it. Now here's the problem. This is my top tier A+ content I have for you guys. I recorded this for a solid 20 minutes without noticing since I was focused on fishing. I was recording my alts client, and for whatever reason it was sized like this and frozen. And to be honest, I have no idea why it was frozen. It's quite the unfortunate situation, but at the end of the day, I'm only human. I at least quickly logged in to take the screenshot for you guys. And similar to how we finish Hunter, we're going to be finishing 99 fishing through requests later on in the series. So I stopped 10k off. 2 99s in one video? Hopefully that makes up for the failure recording session. Let's take a look at our progress this week. On the left, you'll see my stats from last week. On the right, it's my current stats. Of course, bear in mind that I'm basically 99 Hunter, fishing, and thieving. I just don't want to overcomplicate things, so for the sake of this, I'll leave them at 98 along with my total levels. Surprisingly, I gained a decent chunk of total level due to the free strength and agility XP, so that's pretty cool. Looking at an easier picture, here are my levels I've gained over the past week. Looking at an easier picture, here are the levels I've gained over the past week. Alongside it is my current EHP. Dividing my current EHP to the total EHP to max, we are now 37.8% of the way there. Anyway, now is probably the time to end. As always, TY for watching everybody. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you all next week, assuming Sepulchre doesn't mentally break me. Peace out. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 13 of the Max Cape Speedrun series. My name is JCW, and after hitting 200 mil in every skill in my level 3 skiller, I decided to set a new goal for myself. Achieve a max cape in the shortest gameplay time possible. Of course, being a main account, there are no restrictions. This allows me to do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, achieving max total within 35 days of playtime. Last week, we finished up training Hunter and fishing, and now we're on to our next small little journey, Wildy Slayer. There are two things that make Wildy Slayer worth it for me. 1. The points you get per task are the highest of any other Slayer Master, making it ideal for point boosting. And 2. There is no combat requirement. While Slayer Masters like Neve and Duradel require 85 and 100 combat to use, this gets my early combat levels out of the way, while also giving me a bunch of unlocks and Slayer points to use once I do start Slayer with Neve. A long time ago, I finished 20 wildy tasks for unlocking my Slayer Helm, and many months later, I am now here to finish my time in the wilderness. My goal will be to complete 50 tasks for the point reward of 375. This should give me enough combat levels to start with Neve, along with tons of points. Anyway, let's jump into the interesting stuff. My first task was Black Demons. These are 100% worth blocking at some point, however, I concluded they are worth it to me while I'm in the wildy. These are about 40 to 45k per hour Slayer with the method I'm doing, which I'll show later in the video since my rate wasn't on the screen at this time. Since I'm now 60 attack, I'm using Dragon Claws for Spec as often as I can. What I did was bring 7 alts to Spec transfer me, and whenever they hit 100% Spec, I cast another Spec transfer. They are all wearing a Lightbearer ring to restore their Spec 2 times as fast. I'm training strength on the claw specs, but I'm mainly trying to focus on defense training at the moment, since my defense is so low compared to everything else. Also, I don't know if I got lucky, but I did purposely do Wildy Slayer on a day I had off, so I started around 8 AM on a weekday. I very rarely get attacked, and for the most part, this was honestly a pretty smooth grind. You probably see me tagging Black Demons on one account, so let me explain how Slayer XP works. The way it works is that one person who deals the final damage gets half XP, and the person who deals the most damage gets the other half. This means that if I do the most damage and get the last hit, I'll get full XP. Unfortunately, during this task, I didn't know this mechanic. I mix it up with the Iron Man mechanic, which is once someone tags your monster, the maximum XP you can get is half. However, what I tried doing here was I got one Black Demon in the room down to 5 to 10% health, and then I would finish it off myself. This helped speed up the completion of the task. The next task I got was jellies. I generally got stuck for like an hour here trying to figure out what I want to do. It sounds simple. They are in the Slayer cave, so it's multi-combat, so I can just cannon them and gain lots of XP an hour. However, I knew there was a better way to do them. If my ult could tag them and pile them up, I could use AoE attacks to hit all of them at once. The only problem was, you need to be on task in order to hit them. Now my ult is 99 Slayer, but I have less than 200 points on it, and jellies are 1 in 36 tasks that Crystalia can assign. So, I gotta do the impossible here. And so, the impossible is done. I managed to get jellies somehow after 2 cancels, which is super lucky. This made things easy from here, or so I thought. I had an idea to AoE them, but I didn't know what with. I tried chinning, and it was shit. I tried D2H since I don't have D-Hally yet, and it was also shit. I wasn't 94 mage yet, so I couldn't Ice Barrage, and I didn't want to Ice Burst because that's such a low level. Yet somehow, my brain forgot one thing. There are barrages before Ice. So what I end up doing is I bring an Imbued Heart, and I can't Blood Barrage instead. Let me just say guys, this is a Slayer that I look forward to in the future. Logging in and out and just bodying a bunch of NPCs and repeating. This was by far my favorite task in the wildy, but unfortunately, due to my RNG, it was the only barrage task I got in all 50 tasks. My apologies for the poor placement on my ult. I swear I just quickly throw up a client on my recording and then start nerd-necking the accounts to make sure I wasn't dying. But you can easily see me barraging them through the little account and the XP drop showing on the other. This task was amazing. Anyway, sit back and enjoy for a bit while we gain some heavily over EHP Slayer XP. It was this moment that I realized logging out might have messed up my XP. If you look closely, I got a game message saying my task is complete, yada yada. I'm fairly sure this is just a visual bug, and my 30th task was already complete from the last task. I don't remember, and I didn't notice this until I started editing, but if any of you are knowledgeable about this, feel free to educate me and hopefully others down below in the comments. Now, let's actually finish this task. And here we go, boys. Finish that task. If you're curious about the XP rates, I showed them on screen. It's pretty awesome. Also, just to let you guys know, I didn't record any of the boring tasks. I get a lot of single combat quick tasks that are like 5 to 10 minutes and shitty XP, but it's good for points. My next task is a good example of that. Earth Warriors are garbage. I will see you guys at the next fun task. The next task that I got, and I did end up extending these with slaughter bracelets, was lesser demons. Lesser and greater demons, in my opinion, were one of the best experience besides the barraging tasks. I had the same old 7 spec transfer alts, and I was call specking as often as possible. But the awesome thing with these is, since they were only 110 HP and there was like 9 or 10 of them, I could hit each one only once or twice with crossbow on my alt, and then do the rest of the damage myself. It was very easy to keep up with. And there we go, boys, 58 Slayer. As you guys can see, I'm finishing up the task now, and I'm just at the flat 50k XP rate per hour. It's nowhere near the XP of barraging, but definitely one of the better tasks in comparison to anything that's single combat. Following this, grabbing my new task, and this was actually the only time I had to use a skip throughout all of this, I got Ents, which are a nightmare. I will see you guys at the next fun task. Next task, Mammoths, are also one of my favorites. This is a quick task, and I was too lazy to move all my spec transfer ults, which in hindsight, I probably should have done. But these die so fast, and as you can see, I'm trying to tag them on my ult with crossbow as well, so that I don't need to do as much damage. Remember, as long as my ult doesn't do over 50% damage, I get the full Slayer XP. These are significantly easier than anything I was doing in the Slayer cave. Something about them is just really quick and easy. Unfortunately, just like jellies, this was the only time I got assigned them. And here I am. Honestly, I can't tell if this is lesser or greater demons, but here's the XP tracker. Like I said, I enjoy extending these because in my opinion 45k an hour plus at this level is not the worst thing. I'm not sure if you guys noticed, I just noticed this for the first time. I don't bring food to any tasks. I am a free 1 to 2 mil, so any PKers can PK me and probably 10 times their rank. Here comes the absolute first machine. Now I obviously have no food, so I guess the question is, will I escape? Right. That was quite uneventful, guys. I think he got scared when I followed him on all my ults. I don't blame him though, I panicked too since I kind of forgot I was in the wildy since there was never any PKers. Anyways, moving on. If you guys couldn't tell, I got lesser and greater demons a lot. It was getting late at this point and PKers were logging in, so I decided to speed up this task with the bracelets and get it over with. This is my 50th task, meaning I can move on after this. My bad for not showing the chat, but I finished at 1075 Slayer points. On top of this, I also have 2 blocks and a Slayer helm unlocked. Now I can move on and I'm free from the wilderness forever on this account. My next goal is agility, however, I decided to knock out some basic quests and skilling beforehand. All of the quests including this one, Eyes of Glorfy or however the hell you want to pronounce this, I will be needing for the future of the account anyway. This quest specifically made me so frustrated. The quest helper didn't do the puzzle for me at the end, and I kept getting confused and having to log out to try to understand what the wiki was saying. It's quite an easy puzzle if you actually take the time to read the wiki, but I'm so used to quest helper doing everything to the point where this was hard for me. As you can clearly see, I definitely lost a couple minutes here. Thankfully, I did eventually complete it, and on top of that, I was able to get a good chunk of fire making XP with this quest. Here I am with the quest complete. This got us 23 Runecrafting, which is like 5 minutes, so it doesn't really matter anyway, but it's cool since it's a lot of total levels for this week. I'm not sure how I didn't already have this one complete, but here I am with Vampire Slayer. I want 60 mining before starting agility, so I did a Soul's Bane after that to finish up Varrock Medium Diary for the Varrock 2 armor, which gives me 10% more XP when mining. Going through Varrock Medium tasks, there is one that requires me to get a task from the Edgeville Slayer Master Vanica. I don't want to fully waste it, so what I'm going to do is do 8 tutorial tasks, then Vanica will be my 9th. Once I complete Vanica's task, I can grab a new task at Neve, which will give me more Slayer points for the 10 task streak. Grabbing my next task, I decided to unlock a couple things with my Slayer point. I unlocked Tazars, so that Neve can assign those as a Slayer task. Those are really good XP. I also extended Blood Veils, which will also be a very big XP task, so I want to be assigned as many as possible. Now hear me out guys, Vanica has horrible tasks, but there are 2 good ones that I can currently get. He can assign me Dagonauts or Blood Veil. Given that I just extended Blood Veils, this would be a huge thing for the account. I don't want to be too optimistic, but let's hope we get them. My 7th task, I ended up getting Calphites. I extended them with bracelets and did decall specs as often as possible. The Slayer rates were nowhere near what I was thinking, but I guess it's just because I'm really low melee stats. I'm not going to go in depth with this as I'll be jumping back into these later on in the series, but it was cool getting a few of them here for some free Slayer XP. I didn't expect to see them. Now the last quick task that I'm getting is Mine Goblins. This is one of my favorites as it was super quick. But now that it's done, let's get to the real question. It is time to see what our task from Vanica will be. And holy freaking crap, we did it boys, we got Blood Veils. When I got this, I was genuinely so excited that I felt like getting my first Infernal Cape again, but with Blood Veils. Here I am, quickly finishing up Varrock Diary so that we can finish mining. Before starting mining, I decided to get another quest out of the way while I was motivated. Big Chompy Bird Hunting, where talk we this like. Oh yeah, I wrote in the chat for what I needed and somehow I still messed up. Thankfully I was able to quickly trade it over though. After that, thankfully another quest complete. I've already been gaining a bunch of total levels along with questing, so I figured why not do the next requirement. Next, I need 70 cooking for Monkey Madness 1 freeing the monkey. I decided not to multi-skill this for now. I know a lot of you are going to say that I should have done Fireblon, but I can always multi-skill this in the future, and I might even not have to train firemaking at all anyway. What I'm doing is simply just go into Rogue's Den and I'm gonna one-tick KawamBAMs. For those that don't know what I'm doing, this method is called one-tick cooking. It only works for certain foods and is most commonly done with KawamBAMs. The way it works is that cooking is usually a 4-tick action, but the first fish of the inventory where you select make all or whatever is different. For KawamBAMs, it's 1 tick, while other foods are mostly 2 ticks. Since these are 1 tick, I'm allowed to spam click on new one on the fire every 0.6 seconds. As you can imagine, this is very fast XP. I never showed my rate on screen early on, but once I hit level 55, I relogged and fixed everything. I was able to do 55 to 70 in one sitting as it was barely any time at all, and here's my rate on screen. Here I am hitting level 60. If you pay attention to the login timer on the red button, here I am 15 minutes later, hitting level 65. If you notice my XP rate going up over time, it's because the burn rate goes down with every level you gain. Obviously, you gain 0 XP when you burn a KawamBAM, so the less you burn, the better. When you stop burning at level 99, it's possible to get up to 1.1 mil XP every hour, consistently. Here I am, hitting level 70, which means we are now ready for RFD freeing the monkey. Unfortunately, I lost some time here because I didn't grab more monkey talisman when I was doing Monkey Madness 1. I knew I wasn't doing RFD, but I didn't realize that you need this quest for something else that I need. I guess the cool thing though is that since I'm a monkey, this guy's aunt can't throw me in jail, so it's very easy to get these talisman. I just have to talk to him, drop it, and then hop worlds. It only took me like a minute. After everything was done, I finished the final step and I had an extra 4 snakes in case I were to burn one. Of course, after all that hard work of gathering 5, I cooked the first one. It's only on my group Ironman account when I don't have extras that I end up burning them. Anyway, carefully clicking use on the food so I don't accidentally eat it, and in extremely long and unnecessary dialogue, I will have another quest complete. We also hit 63 agility, so that's awesome. Next, I'm finally moving on to mining. I'll be honest, I really overestimated my ability to mine iron. I expected it to be piss easy and didn't bother practicing, but I'm also here for like 10 minutes. I have done this method before in this spot, so it's not like I've never done it before. It's just that it's been like 10 months, and on top of that, I've only ever done maybe like 1 to 3 hours of it. Thankfully, I'm only here until 39 mining, then I move on to sandstone. As you can see from my time logged in, I've been here for about 13 minutes, and thankfully I'm just about to finish. Here I am hitting 39 mining. Alright, this was kinda my bad again. It's the same scenario as iron, where I've only done this a few times in the past and it hasn't been long, blah blah blah. You guys have heard it all. Again, trash rates, but I was too lazy to practice since I was only here for like 13 minutes. The good news is that once I hit 43 mining, I can just camp granite, which is a 45 requirement. I can use my dragon pickaxe spec and preserve to keep me above level 45, similar to how I boosted woodcutting. Now, unlike sandstone and iron, I do have about 2,000 hours at granite on my level 3, so I am fairly certain that I do not need to practice here and I should be fine. Here I am hitting level 43 and saving myself from these mistakes of not knowing how to click. And I am finally at granite, where I belong. Like I said, I had a lot of practice with granite, so I was pretty confident that I wouldn't have any issues with this. Also, I'm loving my XP rate. I mean, I'm getting this amount, and I haven't reset it since level 43. 6P is basically the same as VM at like level 90 plus. It's ridiculous. Here I am hitting the true halfway point, level 50. Following that, here's level 55. If you notice, I'm a bit over an hour gaming at the moment as well, so this is the rough XP rate you can expect per hour from level 42. It takes roughly 1 hour to go from level 42 to 55. My question for you motherlode miners, what are you doing? And after all this time, the final level of the episode is about to come. 60 mining, boys. If you don't know exactly what's going on, by the way, don't panic. I'm going to eventually make a guide on granite, but it won't be until I come back here. Remember, I'm doing agility next, so I need to unlock Sepulchre, meaning I have to complete Sins of the Father. To wrap up this episode, I'm going to be showing the boss fight of A Taste of Hope, the quest right before it. I have a small feeling I'm going to be flamed in the comments for forgetting something, and feel free to fire away, as this boss is way harder than I thought, and I honestly thought about delaying Sins of the Father a bit more because of it. I do want to mention something. I do know about the mage defense and how I'm not wearing it. I was watching a Slayer music guide and he tells us to wear our best melee gear, so whatever that means is exactly what I did. I also do want to mention that I don't think I've ever done any hard boss quests without max combat. I did questing on all my alts after AFKing in NMZ or wherever, and on my low level irons I never got to the point where I did a gently hard boss. Obviously this one isn't hard, but this has me worried for Sins of the Father with my current combat stats. What feels like I did wrong is, I don't know if this is just because I've always been max combat while questing, but I just feel like I don't hit. Like I'm missing like a million accuracy or something. It's ridiculous how long this boss fight took, and it's only because I kept hitting 0 after 0 after 0. Anyway, see you guys after this. Alright, yeah, so I finished the easier boss with basically 0 supplies. Obviously no mage bonus earner thanks to Slayer music, but it still seems kinda off for the next quest. I mean, if you think about it, the bigger obstacle here is trying to learn Sepulchre, so I mean, I have a couple weeks to try to procrastinate that probably. Alright guys, well, at least I completed the quest in this episode. Taste of Hope is now done, and all we have left is Sins of the Father. This also puts us at 118 quest points, so we only have 32 more to go. I know many of you are curious about my progress on Sepulchre, so I'll put it to you with 3 words. Lots to go. I still have a lot of practice that I can do, and I'm going to be doing throughout the next week. Let's take a look at how we progressed over the past week, shall we? On the left are my stats from last week, and the right from this week. It was a massive week in terms of total levels, but my EHP wasn't the greatest since I spent a lot of time doing under EHP Slayer and a lot of questing. But I mean, I gained 120 levels this week, so I'm not going to complain. This was a big week in my opinion. Here's a better visual for my stats gained this week. Right next to it, I am now at 374 EHP gained, which is 38.8% of the way to max cape. With all of that being said, I will warn you guys, please do not expect much progress next week as I'm going to be learning Sepulchre majority of the week. This will be done on an alt because this skill is very hard to learn and I have never done it before. I may be streaming it when I can on twitch.tv, so be sure to check that out. I will have the link in the description below. As always, TY for watching, and I will see you guys next week. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't. Peace out. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 14 of the Max Cape Speedrun series. My name is JCW, and after hitting 200 mil in every skill on my level 3 skiller, I decided to set a new goal for myself. Achieve a max cape in the shortest gameplay time possible. Of course, being a main account, there are no restrictions. This allows me to use anything I want to achieve my ultimate goal, hitting max total within 35 days of playtime. Last week, we finished the pre-quest of Sins of the Father and left off there. This week, I'm ready to tackle it and start up my Sepulchre grind after many hours of practicing on my other account. All that's left to do is kill the final boss with these stats. I accidentally didn't fully gear here, as I thought I would have one more opportunity to hit a bank before going into the boss fight. So I quickly had to log out and get a proper setup, running the account back to the bank. I had a friend help me out massively with calculations, which is why you see me getting a KawamBAM. I'll explain its use in just a moment. For those that don't know, to my knowledge, Sins of the Father is one of the hardest quest boss fights in-game when you're not maxed. Unfortunately, all of my questing experience comes from already being maxed combats on my ult, so I've never actually experienced a hard boss fight. I did play Group Ironman and get B gloves on 2 different accounts, but I never actually did any hard bosses. I usually just save spot and go take a piss and come back and it's dead. Anyway, because this is supposedly a hard boss with low stats, I ended up bringing a Kodai wand and a shield switch. The Kodai wand is a weapon, but it has extra magic defense bonus, along with the shield. So, what's the plan, you may be wondering? Just switch over the two every time he hits me, and switch back when I want to hit him. It seems easy enough for a skiller like myself. Fast forwarding a little bit, it is now time for the boss fight. Good luck me, I will see you guys in a bit. And after an 11-minute boss fight, this happens. The whole boss fight overall wasn't the smoothest as it was my first attempt, but the fact I died to an easily avoidable mechanic really annoyed me. Especially because he only had 153 HP left, and all of the brews I had left. I thought for sure that even with the other mistakes, I had it. Because I died from an avoidable mechanic, I figured I definitely should give this another shot. Jumping in, here's the second attempt of me, a skiller, trying to PVM. This for sure was the attempt, if you look at my supplies left entering the final phase. And no problem, we step on lightning sometimes. This was yet another mistake caused by me, which would have been avoidable. That cost me another 13 minutes on the account, totaling 25 minutes wasted already. Because of this being another avoidable mistake, you guys already know that I thought I could try this again. So we made 2 mistakes towards 2 mechanics that can kill us. The third attempt should be easy then, as long as we avoid these mechanics. Let's see what happens. Now entering the final phase with probably the worst amount of food I've ever had so far. And of course, no food now, so there's basically no hope left as he's still over 100 HP. I'm pretty sure this isn't even real anymore, but one more attempt, right guys? For those who don't know, purple sweets are a stackable food item that heal 1 to 3 HP every time. I figured since I ran out of food, I might as well try using those. At this point, I'm not going to show that much of the boss fights anymore, because if I do, this video will end up being longer than the Lord of the Rings trilogy. So, fast forwarding 10 minutes, entering the final phase with all of this food left. Thankfully, this is my 4th attempt, and this should be it. I want to say that at least in an alternative universe, I did not just waste another 13 minutes on a 4th attempt. You know what they say, 5th time is a charm. Obviously I'm joking, 5th time is not the charm. Neither is number 6. Or number 7, which I jumped into immediately after. Okay, so I don't know since when, maybe attempt number 2? I've been fuming and angry playing when I probably should not have. I lost 80 minutes at this point. I don't know if you guys could relate, but I'm never the type of person to get angry at RS, but this legit felt like I was in middle school playing Call of Duty again. I felt so disappointed and angry from this, so I finally made a good decision for once and got off for a bit to cool down, and then I returned later. I came back with half of a fresh mind. I accepted that I lost all that time, but I wasn't going to bother attempting it again until I hit 65 defense. So I was still pissed off, but I was ready to get back to gaming. So I figured I'd start with barraging blood veils, as that was my Slayer task. I was doing the logout method with tagging on my ults. Very juicy experience, as you can see on the screen, and this gives me some extra defense XP. Far into the task, I had a friend tell me that the new TOA staff was good for Slayer if you could be bothered to manually cast it. So I borrowed it from him real quick for the remainder of the task, just to test it out. I learned very soon that this staff is more than broken. Here's my final XP rate for that task. Unfortunately, I didn't get one superior, but that's okay. We'll get some in the future, maybe. On my way to get my next task now. Fast forwarding a bit, I guess I stopped recording for whatever reason, but I got a fight caves task, so I took it to Jad. I need a fire cape to get into the area to barrage Tazar creatures, so I figured I have to do the fight caves now. Remember, I was still really annoyed at this point from the Sins of the Father boss, so I had this genius idea to stream this to either make or break me. If I succeed, I'll be back to gaming, and if I die, I can probably just delete the account at that point. This is where I learned how cracked this new staff actually is. I ended up buying my own for fight caves, and it even hits on the majors and Jad very well. I could one-hit the rangers as my max hit was 47, and sometimes I would even two-hit the milliers. My strategy for this was actually very simple. I brought the runes for Blood Barrage, which heals you sometimes when you get hit. I didn't have the level for it, so I brought an Imbued Heart to boost me when I needed it. I would camp the staff spell to kill stuff, but when my HP dropped even 1, I would start manually casting Blood Barrage to start healing myself. Moving on to the wave right before Jad, here's my supplies used. I ended up using 19 purple sweets and not a single brew dose. The one that I drank was just a pre-heal for Jad. Now, onto the final challenge. Will I be broken by the end of this video, or will I be back to gaming? There we go guys, the only other PVM besides Sins of the Father boss is complete. PVM JCW is almost free and back to skilling. Unfortunately, I didn't have any great tasks after that. It was mostly just melee stuff, nothing really interesting. But here I am finishing 65 defense for King's Ransom. And I had like 1 minute left of Black Demons after, so I also completed my task. It is now time to finish King's Ransom and then the minigame to unlock our new prayers. I ran out of inventory space here, so I had to drop some stuff to claim my reward, but I decided to put the lamp on agility, since we're already 65 Slayer, and from here on out, Slayer should all be 80k an hour. I ended up using the wieldy chain mace for my crush weapon, and dragon scimitar for stab and slash. The dragon dagger I used for specking when something was weak to stab. I got kind of confused near the end since Slayer music and wiki were saying two different things about what they were weak to, so I kind of switched up my weapons a bit. Anyway, here we go, the prayer is now unlocked, I gained a few combat stats, and hopefully we can now complete Sins of the Father. On top of Chivalry, I also have 3rd Age range, which is almost double mage defense versus Red Dragonhide. Pretty much no way I can fail this now. I don't want to bore you guys with another fight since you've seen me dying for 10 minutes, so I'll fast forward to the end of this fight. Yes, with these upgrades, this is the difference in supplies. I'm practically a maxed account now. Anyway, the bane of this account is finally complete. My apologies to anyone who is gently mad at me for the way I did that. Trust me, I can promise you that I'm even more mad at myself. Quest complete. And now, the moment we all waited for, or at least I have been, I'm starting my next grind, Agility. This agility course, Sepulchre, in my opinion, is generally the hardest skilling content in the game. Misclicks or delaying clicks as much as 0.6 seconds can and will delay your run for an entire 5 to 10 seconds, if not more. The skill gap between being great and decent at it is pretty huge, and I spent about 20 hours practicing it over the past week. Since I'm only 68 agility at the moment, I can only do 4s 1 and 2. This content is made up of 5 4s, each unlocked every 10th level, starting from level 52. Doing 4 1 and 2 is kinda boring, but once I get to 4 3 at level 72, I imagine this content will be more fun. The reason you see me crafting dragonstones is because, just like thieving artifacts, while running in here, I want to be training something if I can. The XP rates, as you can see on the screen, are pretty wild. Here I am hitting 70 crafting. A few more crafting levels later, I'm now hitting 70 agility. This would be a good round number to end at, however, because I was having a lot of fun at Sepulchre, I decided to go straight to 72 for floor 3 this week. It was a relief skilling after what happened the first 10 minutes of the video, so I wanted to enjoy it as much as my free time allowed me to. Obviously, I do not have infinite free time, so now is a good time to take a look at our weekly progress. On the left, I have my stats from last week, and on the right, these are my current stats. Considering I spent many hours practicing on the alt this week, along with spending 2 days on a quest boss, I am happy with what I gained this week, as it felt like I had no gains up until Monday. We creeped over the 1700 total level, which is awesome. Hopefully, we'll continue to see decent growth. Here is an easier visual for seeing my gains for those who don't like to think, along with my EHP to the side. We are now at 392 EHP, putting us at 40.7% of the way to max cape. Now though, it is time for a probably unexpected announcement. You may be wondering why we're in Sears Village, or more specifically, in a real estate building. Technically speaking, this announcement isn't relevant to my account specifically, but I do want to give you guys a heads up because I'm likely going to be MIA next week. My girlfriend and I purchased our first real estate property, IRL, which means I'll be moving this week and next week. Because of this, I probably won't be playing at all. If I do have time to edit and stuff, I will do a half episode next week, which somebody suggested in the past. However, I'm not going to stress about it because I got like 10 other things going on. I hope you guys can understand. As always, TY to the kings and queens for watching this video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't. I will now add a bonus clip of some absolute unit running through Sepulchre in world record time, colorized. I was lucky enough to witness this on stream during the last 5 minutes of being live. I would really not recommend any of you to abuse this bug, as I am hopeful they will ban anybody who abused it. I just found it hilarious. I couldn't post a clip with audio for copyright reasons, however, I'll be sure to post a link to it in the description below for my live reaction. Be sure to check it out. Anyway, see you guys next time. Peace out. Hello everybody. Welcome to episode 15 of the Max Cape Speedrun series. My name is JCW, and after hitting 200 mil in every skill in my level 3 skiller, I decided to set a new goal for myself. Achieve a max cape in the shortest gameplay time possible. There are 0 restrictions, so I can use whatever I want to hit my ultimate goal, maxing within 35 days of playtime. Yo guys, we are finally at the proper Sepulchre grind. Since I am only level 72 agility at the moment, the difficulty of this hard skilling content isn't that bad until level 82 plus. In my opinion, anyone can easily do floor 1 to 3 with some practice. But I plan on making a guide separately at some point. Whether it's during the series or after, I don't know yet. But I will go very in-depth with it outside of the series. Anyway, I have quite a few things to explain going on in this clip. For those that don't play RS or who have never stepped foot inside here just like me before this series, if you're wondering why my screen looks like Candy Crush, those are just tile markers that I use to help make sure my laps are tick perfect. If you wish to use them, I will leave a link in the description below, but be aware that for the sake of this episode, it's only for floor 1 to 3 for now. Now, jumping into what's actually going on. This agility course is a relatively complicated course with a lot of obstacles. There are 5 floors, each unlocked in intervals of 10, starting from level 52. For floor 1 to 3 specifically, each floor you enter, you don't always enter at the same spot. Floor 1 and 2 have 4 different paths that you can spawn on, and floor 3 has 2 different ones. This means that every full lap I do for floor 1 to 3, there are different spawns and obstacles that I must go through. If you look at the obstacles such as darts, thrown swords, and flames, you'll notice that they are all on specific timing. The way this works is that once one person enters the floor, all of them are activated, making it a static floor. The tile markers that I have in each floor are meant for static floors, and this method can sometimes get depressing or frustrating if somebody else is already here, so it's important to have your own world. Now, of course, the reason that I'm crafting while running is so that I'm not being lazy and only running, as that's only half of a workout. Grass touchers like me like to multitask while running, for maximum efficiency. That being said, something that might look odd is the Consic runes and vampire dust that I have in my inventory. The reason for both of these is simply for looting floor 3. Each floor has different loot, but every time you do loot, you earn hollowed marks, which once I have 250 of, I can buy a hollowed ring. After many calculations and tests, I concluded that it's worth getting it by only looting floor 3, which of course I wouldn't be doing until I hit 72 agility, which is now. As I said earlier, there's 2 spawns on floor 3, the east side, which requires me to use 2 vampire dust, or the west side, which requires me to cast enchant spell on a barrier. Behind each of these is a nice coffin for me to loot, which I'll be showing right now for looting the east side since that's where I spawned in this clip. It's close to the end, so in terms of going out of my way to ruin the tick perfect lap and static floors and such, it doesn't mess with it that much. The west side is similar in terms of being located near the end. Unfortunately, the one thing I did find out from this is that every time you loot a coffin, you gain some thieving XP. This means I overdid my thieving XP. It's 200 XP per coffin, so if I loot roughly 63 times for 250 marks, I'll be getting a free 12,000 thieving experience. Not that bad, considering the speedrun will still be 900 hours long. Here I am about to hit 74 agility. The great thing about this clip is that I was able to do a decently long session of only looting, to give you guys a rough idea of how long it takes to get a hollowed ring. I may have to bring out the notepad for this. In terms of real hours, it's roughly 3 hours of looting in order to get 250 marks when you only loot floor 3. However, take a look at my XP on the screen. Let's assume I average 59.5k an hour for 3 hours. The best rate you can get without looting is 67k an hour. And it is realistic to hold 66 to 67, meaning I get 10% less XP than the maximum in this session. So do the math here. 10% of 3 hours is 18 minutes, meaning to get this ring, I use 18 minutes on my grind to 99 agility. Oh, and just a quick side note, this is what looting on the west side looks like. Here I am actually hitting 74 agility, by the way. So, about this special ring. Essentially, it allows me to fail and not want to log out because the recovery time from failing is reduced. Here's an example of me failing with the ring equipped. And here's another example of me failing without the ring equipped. I don't know if that seemed like a big difference to you guys, and I don't know the exact number of ticks difference, but let's say that's 4 ticks. It sounds small, right? Remember what I said about static 4s? Sometimes when obstacles go off, you can't catch up for the rest, and you may sometimes have to wait an extra 10 to 20 ticks just to pass that one obstacle. It's what makes pre-started 4s so infuriating. Well, when failing, it's kind of the same issue. Sometimes you'll fail, and when you do, it puts you behind that static 4 that you wanted so bad. This more so happens on floor 4 and 5, and sometimes on floor 3, but when you do fail, those 4 ticks could be the difference between having to stand still and wait for a sword obstacle to pass, or just running through. This means on top of saving the 4 ticks by spawning faster, you also just saved an extra 10 or more by not having to wait for the obstacle. Doing this for 160 hours for 99, I pinky promise each and every one of you that failing is realistic and does happen, regardless of how good you are. In that amount of time, you'll more than make up the small 18 minutes you lost for getting the ring. Here we go guys, 30% of the way to 75 agility, I have unlocked the hollowed ring. I lost quite a few ticks looking for it in the shop because it doesn't even look like a ring, but maybe that's just me. Despite only wasting 18 minutes total to get the ring, I felt very relieved to have that off my shoulders. Sepulchre is something I like to challenge myself with to always be tick perfect. So getting off the static floors because of that 10 to 12 seconds to loot, delaying my floor an extra 1 to 2 seconds, even though it barely made a difference, it was still annoying to me. So I treated myself to a well-deserved break from the agility prison. I decided to do lunar diplomacy now, as I'm going to need magic imbue anyway, later on in the series. I do understand that my inventory probably gently hurts some of you as it looks awful, but basically I was trying to get as much fire making XP throughout the quest as I could. And then when I knew it was time for the boss, I was banking for more stams and food, and I just wanted to make sure that I had enough. There is something in my inventory that's quite critical that I missed. I'll leave you guys in suspense for now, but you'll see the pain very soon. Jumping a few puzzles ahead, I got to the woodcutting puzzle where I have to beat this guy in a race of chopping log. Of course, somehow, I forgot an axe, so I thought for sure that I was stuck using the shitty tiered bronze axe. As you can see, I feel like it was definitely taking way too long to chop each tree. Thankfully, after my first 4 logs, I finally remembered that I had a teak log and knife in my inventory from when I was training fire making. Doing the rest of this through 1.5 ticking, it was really fast. Finishing up the log challenge and the final challenge, I was ready for my boss fight. Of course, the bronze axe was not the mistake I made that I was referring to earlier. I promise you guys that this is the reason that I'm a level 3 in my main. Some basic questing knowledge that I don't know is just unreal. I didn't bring any runes in my inventory. I planned to use my 1.5 build toy to kill the final boss. And of course, I was reminded that I'm in a dream and can't unequip my lunar staff for my toy. I have a bad memory from many years ago when I did this quest on one of my alts, where I left to change gear and couldn't figure out how to make the new dream vial or something. So I decided to stay in here just mailing him with my lunar staff because I did not want to risk that. After 2 minutes of me not calling myself fat, I completed the boss and was ready for another decently long quest complete. And that's another one down, landing us at 123 quest points and bringing us to 28 runecrafting. This made me unlock magic imbue, so now I can gain some passive magic XP while gaming. Because I typically finish my inventory of dragonstones by the end of floor 2, I decided to bring magic imbue for a passive 15k magic XP every hour. It wasted me 1 inventory slot with astral runes, meaning I made 1 less dragonstone every lap. Here I am hitting 75 agility. Something many of you have been asking is, am I going to be doing the crystal smithing and crafting method? The answer is yes, of course I will. Otherwise it wouldn't be a speedrun. Currently, my crafting XP is 1720k. This is about where I'm good to stop training it normally. The rest of it will be done through crystal smithing. For those that don't know what it is, it's a ridiculously overpriced method in Priv that gives you 10 mil XP per hour in each smithing and crafting. The reason I'm stopping at this crafting XP is because I still gain roughly 980k smithing XP through my infernal pickaxe through mining. So smithing will be complete when I do mining, while crafting has a 980,000 XP head start. Many of you have also been asking, could you help by donating some GP or seed so that I could bank it? Don't worry about it, I already have it banked. What I will ask of you though is to hit the subscribe button. Assuming you already are, let others know so that I can hit my goal of 20k by the end of the year. This was my final crafting trip during Sepulchre, so now I'm going to move on to the next skill to do while running, which we've already done plenty of in the past, Halberd. Nothing changes in terms of what I'm doing besides the fact that I'm now making pot instead of cutting gems. Here I am hitting 78 agility. Followed by hitting level 79 agility. Also, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but I stopped casting magic at you at this point, along with bringing stams. I decided that while I'm only doing 3 floors, it would be best to utilize all of my inventory slots, since I'm making the most amount of times right now. I had a genius Twitch viewer tell me that I could pot share stamina at the beginning of every lap on an alt, so now I do that and never have to worry about stamina. The 2 extra inventory slots essentially equates to an extra 12k Halberd XP per hour. In my opinion, this is much better than the 15k mage. Following that, here I am hitting 96 Halberd. And a nice round level 80 agility. I swear I did so good farming for a bit, and then this run I forgot to bring my protection for the trees. You guys know the saying, always wrap it before you tap it. So I logged out until I had protection and then I tapped the trees. This run got me a nice 70 farming. Alright boys, I am proud to say it's finally happening. We're moving on to bigger and harder floors at 82 agility. This is a good point for me to end the episode since I probably need to practice more before continuing. Now I'm no mathematician, but I do believe that this is episode 15, which is an interval of 5, so I should be leaking my playtime during this analysis. Let's dive in to see where we're at. On the left are my stats from 2 weeks ago, and on the right is my current stat. Not that many gains this episode, as I was busy IRL the past 2 weeks with moving and such, but at least it was a good chunk of agility that we chipped at. I think I can go back to weekly episodes now, but I think I still have 1 to 2 more weekends before I'm fully settled and back to full-time gaming. Here's an easier visual to see my gains from the past 2 weeks in terms of levels, along with my current EHP next to it. So, being at 423 EHP, we're currently about 44% of the way to finishing max. Now that we know I'm at 423 efficient hours played, let's take a look at my playtime to see how far ahead I am. After the clusterfuck of Sins of the Father, weird Slayer pathing, etc., here I am at 15 days and 23 hours of playtime. This equates to 383 hours, putting us at a positive 40 hours above EHP. I'm not necessarily complaining about this rate, but it is only 5 hours more than my last analysis. But as long as we don't travel backwards, I think we'll be fine. Anyway guys, here is the long awaited 4-4. Like I said, this is when Sepulchre is actually hard. It didn't help me that I forgot a stamina because I was so used to doing only 4 1 to 3, and I immediately jumped into this without thinking. So, needless to say, without a stamina and barely prepared at all, I had a horrible start. I wanted to die experiencing this, so enjoy watching. And there you have it, boys. My speedrun to Max Cape series starring a 2 minute and 16 seconds first ever 4-4. For those that don't know, this is about 40 seconds longer than it needs to be. Not having a stamina really made me lose my mind and motivation that lap. Anyways, TY for watching. As always, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you guys next week. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and this is my Max Cape speedrun series. 2 years ago, I hit 200 mil on the level 3, and now I'm back on the skilling scene with the goal of maxing in the shortest gameplay time possible. As of right now, my ultimate goal is to finish max total within 35 days of playtime. Welcome to my 840 hour speedrun. Right off the bat, and a continuation from last week's video, I'm still training agility at Sepulchre. Now throughout this video, you'll see my agility rate fluctuating anywhere from 3 to 4k. Since I'm finally at 4-4, the content skill gap got significantly larger, but it was in a good way, because I had a lot of fun challenging myself to do a perfect hour. The perfect hour though, for those who don't know Sepulchre, it's about as real as fairies and dragons, at least for my skill level. Bearing in mind I've only been here for about a month with a total of maybe like 70 hours, I still can't imagine gently having 0 mess ups for a whole hour. Especially when the servers decide to take a dump when you really need it to be stable, like in this clip. So yeah, that happens and my rate goes down and I get very angry. Sepulchre's fun though. There is some good news in all of this though. The EHP rate for level 82 to 92 is only 73.5k. This rate is pretty easy to maintain even if you have really bad 4-4s. I made it my goal after the first level to try to hold over 75k agility. Next lap, here I am hitting 97 Halberd. I didn't actually get a chance to talk about my current plans for this account yet, so now that I'm playing it a lot again, let me dive into that. If you do the math, I'm clearly going to be hitting 99 Halberd before agility. So I think my current goals, assuming nothing changes, will be to finish up Halberd and then skill hop for a bit. There are a lot of fun upcoming grinds, the main one being crystal smithing and crafting, which gets me those 2 99s within a couple hours, so I think that will be my next goal after Halberd. As you can see on the screen, the only skill requirements I'm missing for Song of the Elves is 70 mining and 70 smithing, both relatively easy grinds. So hopefully it shouldn't take too long to get. I would hope 1 week, but maybe 2 including the questing. Anyway, here I am hitting 83 agility. No time for pop-ups since I can't miss any ticks, but you can see it from the tracker on the left. About halfway through this level, I finally decided to start fletching. I've been procrastinating starting fletching since 4-4 since I wanted to get a little bit better, and I knew there would be enough time to get 99 fletching no matter what level I started at. This is the only clip I got of fletching as I thought I would be fletching a bit longer, but I learned pretty quickly that it's very easy to average 200 to 300k an hour with addy darts. With this in mind, I concluded that it was not worth it for me to do fletching for the time being. The reason is that when you fletch, you lose 2 inventory spots that could have been Halberd XP per lap. Only going up until 4-4, I banked 13 times per hour, versus if I was doing 4-5 as well, I would be banking 8 times an hour. So essentially, right now, if I were doing darts, I would be losing 26 inventory slots per hour, whereas waiting until I can do 4-5, I will only be losing 16 inventory slots per hour at that point. Obviously, that's a minimal amount of difference in pots and even time save on my journey to max, but if I'm confident of finishing fletching from 92 to 99 agility, there's no real reason for me not to do it. So, after banking my darts and a few trips of not multi-skilling during 4-3 and 4, I had another crisis where I felt weird for not doing any. So, naturally, I made an executive decision to lose 1 inventory slot for Astral Runes so I can cast Magic Imbue. At this point, it was as simple as I'm sacrificing 2.5k Halberd XP for 15k Magic, which didn't seem that bad for a bit. However, there is still the reality that I'm going to be flying through magic during a lot of other skills, from Magic Imbue during mining and runecrafting, and especially barraging during Slayer. So, after a small amount of Magic Imbue agility, my indecisive ass made a final decision. Just do this without multi-skilling after the pots on floor 1 to 2. This is where I finally landed. Thankfully for the rest of the video, no more small changes to what I'm doing. Here I am hitting 86 agility. For those unfamiliar with Sepulchre, did you notice how I got my big XP drop of 2.6k at the end of the 4? So, allow me to show you this picture I had earlier that is not safe for work, arguably not safe for life. Now be warned that this picture is so scarring to see on a Max Cape speedrun series, so if you're under 18, I recommend you take this time to look away for 10 seconds. So yup, I kind of DC'd at this point 5 tiles away from my XP drop. Thankfully this was the only time it happened, but I happened to have to walk away from RuneScape for quite a while after this. Be sure to like and subscribe so I can upgrade my internet and this does not happen again. Here I am about to hit 87 agility, and as you can see I'm also pretty close to hitting 98 herb. Keep in mind my goal at the moment for the account is to finish herb, then I move on from Sepulchre temporarily no matter what my agility level is. Here's the agility level. Again, no pop-up since we're gaming. And here's the 98 herb. Assuming my nearly 4 years of college did not fail me, 88 agility should be next. I have definitely slacked in farm runs the past 2 weeks, but I think once I hit 72 farming, I'll be flying by since I'll unlock magic trees. Anyway, I ran low on teleports to get back to Sepulchre, so I ended up bringing vampire dust with me for 3 runs so I could loot. Honestly, I only needed to loot once. The problem was, looting took more attempts than Jad. I kept running by after completing floor 4 and accidentally leaving my loot behind. As you can see, the loot is right near the end. Very easy and safe to not lose much time other than looting. Yet it was still challenging for me. But anyways, here I got my 6 hollowed marks, allowing me to purchase 6 more teleports for when I need to leave. Finally, a little break for your guys' eyes, since you've only seen Sepulchre since you started this video. Here I am doing a farm run, putting me at 71 farming. Alright, time for some shooting stars. I called my boys over, aka my alts, plus one friend to help me beast one out in a PvP world. I knew literally nothing about shooting stars before this video. I've never touched one in my entire 22 years on this planet. So I had to do some research and learn some things from friends, and hopefully I'll be able to now teach you guys something as well. It does look like the guys around the star wanted to start a conversation, so ignore that and I apologize if they say anything negative. So, a lot of information incoming. To begin, these are garbage mining XP, but they give an untradeable reward called Stardust. I can use 2000 Stardust to buy a Celestial Ring, which gives me a permanent +4 mining level boost. Because the success rate of mining each rock goes up with every mining level, the permanent +4 makes this ring worth the time on the way for 99 mining. So, the reason me and my boys are mining the rock is because we want it to be a tier 1 star before the speedrun account jumps in. Stars randomly spawn every 2 hours with the chance of being any tier from 1 to 9. There's a formula for Stardust that's a bit complicated, but to summarize it all up, the lower the tier is, the higher chance you have for Stardust, despite getting less mining XP. So, with all that information, that brings me to why I'm in a PvP world. It's best to have a tier 1 solo star to get the most dust, so that was my goal. I figured nobody would be in a PvP world for this, and this star specifically since it was 8 AM on a Sunday, so I had no worries. So, making my way to the star on the account, I got some more fire making XP, and I figured I'd just log out at the location until it's tier 1. Tier 1 is hit, so now I've offed all the accounts, and if things go well, I'll be getting 1200 Stardust from the star, since I have it all to myself. If you guys remember me training woodcutting with 1.5 tick, the shooting star has the same mechanic, where I can get 2 rolls every hit instead of 1, if I start 3 ticking and then walk a square. So I'm going to be doing that for however long this takes. The good thing with this is I don't have anything to drop, so this is about 400 times easier than woodcutting was. I figured I would show my rates, since it probably would be interesting to know how much mining XP I get while wasting my time getting this untradeable dust. About 600 Stardust in, I started getting ragged by one of the rats walking around. I kept accidentally clicking attack on it, so I decided to do some spinning with my camera for the remainder of the star. Also, I noticed I didn't have Varrock armor on, but I do eventually go get it, even though I have zero idea if it even does anything for this. Just to be clear here, if you notice my login timer shows I recently logged out, unfortunately I lagged for 2 seconds and panic logged out, since I didn't want to fully DC for a minute. But here I am, finishing off the star, fully solo, and already 1200 out of the 2k dust I need. So I figured I'll just do one more in 2 hours and be done. Super easy content that I had to learn. That brings us to the next star. This time it was around 11 AM EST. This is where I learned that stars are a lot more popular than I originally thought. Unfortunately, I had an entity hider on, but if you take a look around us, there's bones everywhere from people who were once miners. I had to attack 2 people who were over level 120, and then some other guy came in and PK'd all of my ults as well. There was one snake who was 60 combat. The reason I call him a snake is because I offered him 100k to off, I gave it to him, and he never left, so fuck that guy. Because of Entity Hider, I wasn't able to see people, but I was basically nerdnecking my minimap to see white dots as they were showing up. With how many people I saw mining, I figured there would be 0 chance I would get my remaining 800 dust from this star, meaning I have to do 1 more. It sucks for the account, but I won't even lie, the amount of content I got from here, without even seeing the other characters, was well worth it. This guy in the chat, Nara Parks or whatever, I actually had to PK him since he was on the star, so sorry guy. But he kept getting PK from this other guy and I got to witness this legendary transaction. Huh? Question mark? Why keep coming back? To mine. Find a different star, lol. No. Look guys, I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I swear to god this transaction was legendary to witness live. Especially because the guy got PK'd like 6 times. I love the stubbornness and I fully respect it. Getting towards the end of the star now, I accidentally had to log out since I didn't have 61 mining for D-pick and I had no spec for like 2 seconds. So I quickly traded over Rune. As you can see, I'm still about 150 dust short. This annoyed me heavily because I knew the next star was 2 hours away. So what I would do is wait 2 hours, find it, then hit it on my ults for another 30 minutes until it's tier 1, and then finally get my last 150 dust in literally 5 minutes. I didn't want to waste all this time, so next I decided to try out the Shooting Star CC, which scouts stars for people who do this 24/7. And I would like to say I'm quite thankful they exist because getting to the next star was piss easy and happened right away. There's tons of people here, but it didn't matter since I only needed 150 dust. If you're curious about the time this ring took from when I started, including running to every star, it was about 50 minutes. Bearing in mind that I was 1.5 ticking, if you were to be AFKing only tier 1, you just have to double that time, so it would take about 1 hour and 40 minutes of AFK. Once I hit my last 800 star dust, I headed to Fallion near the shop, got my last bit of dust out of the bank, and ended up finally buying the ring. With this ring purchased, I got rid of my kind of miscellaneous obstacle that would have made me procrastinate playing before I start my next long grind, Song of the Elves. Of course, to wrap up this week's episode, I'm going to have to finish up Halberd so I can officially start what's next. Thankfully, I'll end up getting 90 agility right before it, so during this pause, whether it's 2 weeks or 2 months, I'll at least have the luxury of having a flat level 90 agility. Here I am, hitting it. Now is probably a good time to start the analysis of my stats and EHP, so let's jump into that. On the left, we have my stats from last episode, and on the right, we have our current stats. That's right, if you're confused about why I'm not level 99 Halberd, it's because I get the remainder of my XP through questing. Anyway, I got some more total levels than expected because of fletching, but keep in mind we'll be flying through that at another point in this series anyway. Here is an easier visual if you prefer to look at the stats that way, along with my current EHP. Now, I think I said this last episode, but since I got super busy with moving a month ago, I slowed down for what I thought would be 2 weeks. I think in my last episode, I said I'm back to normal and we'll be back to weekly episodes. Clearly that was a lie because I was still super busy last week and I was getting overwhelmed. But now I can confidently say I am back on schedule and ready to game harder than ever. Minus school and work, of course. So, this EHP puts us at 48.5% of the way to max. We will definitely be over halfway next episode. Anyway guys, that's all for today. As always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you kings next week. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and this is my Max Cape Speedrun series. 2 years ago I hit 200 mil all on the level 3 and now I'm back in the skilling scene with the goal of maxing in the shortest gameplay time possible. There are no restrictions, so I can use whatever I want to help me achieve my ultimate goal, finishing max total within 35 days of playtime. My current goal is to do Song of the Elves to unlock crystal crafting and smithing. For those that don't know what this is, it's a method where you drop big bucks and in return you get 10 mil crafting and smithing XP every hour. I'll be streaming this when I get around to it, but I'll have more information on that at the end of the video. Going back to the quest, for the skill requirements, as of last week, all I was missing was 70 mining and smithing. So, to start off, I got to head over to the quarry to quickly finish 70 mining at granite. For those that don't know, mining granite is, in my opinion, one of the most iconic skilling methods in the game. Most skills or methods end up being beaten at some point, whether it's an update or a new skilling discovery, but not mining. Granite has been the fastest and most efficient XP an hour for 7+ years. I had the luxury of doing this for 200 mil mining on my level 3, so I was kind of excited to be back. As you can see from my XP rate on the screen, it's pretty hilarious how quickly you level mining at these stages. The XP an hour doesn't scale as heavily as most other skills, so right off the bat at level 60, I'm already gaining over 100k an hour. With rates like those, I must say, and respectfully, screw Motherlode Mine. Unless you're there while liking, commenting, and subscribing, then you're a king. Here I am hitting level 63. 64 while having my personal non-paid cheerleader. 65. 66. 67. Followed by the funny number. We definitely have not seen the last of this place, and I will be back when I'm going for 99 mining, which is when I'll explain this method more in depth for those wondering. Anyway, here's level 70. Right before jumping into Blast Furnace, I quickly decided to do Zogre Flesh Eaters since I'll be needing this quest in the future, and I don't want to forget. Right after, it's time to unlock Blast Furnace and finish our last skill before the quest series starts. For those that don't know, there's a common misconception that you need 40 smithing to enter Blast Furnace, but that's not the case. The quest that is needed for it, the Giant Dwarf, requires 40 smithing to complete it. For getting started, you can have a brand new account. So now I'm just quickly grabbing my Drummond Staff and I'm going to unlock the Dwarf City. Of course, the game is forcing me to watch a really long cutscene, but once this is over, we have Blast Furnace unlocked and can get training on smithing. The quickest way to get there is to minigame teleport, so after smashing my spacebar a few more times, I ended up just opening my minigame teleports and getting there that way. I forgot to mention, but you do need ice gloves for Blast Furnace. So here's me heading to the queen real quick to get them. I got absolutely bodied by these simps trying to protect their queen, and I was just trying to light some fires at this point. It's kinda messed up. They're too weak though, and I'm too alpha, so the queen must die. Alright boys, got the ice gloves. To start off with Blast Furnace, I decided to do silver bars for 40 smithing, which is when I unlock gold. It's a very simple method, just simply run from the bank to the depositor with ores and then withdraw the bars and repeat. It's such a quick method, especially considering I'm only doing this for a total of like 15k XP, but I got about 100k an hour doing this. I actually remembered while doing this that there's a drink that I can use to boost my smithing level by 4, meaning I can stop at level 36 to start gold ores. Here's level 36. And just to be clear, I do end up using a runner for this, but I didn't want to deal with the hassle of switching over ores after 2 minutes or boosting my smithing level. So I decided not to use a runner until I hit level 40. Now that I'm level 36, I'm just going to solo some gold ore for 4 levels and then I'm good to go. So I quickly log in to accept my ores and drink from this nice gentleman, and then disaster strikes. Imagine this, I'm just chilling getting ready to start some gold ores, and then I find out that somewhere along the series I forgot to get goldsmith gauntlets. I swear I thought I remembered doing this quest, but supposedly not. Now that I'm doing family crest, part of it requires me to go to the wildy, and since I'm not thinking and just want to rush, I don't notice that I basically have 0 prayer points and no food and low HP. But you know what, screw it guys, we're risking it. Alright, after coming in clutch and nearly dying because of a stupid spider, we got our final piece and can complete the quest. And there we go, he gave us some steel gauntlets, which now we just gotta talk to someone and they will turn into gold gauntlets. By the way, what these gauntlets actually do and why it's so essential is that they give us an XP boost that's about 2.5 times the base XP for every gold ore we smelt. With that much of an XP boost, it would be stupid not to get them. So, heading back to Blast Furnace and literally 2 to 3 minutes later, I finished 40 smithing and am ready to continue with a runner. This method looks about as simple as it looks. Instead of me running to the bank every lap after hitting the deposit and withdrawal, I simply trade somebody and give them my bars while they give me ores. They are my portable bank. After like 15 minutes, we actually got a lot better on the method and my XP rate shot up. So I did reset my tracker around then, and we held around 460 to 470k an hour. I honestly wouldn't recommend anyone to consistently do this with a runner. They are typically expensive for this, especially because Blast Furnace running is a lot harder than Essence running, which is something a lot of people utilize. On top of that, the difference in XP an hour for Blast Furnace running is about 25% better, whereas Runecrafting is 250%. So yeah, stick to Essence and Altars, boys and girls. I did love doing this method. It gave me flashbacks to doing 200 mil RC with runners, which was easily one of my favorite things to do in my level 3. So sit back and enjoy watching for a bit. Here I am hitting the funny number. And now I'm done with the final skill requirement, 70 smithing. Now we gotta do the entire Elf series quest line, when we basically never even started it on this account. Many of you may know this quest line because of Morning's End Part 2 or even Underground's Past. Believe it or not, these quests aren't that bad since Quest Helper came out. I knew throughout these quests I'd have to kill some things, so I ended up spending 1.1 bill on the toy staff to help me DPS faster. Anyway, to kick this off, I'm starting off with Biohazard. Immediately after my quest completion, I respoke to the king to start off Underground Pass. Finally got to test out my little toy, and it was quite good. The reason I went so overboard with this is I remember in my own mind speedrunning on one of my group Ironmen in Underground Pass to see if it could be done in less than 35 minutes without stams. I remember the longest part of this was getting through these fights, so I decided there was zero chance I'd risk another long fight, especially on a series like this. The second fight of this quest, I had to kill these 3 demons. I brought Telegrab so I didn't have to run all the way across to pick up their drop, and boy, that was quite OP. On my way now to finish Underground Pass and immediately start Regicide. The 20 minutes I've been logged in is about how long this quest was, but that's starting from where I shot my arrow at the beginning, because I had to relog then. So maybe add an extra minute for the total time, and that's how easy this quest is. Next, it's time to do Regicide. During this quest, you have to use some coal machine to make a barrel of something. I'm going to be making 2, because I used one during Morning's End Part 1. Thankfully, this was another huge mistake I made on my group Ironman since I did this quest line, and I was able not to repeat it again. I will say though, the machine is kind of confusing, and I know once you open it, I believe you have to finish it or else you have to run back to fill your barrel. I do remember having to do this in RS2, and it was heartbreaking. As you can see here, I clicked the machine and didn't know exactly what I was doing, so I spent some time making sure I really don't mess it up, and eventually I do get it to work. I had kind of a rough start with it, and you usually finish this within 10 coals, but because of my start, I used 16. I had 8 left and didn't want to risk it, so I go to the bank for more coal to make my second one. Fast forwarding a bit, here I am completing Regicide, and now it's time for Roving Elves. Not much to this quest other than walking around this annoying forest, but here I am completing it. And since I've already come all this way, I can start Morning's End Part 1 right after. Now, for once, being a spacebar warrior does not work in my favor. I was talking to her to start Morning's End Part 1 and my left click was trade, so I kept accidentally buying crystal shields. For anyone that doesn't want to blow through their cash stack, be aware of this bitch will rob you. And then to top it all off, she had the nerve to tell me that despite taking 2 of my mills, I still have to do sheep herder, which I completely forgot about. So after herding some sheep and murdering them, I was able to talk to this guy to get my quest completion certificate. With that certificate, I was officially certified to do Morning's End Part 1, which is now complete. Of course, with that 25k thieving XP reward, we now officiate our level 99 thieving on old school RuneScape official high scores. Before leaving Liletia, I decided to plant a palm tree here for my diary that I'll be needing for Slayer, along with getting a crystal teleport seed from the elves around me. I already have a teleport seed from the quest, but it's ideal for me to have 2. The reason is because in order to recharge them, I have to go to the middle of the woods, and it's a long walk. So if I have 2 on me to recharge at once, it works out better. I brought my alt over to DPS some elves and get them down 40 to 45% HP. That way, as long as I'm doing over half damage, I'll still get the drop. And thankfully, the RNG gods decided to smile upon me today, because I got my drop on the second elf. Unfortunately, my internet was kind of amber herding the bed when I was doing this quest, so I can't look at my login timer and know how long it took, but it was very fast. With this quest complete, all that's left now is Song of the Elves. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be doing that this episode, and I'll get into why in a bit. Many of you were wondering what happens after Halberd at Sepulchre, since I'll be running and need to train a new skill. The answer is cooking with baked pie plus magic imbue. I know you're wondering when I'm doing fletching, and remember, I'm starting that after level 92 agility. I still have about 75 hours left of Sepulchre, so I'll be cooking till the end, but fletching is a lot faster than 75 hours, so that will be done before 99 as well. Let's dive into our progress this episode. On the left are my stats from last week, and the right is my current stats. As you can see, we got a good chunk of total levels out of the way, along with some random levels from questing. If you're the one that likes the other visual, here it is, along with my current EHP right next to it. 479 EHP literally puts us at 49.8% of the way, so let's just round up and say we're halfway done. Now, very soon, I'll be gaining 12 mil craft and smithing XP in a span of a few hours. I want to stream this. Throughout the stream, I'll complete Song of the Elves and then immediately jump into finishing craft and smithing. Be sure to check out my stream with this link, which can also be found below. I'll be starting tomorrow, Sunday, November 20th at around 11 AM EST. For those in different time zones, I put a countdown timer in the description for you. Anyway, as always kings, TY for watching, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will hopefully see you all tomorrow where we do epic things for epic XP. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and this is my Max Cape Speedrun series. 2 years ago, I hit 200 mil all on the level 3, and recently, I jumped back into the skilling scene on a brand new account with the goal of maxing and the shortest gameplay time possible. There are absolutely no restrictions on this account, so I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, hitting max total within 35 days of playtime. For those who didn't see last episode, we are going to be doing something epic this episode. I just need to complete Song of the Elves, and then I can unlock a training method that gives over 25 mil XP every hour in smithing and crafting. Here I am at the fight right before the final boss, and unfortunately I did mess up here, but it wasn't a repeat of Sins of the Father. I failed the first 2 attempts, but I was able to log out while I ran my ult with extra supplies. So if I had to guess, I would say I lost a total of 5 minutes. It wasn't really anything serious. I have done this quest before on my ult, but it was probably 2 or 3 years ago at this point, so I barely remembered how hard or easy it would have been. For those that don't know what this fight is, well, to be honest, I don't pay attention to lore, but I think we're defending this castle and don't want the elves attacking it. So the method is pretty simple. Just tag the elves that are hidden in the castle and you can use blood spells to heal yourself. They are ranging and meleeing, so you will be taking damage since you can't pray against both. The difference this time is now that I have an AoE attack, I attack one and it attacks everything around them, making it significantly easier to take them off the castle. Now that I'm auto-casting Blood Barrage, all I gotta do is click the elves that are attacking the castle. Since Blood Barrage attacks anything in a 3x3 square, this makes it much easier since I can tag multiples with one spell. I will say, I've mostly been a person who can click when told where to click, but when it comes to actually using my eyes to see which elves are on the castle, I've become kind of useless. I was streaming this on Twitch, and I remember a few people in my chat helping me by telling me where there was an elf attacking, so shout out to them. After the castle is fully defended, I have to kill this mini-boss guy who is kind of easy. I did nearly die in the beginning, and here's why. So his only mechanic is pretty much to switch prayers instantly when he throws a dart. So you can't pray melee and occasionally switch to pray range. Unfortunately, my dumbass in the beginning had it backwards, so I got destroyed for a few. Once I had it down though, he was very easy and quick to kill. After I killed him, I quickly logged out and traded over more supplies. Even though I likely had enough to kill the boss, I already lost enough time defending the castle and I absolutely wanted zero chance to die. And finally, the last boss before the quest is complete and we get insane XP rates. I kept manually casting Blood Barrage despite having a Saying Staff. I wanted to play it safe and always have max HP because I was nervous streaming this and really didn't want the embarrassment of dying in front of 300 people. The DPS was much lower on Blood Barrage, which I didn't know until after the fight was over, but at least it was a very safe fight. And so, after 7 easy but also stressful minutes, the boss was dead and I completed the quest. A lot of quest rewards from this in terms of XP, so here I am formally finishing up 99 Herb along with Hunter. And so we have unlocked Prif. What you're looking at right now is me losing money as quick as people who bought into Bitcoin at 60 grand. I got 3 friends to run me Crystal Teleport Seeds, which are about 2.7 mil each when I banked this. They're now 2.1 mil, but that's beside the point. Converting these to shards allows me to make crystal armor, which is what I need to do for my skilling method. I know many of you will be wondering how much this costs, so just a quick breakdown. Each person ran me 504 seeds, totaling 1512. When bought at 2.7 mil each, this equates to about 4.1 bill spent. Quite costly if you ask me. I would even argue that it is deserving of a sub and a like on the video, so don't forget to do that if you haven't. Anyways, coming up near the end, just for your guys' knowledge, this took about 8 minutes with 3 runners. Basically, it's very little prep time. I started with level 70 smithing and 74 crafting, and you need 74 for both to make crystal armor. I traded over this keg to boost my smithing to 74 so I could start with crystal armors, but for some reason I forgot to actually make the armors. I definitely am not rich enough to practice this on an alt beforehand, so I was basically testing the waters live. It took me a few inventories to get used to it. For example, you have to click make all every time, which is quite inconvenient in my opinion. Secondly, I had to be sure I didn't accidentally make helmets. So if you guys look closely, you'll see that I have to go through 3 chat options every time I dismantle. Here's number 1, 2, and 3. It is quite tedious, but remember that because it's quite important for what I learned a few minutes into this method. Fast forwarding a bit, now that I got my XP rates on screen, I kind of stagnated around 11 mil an hour. But around here, I also realized something. It turns out that if you click dismantle on the next armor at the same tick you press space to continue on the most recent one, you can only go through 2 chat options and skip the one where it confirms you dismantle. With this new knowledge, I had a blast doing this method, and from here my XP rate only went up. I will say, I think the average person doing this will likely only do this method 1 time in their lifetime. So I really wanted to get as much XP an hour as I could, knowing I would probably never be here again. I remember taking bets on stream about what XP rate we'll end up at, if it was possible to do 12.5 mil or even if 13 mil was possible. So let's speed this up and enjoy fat XP drops. I will see you guys in a bit. Alright, this is pretty wild, guys. I still have 2 mil crafting XP left, but I'm at 13.6 mil an hour and my XP still goes up. I think there's a small chance of hitting 14 mil an hour. This is so true until the world's top 10 disasters fucking happens. I 360 no-scoped and created a whole inventory of helmets. Now I have to dismantle 27 items, so my XP rate is pretty much doomed. With that mistake out of the way, let's finish up 99 crafting and see where we're at. For those who don't know, the reason I'm not finishing 99 smithing now is because during mining I'll be using an infernal pickaxe. This will give me a 1 in 3 chance of burning a rock when mining it and gaining some smithing experience. With my smithing XP that will be left, I should be hitting 99 smithing around the same time as mining when I get around to it. After a long, hard-working 48 minutes, here I am hitting 99 crafting. The cape is worth buying since it teleports you right next to a bank, so I had one of my viewers trade me a skills necklace plus brown apron so I can immediately teleport and buy the cape. Maybe I was just happy or in the mood, but I dismantled all of my bodies here because I had a feeling I'd forget about them after hitting max, and I didn't want to forget about 150 mil. Looking back, that made 0 sense, and I think I was just happy and in the moment since I just had a lot of fun. Oh, and of course, because of this, I had a full inventory. So instead of dropping my necklace, the 3rd age mage robe kind of caught my eye, so I decided to drop it to make inventory space. After that epic grind, I jumped right back into Sepulchre, because I still need to finish 99 agility, and especially 92 for 4 or 5. If you remember, I started doing baked pie, and the cooking XP has been relatively nice to me. Here I am, hitting level 78. And here I am, finally hitting 92 agility, unlocking me the final floor of Sepulchre, which is also the hardest. Keep in mind that the best part of this level up is now I can officially start training fletching. I haven't trained it much, but because it's so fast, I'm able to get all of 99 during 92 to 99 agility. So you will see me fletching in future clips now that I'm on floor 5. This is where the agility XP rates get kind of wild. This is my first few sessions on floor 5, so my rate is under 100k, but getting over is pretty maintainable. The fletching XP you get as well with just addy darts is also really high. The best part is, once I'm 86 fletching, I can move on to amethyst darts, since my pies give plus 4 fletching levels. It's not something I had planned, but it worked out perfectly. Here I am hitting 84 fletching. Oh, and just to be clear, I am not looting the grand chest. This is the chest that potentially gives a ring of endurance, which is pretty pricey. However, looting the chest on this account, each lap equates to 15 seconds lost. With the calculations of wasting 15 seconds for the chance of the ring plus the normal drops you get, skipping out on looting is effectively missing out on 50 mil an hour. Basically, once you loot 240 times, you effectively lost a whole hour of agility XP, but you would have profited 50 mil with normal drop rates. So for those who value their time for over 50 mil an hour, you're welcome. Here I am hitting level 93 agility. Followed by around 90 fletching, and 94 agility. It's rare that we actually talk about farming, so let's discuss that. I'm more than halfway through this account and I'm only level 72 farming. The good thing about hitting level 72 just now is I've just unlocked magic trees. They are level 75 to plant, but I can boost with the pie so I can start them right away. It's at this point in the series where we'll actually start to fly through farming levels. I decided to also plant cow quads because they're cheap and easy XP. Since we are pretty much behind on farming if we plan to max in about 3 months, I'm gonna go hard on this over the next few weeks. That means I have to do at least 2 runs a day and on weekdays without banking. So basically what I'll do is get a run before bed and then another on my lunch break, or something before work and then another when I get home. I guess really all you guys have to know is I'm about to gain some epic farming XP. I'm not sure if any of you are actually looking forward to a Sepulchre guide that I mentioned I'll be making in previous episodes, but I made an executive decision for myself and decided to wait until after 99 agility / school is over. Realistically, currently I have no time to edit for a guide, and if I finish 99 agility, I'll be able to do all of floor 1 to 5 in one. Let me know down below if any of you are actually looking forward to it, but I will post my tiles for 1 to 5 in the description. Anyway, this is probably a good way to wrap up the episode with the halfway mark of 99 fletching. leveling up to 92. Now, it's time to compare our stats from last episode, and I will warn you guys, we had some big gains this week. At the end of everything, I'll also do a cost analysis for how much we've spent on the account so far. On the left, we have our stats from last week, and on the right is our current stats. Remember when I said we were about to fly through farming levels? We did exactly that, and will continue to do so. Here's the gains in just one picture. We gained 94 total levels last week, and finally, that puts us at 571 EHP. This makes the account 59.3% of the way to max, just short of 60%. Anyways, as for the cost analysis, and this kind of hurt making, especially knowing we haven't done another expensive skill yet, but here we go. I'm not maxed yet, so I'm only doing these 8 skills that I'm done with. Pairing instruction, a quick 110 and 230 mil, easy calculation. Fishing cost me 80 mil between KawamBAMs and runners, and Hunter was an additional 45 mil for the drift nets. Halberd cost me about 360 mil, 100 mil of it being for a runner at early levels. The other 260 mil is for the actual pots. Good old crafting sitting at nearly 4.1 bill. Smithing up until level 70 cost me about 50 mil between blast furnace and runners. Thankfully, woodcutting was a cheap 7 mil due to smoldering stones and infernal axes. All of this totals to about 4964 mil, so about 5 mil has been spent on this account so far. All of that being said though, I hope you guys enjoyed the analysis and large gains this week. As always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you guys next time. Peace out, kings. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and this is my Max Cape Speedrun series. 2 years ago, I hit 200 mil all on the level 3, and recently, I jumped back into the skilling scene on a brand new account with the goal of maxing and the shortest gameplay time possible. There are absolutely no restrictions on this account, so I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, hitting max total within 35 days of playtime. In today's episode, we're going to be finally starting Runecrafting, featuring runners and lots of experience per hour. This is expensive, but well worth it, even for non-speedrun accounts. I know in my last episode, with me dropping 4 bill on 99 crafting and smithing, many people were asking how I got the funds for this series. Since these runners are not free, and this is the second fastest way I'm spending GP on this account so far, I figured now is as best time as ever for me to address that. So, I finished 200 mil all back in June 2020, so over 2 years ago. Believe it or not, many people who are 200 mil all, myself included, finish with pennies in our bank, since skilling isn't free, especially at Runecrafting with runners. I get asked a lot how much I made on my way to 200 mil all, so hopefully that clears it up. The answer is in the negative billions. After I finished, all I could do was AFK Slayer for 2k an hour since I was a level 3. So I figured, why not make money on the side? It keeps me actively playing the game to where I wouldn't get bored. So, naturally, I got myself into corp boosting. I won't go too much in depth, but essentially people pay others flat GP per kill to play 4 to 8 accounts to help them get more kills per hour for pets. I did this for an average of about 40 mil an hour for a good period of time, meaning I only had to do it for 200 hours for 8 bill, which I think at this rate should be enough to fund this entire series. I do other stuff like swapping between OSRS and RS3 and merching, but I mean I'm already talking about stuff that's irrelevant, so let's just dive into what the hell's going on. As you can clearly see, when Runecrafting, I bank so quickly that I get a full inventory of essence every 3 to 4 seconds. I guess I do use some help from 4 trusty runners that are being paid 7 mil an hour each, but the gains of XP is what is important here. I already had lavas unlocked when I started this method, as it's 23 Runecrafting, which I got from questing, and ideally you'd want magic imbue as well, which is the spell you're seeing me cast every 18 ticks. This allows me to make combo runes without the use of a talisman, so all I have to do is use the earth rune on the altar. It's pretty funny, as you can see on my screen, my XP rates start really high at such a low level. This is the best method for all of 23 to 99 Runecrafting, and the XP rates stay the same the whole way. Here's already 35 Runecrafting, but to be honest, if I called out every level, I'd probably lose my voice before the video's over. So, skipping ahead a measly 18 minutes, here I am hitting 50 RC. As you can see, my XP an hour went up a little bit since I started. I've never done this method before this. When I did 200 mil RC in my main, I did it with runners at ZMI, which Jagex removed trading inside of after I hit 200 mil. So, just like woodcutting and many other methods that I've never done before in this account, I'm learning more as I go. Just about to wrap up my first hour, here I am hitting 60 RC. I made a lot of mistakes this hour, so realistically, I would say 260k an hour is more than easy to get. For those who don't play or don't pay attention to updates like I do, over the past week, Jagex made an update where they made significant changes to the XP rewards for certain master quests. Of course, many people already completed these quests, myself included, so we are able to claim the XP all at once. If you're wondering if this screws me, not really. I mean, sure, I could have saved like 15 to 20 minutes if I got this reward at a different time at the account, but realistically, the game is always going to get faster anyway, so who cares? With the XP rewards he now gives, I probably save about another hour on my max journey versus if I were to never claim them, so it makes the goal of maxing within 840 hours even easier. It took me a couple days to actually claim my XP. I kept forgetting and people would remind me on stream, so here I am actually getting around to it. He gave me the XP that I missed from quest rewards, but there's also quests that give me XP glamps where I can choose a skill. And specifically, Sins of the Father has somebody else that I can talk to for some free XP in any skill I want. I actually debated a lot if I wanted to do Slayer or Agility, and honestly I don't know if I made the right decision, but I don't think it'll make a significant difference anyway. But I decided to choose Slayer XP. So here I am hitting 66 Slayer, giving me the ability to fight Fossil Island Wyverns. Heading back to the Runecrafting altar, and with a much better XP rate, here I am hitting 75 Runecrafting. I guess now I'll teach you guys something cool about this method that 99% of you will probably never need to know. Trading people is quite interesting. As you can see, the runners need to put up essence plus click accept at the same time, but I just need to click accept. Sometimes, or to be honest even most of the time, I will see other player has accepted on the first trade screen when I'm clicking accept. This means that it's going to be a 3 tick or 1.8 second trade. The first tick of him putting up the essence and hitting accept, while the second tick is me pressing accept. The third tick is both of us hitting accept on the second part of the trade. This is tick perfect, however, the way RuneScape works is that it has something called PID. For example, let's say two people are fighting each other and click attacked on the exact same tick, or even the same 0.00001 seconds. At the end of the day, the game still has to register somebody as the first attack. That's where PID comes in. It's assigned randomly and differently each time. This same mechanic applies to skilling, specifically trading. Notice how in these trades, the other player has accepted doesn't show up, but rather we both click accept in the first tick of the trade. This means that the PID switched and we are both able to click accept within the first tick, making it a 2-tick trade. This changes constantly and randomly, and it's not really consistent with who gets it, so it makes this method fun and challenging. Fun because it's really satisfying to have a few 2-tick trades in a row. I mean, think about it this way, if a normal speed is 3 ticks, 2 ticks is legit 50% faster. It's a really big difference in XP an hour. But additionally, it's challenging. Randomly getting a 2-tick trade can put me off rhythm, leading to a misclick, which is why you so often see me running around or messing up. It's definitely part of this method that I enjoy a lot though. Unfortunately, the part that sucks is, realistically, I can't just come home from school or work and start gaming. I gotta have 4 great gamers ready to run, so I go to Sepulchre in the downtime that I get. So that's why you see me here, and that's also why I'm now hitting 95 fletching. This just unlocked me Dragon Darts, but since fletching is practically 0 time in the speedrun anyway, I'm not gonna bother going through the trouble of low supply and spending extra tens of millions for 99. I'll just finish up 99 with Amethyst Darts, it should be easy and no issues. Alright guys, something I've been putting off a lot longer than I care to admit, but basically, I need to ask myself at some point if the farming guild is worth getting on a main account. I need 60% Hesidious favor, and I already have 20. Being realistic, it takes less than 5 minutes on a main to get the remaining 40%. The farming guild unlocks at level 65 farming, but for this speedrun specifically, it doesn't seem that great until 85, which is why I kept putting it off. At 65, you unlock a new tree spot, so I can do an extra yew tree or magic tree, which is cool, but at level 85, I also unlock a fruit tree and celestious tree spot, which I can check once a day for an additional 30k farming XP. It's not that far either, I just teleport with Skills Necklace and run like 20 steps. The redwood tree is also nearby, which is another 20k XP every 3 days. What you see me doing here is putting saltpeter and compost, which gives 0.1% favor each. It doesn't sound like much, but as you can see, there's no delay on it, similar to how darts work, so all I have to do is spam click it. Just for some background, I made a couple group Ironmen when they came out, and always had teammates burning out on me. But farming was one of my favorite skills on it. So one of the first things I'd ever do is unlock Farming Guild, which included doing this method for 60% favor. And that's why if you see my clicks here looking pretty clean, it's because I've done this 4 or 5 times in the past. So, after a whole 4 minutes, I've done enough to where I can now enter the Farming Guild. Here, I'm just gearing for a full farm run to do right before I enter it and go plant all of my other stuff. After 5 magic trees, I'm on the way to the middle to gain favor and I realized something. I never turned back on my walk tile. Basically, for Runecrafting, there's a plugin I started using that removes my walk here option when clicking anywhere on the ground. It's proven to be useful when trays don't immediately open, and I have a horrible habit of forgetting to turn it back on afterwards. So, as you can see here, I click the imp because I'm spam clicking around, and it only registers what we call red clicks, where I actually clicked on something to do an action, rather than a yellow click, which would be walk here. And worry not boys, my Steam Battle Staff has not let us down. We got a free 32 defense XP head start on Slayer now. I got slightly lost for 2 seconds here, but this is where you go once you get your buckets. Just a quick chat box option and the Farming Guild gets unlocked. And there we go boys. Now we have 3 extra patches to do every day to get us closer to finishing farming before March 1st, which we hope to max by. With these extra spots, daily fruit and normal trees, we're going to be flying through the rest of farming. I mean, I won't spoil the level, but at the time I'm making this video, I've gained 1.5 mil farming XP the past week, just by doing tree runs for minimal time per day. Here I am hitting level 88 farming. The agility grind does not stop either. Here I am hitting level 96, along with 97 fletching. Now, for those who do not keep up with RuneScape news, something pretty big is going on right now. Jagex is polling whether or not they should add a new skill, and last year they lowered the success rate of polls from 75 to 70% for something in the past. So I think it's quite likely that they will have the okay from the community to start working on a new skill soon. Whether it's released in 2023, 2024, or even 2025, that part I'm unsure of. I'm sure many of you are wondering my thoughts on it, since I mean, it's a max cape speedrun, and if a new skill comes out, I won't necessarily be max anymore. For this account, I'm finishing 2277 total before the new skill comes out. Unless Jagex magically makes the perfect skill that the community agrees on within 3 months, I don't think that's gonna happen. So, I'm not looking to sway any votes, but my personal opinion is as simple as this. And you're more than welcome to disagree with me. I don't think old school needs a new skill. It's not a matter of being stuck in the past, it's more of that, in my opinion, there's no real benefit to a new skill. If it passes, there will be months and months, and maybe even years, of wasted ideas because the community will need to agree on what the new skill will be. And in my opinion, it's just too much for something that is relatively small. At the end of the day, if the skill were to pass, sure, I'll obviously be completing it on my 200 ml level 3, and potentially this account as well, but I won't complain too much about it. Since you know my opinion, you already know what I voted for. This is one of RuneScape's biggest polls, so I actually did end up voting on this one, and I tried doing it with 0 ticks lost, but unfortunately, it was too much and I have lost a couple ticks. Anyway, let's dive into this week's stats. On the left, we got my stats from last week, and on the right are my current stats. Thanks for Runecrafting's ability to go from 28 to 60 in 1 hour, we managed to gain a lot of total levels this episode. Here's an easier visual for the gains, along with the EHP to the side. This EHP puts us at 63.4% of the way to max, and I know many of you have been curious about my time played, especially since we've completed crystal crafting and smithing. As I said in the beginning of the series, I'll be showing the time played every 5 episodes to keep it more interesting and to keep you guys guessing. So, next episode, on episode 20, I will be showing my playtime. Make sure you put your guesses on how many EHP I am over at the moment, and if you think it's realistic that I'll be completing this within 840 hours played. Also, before I go, please don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. I'm still very close to 20k subs, and it would be a great milestone for me to hit by the end of the year. Anyway guys, as always, TY for watching, and I will see you all next time. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW, and this is my Maxscape Speedrun series. After hitting 200 mil all my level 3 skiller 2 years ago, I jumped back into the skilling scene on a brand new account, with the goal of maxing in the shortest gameplay time possible. There are absolutely 0 restrictions on this new account, so I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, achieving max total within 35 days of playtime. Last episode, you guys may remember me doing some runecrafting with runners, along with agility. In this episode, I'll be doing the same grind of the same 2 skills. However, you guys have always been seeing me baking pies in my inventory, and I managed to snag up a new item for a different skill rather than cooking. And that item is Eternal Boots. These guys give 200 mage and runecrafting XP per make, and a while ago I managed to buy a bunch of them when they were low. And so, here we are. Doing some quick math, with 367 of the boots to make, I'll be gaining 73.4k runecrafting XP. I'll get to the cost of these in a bit, but real quick, I want to point out that these were not nearly as good as I expected them to be when I originally bought them. I only gained 2.6k runecrafting XP per lap, in placement of my 6k cooking XP. Assuming runecrafting is 260k an hour, that's about 1/100th, or an extra 0.01 EHP per lap at Sepulchre. On the other hand, when I was doing cooking, I was gaining 6k XP per lap. With the EHP of cooking being about 1 mil an hour, that's 6 1,000ths, which equates to 0.006 EHP per lap. Based off of those numbers, I think you guys can agree with me that these are probably not worth the hassle. However, let's get into how much this cost me. Then maybe, just maybe, it'll be worth it. Buying the Eternal Crystals are not easy. They are a very limited supply since they come as a rare drop from a Slayer only boss. There are only about 100 traded per day, and think about it, that's including merchants who buy and sell the same item. On top of this, they have a buy limit of 5 per account. For those who don't know what a buy limit is, it's basically a mechanic in the GE that its main use is to prevent price manipulation among the rich. Pretty easy way to understand this is, if there is no buy limit, one person with 300 mil in their bank could easily buy out this item every day, making the price rise. The hassle of only allowing people to buy a certain amount every 4 hours make it a lot harder for people to manipulate, as they need many alts. Obviously, I wasn't trying to manipulate anything, but because of the tough buy limit, I did buy this throughout 5 accounts. Between the different accounts and prices rising as I was buying, so I would have to up my offer, it's hard for me to get an exact price on how much this costs per crystal, but here are some examples from one account that I bought them on. So pretty much just multiply this by 4 to 5 and you'll have a rough idea of how much I spent per boot. The Infinity boots were much more generous than the buy limit, so I was able to buy them all on one account. Assuming we average 1600k per crystal and 342k per boot, each boot costs us 1942k. So you guys must be wondering, how much are we selling them at? What is the loss? We did get somewhat lucky on the time we banked them at, and here's a screenshot on what we sold them at. Not all of them sold yet, but I have more than enough room for them to drop. And so, assuming they sell at 2.2 mil per boot after task, we profit 258k per boot, aka 94 mil profit and this 73k runecrafting XP. It's pretty juicy if you ask me, and it softens the blow of how much runners cost for 99. Speaking of runners, here I am hitting 90 RC. Around this level, I had a little breakthrough, and so I decided that instead of paying my runners 7 mil per hour, I'll start paying these machines 8 mil. I was starting to get frustrated with not having anyone available for the little free time I had, and so I had to give them extra incentive. Which I can't complain about, of course, I mean, it's on my end. And besides, if I were them, I would want extra incentive to stay as well. On top of all of that, with how good they are, they honestly deserve 8 mil per hour. I'm just cheap as balls. It was a good thing the boots basically paid the difference at the end. Pay very close attention to my current XP per hour. It's 276k, and if you guys remember, throughout last episode, most of my sessions were around the 6p rate. However, on Black Friday, I decided to upgrade my computer. The new PC I bought has absolutely 0 FPS lag, whether I'm streaming or not. And so, once my PC got here around the second week of December, my XP rate skyrocketed. This is gonna sound silly, but I can't really describe it other than saying my cursor moves smoother, and it's honestly a difference I never would have known without first experiencing it. You guys will believe me once you see my future XP rates. And so it begins. My first attempt on the new PC, here's my XP rate. Despite struggling to hit 280k in recent sessions, here I am casually getting 290k over a 2-hour session. Also, this gets me level 91 runecrafting. Followed by level 92 and my best XP rate per hour. In the official Essence Running Discord, there's a section for feedback where they keep track of the records in terms of most XP per hour for lavas, astrals, etc. The world record for most runecrafting XP in an hour was set back in July at 296.8k by Zunkra. Zunkra actually has helped me significantly with runecrafting, with everything from helping me choose the best of my runners to giving me small tips and tricks to increase my XP an hour by a good chunk. He's a beast at lavas and has been doing it for most of his runecrafting XP, which currently stands at 140 mil. I've been in talks with him about one of us someday hitting a 300k hour. And I mean, right now with me seeing myself only 6k off, I think it is possible. I'm already speedrunning a max cape, so I couldn't ask to be on a better account to try my best to push for the 300k hour. And so, from here on out, every hour, the first hour of my session, the attempts to really nerd neck and get 300k begin. And just 2 levels later, at level 94, I broke the record. I didn't start recording until well after, but I managed to get 298.2k in 1 hour. It's not quite 300k, but I knew where my mistakes were, and the journey to 300k still continued. And here is 96 RC. Followed by 97 and still no 300k hours. Do you guys remember this skill? I'm still flying through as many farm runs as possible. Here I am hitting level 93. Something I procrastinated for nearly 2 months is this stupid Swan Song quest. I stopped fishing 10k off of 99 to finish it here, and of course the quest update now gives 50k fishing XP for this one stupid quest. But anyway, since it's been 2 months since I should have done it, I finally decided to just get it out of the way so I can knock out another 99 this episode. I haven't done this quest in many years, so I didn't really know what to remember about the boss. He kept draining my prayers, so I couldn't really pray against him, and when I didn't pray against him, I got clapped. Honestly, it was a close call, and I'm pretty sure someone in the comments down below will tell me that if I'm wearing a sapphire ring or something, he can't drain my prayer, or some really stupid mechanic that I'm not aware of. But my answer to that is that I'm bad at questing, so leave me be. This was officially the last quest of the series, so I don't care anymore. We are free. And so, now that the queen is dead, I just had to talk to the wise old man, and there is 99 fishing plus 40k XP. And also the first 99 of the episode. You guys remember fletching during agility, right? Because I barely do. That thing was so free and easy. Here's level 98. Followed by the second 99 of today's episode, fletching. GZ boys, account is getting some good progress today. Also hit 96 agility not too long after fletching. I forgot to show the agility XP tracker or the level up message, but you guys can take my word for it. Honestly, you guys wouldn't know my level up anyway, she goes to another school. At this point, I'm back to RC and nearing level 98, and despite me beating the record just 4 days ago, Zunkra has gotten a 300k hour, and literally killed it by 1.7k as well. This was another record set, but at least I got to hold the record for 4 days. That deserves a like on the video, right guys? What do you think? At this point, I figured there was no way I would get over 301.7, but I had basically only one more attempt to get in the 300k club, because I wanted to stream my last 1 mil XP in one session. So essentially, my last attempt to get a 300k hour will be on stream where I have to read the chat and right before a 4-hour session. Odds were looking good. And the odds did actually work. Similar to my first record hour, I couldn't record until after, but I did get a nice screenshot at the hour mark. So, 2 days later, since Zunkra beat the record, and the first 300k hour, I beat his hour again, ending at 304.3k, which actually blew my mind. It set me up for a great 4-hour session and a fantastic way to end my 99 RC journey. And fortunately and unfortunately, here I am hitting 99 runecrafting in my final session, getting over 295k an hour for 4 hours straight. This is the third 99 of this episode, and honestly, I have to say, out of the 3, this is the first one that I'll generally miss, even if setting up 4 runners at a time can be annoying sometimes. And following that, I'm now hitting 98 agility. You could probably guess it, but that may or may not be the fourth 99 of the session. Some of you are probably looking at my cooking level and thinking, wow, you suck, you didn't even get 99 cooking during agility. The truth is, I agree. However, the EHP for cooking is very easy to get 1-to-1. So when the time comes, I will be doing 1-tick KawamBAMs for 7 hours for 7 mil XP. I'm going to hope that I can do some cooking during Slayer, where like, for example, I can bake pie on my way to every task. But honestly, we won't know how viable that is until we get there. And so, there's my final cooking level before 99 agility, level 88. I already spoiled that we're getting 99 agility this episode. So now that we're coming close to having to show that, let's talk about what's next. On my stream for 99 agility, I stressed that I was doing 99 mining first, so that I could end the series in a really fun way with Slayer. However, I have to say that if there's 7 billion people in the world, I probably had 6.9999 billion people telling me that they can't wait for Slayer and want to see my strats. So, after thinking about it all day every day for a few days, I decided that I'm going to be jumping into Slayer next. So for those who are looking forward to seeing my Slayer, along with how long the skill will take, logout strategy, and everything else, be happy, you won. With this being episode 20, that means I'll be leaking my playtime in EHP. And since we hit 99 RC, I can even throw in a cost analysis. So let's dive into that right now. On the left, we have my stats from last episode, and on the right is my current stats. A lot of 99s of course, and we managed to climb over 2k total, which means we're really close. The only real long grinds I have left are mining and Slayer. With us doing Slayer next, we're going to be flying through total levels next episode since we train all the combats with it. Here's an easier visual for my gains this week. I forgot to screenshot my stats and current EHP before I tested a task or two of Slayer, so I guess I'm also showing an extra defense and range level. With all this in mind, I currently sit on 679 EHP. And the time played, drumroll please, will be released next episode. No, I'm joking. We're at 23 days and 14 hours, putting us at 113 hours over EHP. If you remember, our goal is to finish the series within 35 days played, and at our current pace, we need to gain 8 hours on Slayer. So I guess the question is, will we gain 8 hours on Slayer? On one hand, Slayer is easy because I'm allowed to log out while stacking a pile and log in and body them all. On the other hand, Slayer EHP assumes you're already really high combats. So for example, I'm not already using a Bulwark at Dagonauts and getting 100k an hour like the EHP wants me to. I'm actually getting nearly half of that without Bulwark. On top of that, I still have to do diaries for Crystal Halley, which is probably another couple hours since it includes chompies and pest control. Let me know what you think down below. I'm fairly sure we'll gain 99 Slayer by the time episode 25 comes out, so it'll be interesting to see how many hours we've gained. For the cost of the account so far, we'll just be adding 2 more skills from the last cost analysis we did, and it'll give us a nice new total. For RC, I'll put this down as 1.3 bill cost, and I wasn't going to count the boot cost, but since I ended up paying 1 mil an hour more for half of it, I decided why not to cover that. Fletching was about 130 mil. Throw in everything else, and that brings our total to 6.344 bill, which is kind of yikes. The good news is, I don't believe we will be spending much more, so the series should cost less than 7 bill, hopefully. Anyway guys, I hope you enjoyed my analysis, and hopefully the time played is about what you expected, or even better. Personally, I'm happy with it, so you guys should be too. This will be the end of the episode, and the final one of the year. So thank you especially to everyone who's continuing to support me. We're nearly at 20k subs, so if 200 of you could real quick hit that sub button, that would be great. Overall though, it's been a great run and I look forward to the Slayer grind. I hope all of you have a great new year and happy holidays. As always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you all next time. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and welcome back to the Maxcape Speedrun series. After completing 200 mil in all skills in my level 3, I decided to try a brand new challenge for myself. Maxing total level on a brand new account in the shortest gameplay time possible. There are absolutely zero restrictions on this account, meaning I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal of maxing within 35 days of playtime. I'm sure some of you are wondering why we're just looking at a logout screen, and the answer to that is because we're finally doing our Slayer grind. Since nobody has ever done an official speedrun to Maxcape before, there's a unique way of doing Slayer that only would be relevant in terms of this speedrun. The method is something that I like to call Logout Slayer. It's pretty self-explanatory for those who know how to do efficient Slayer, but for those who don't, I'll do a quick recap of Barrage Slayer. Basically, what you have to do is stack a bunch of enemies, get them all on one tile, and use an AoE attack to kill them all at once. It's insane XP an hour comparative to using a cannon, melee, or whatever the heck else people did back in the day. It's also pretty affordable, even for normal people, since you make a lot of GP back in drops. With good mage gear and ice barrage, it's pretty easy to get 100k an hour at Dust Devils, along with several other tasks. To summarize, I took some time to stack the NPCs up and pile them up, and it wasn't until that they were all on one tile that I was able to attack them. So, in terms of relevance to the series, because the series is a speedrun with in-game time, all of the ticks I've spent setting up the Dust Devils can be done while I'm in the login screen from another account. And with all of that information, that brings us to where we are and what we're doing. I stare at my login screen until the Dust Devils are stacked, and it's not until that they're all on one tile that I log in and start hitting them. Clearly, you can see that I'm not using Barrage, but rather a Dragon Halberd. Halberds have a special attack when it comes to AoE. It can hit a stack of 10 monsters on one tile, making it a nice replacement for Barrage. The only downside is that it requires 30% special attack, meaning you can only use it 3 times before needing more Spec. And I mean, to be honest, it's also lower DPS than Barrage. So these are 2 things we have to tackle. The first one's easy. Because I'm chilling at the logout screen, all I have to do is run 2 accounts back to Dust Devils every lap and Spec transfer myself. Typically, 5 to 6 specs is enough to kill most of the pile efficiently and log out until the next round comes. Secondly, the reason it's worth doing this over Barrage, despite this being lower DPS, is because this gives you melee XP. You guys remember that I'm already over 90 magic and I haven't even actually trained the skill yet. I've just been doing random stuff like enchanting bolts or casting magic imbue for passive magic XP while working on something else. However, the melees that I'm still level 60 on are in desperate need of leveling up. The XP rate on screen is pretty bad here, and that's because it's my first ever task here, but it's pretty easy to get 100k an hour slay with Halberd and logout method, which you guys will see in future clips. But for now, at this rate, this probably equates to about 300k melee XP. Given the fact that I'm only level 65, this is really good. I noticed while streaming that a lot of RuneScape players seem to forget that they don't just walk off Tutorial Island with 99 combats. Just about everyone asks me why I'm not using Prim Boots, Torture Amulet, or Crystal Halberd, or Torva, or Bulwark. And guys, remember, these things have requirements. So because I'm low level at the moment, I have a lot of upgrades coming in the near future which would also affect my rates. These include small things that add a little DPS like Prim Boots and Torture Amulet, or big things like Bulwark, Crystal Halberd, and Torva. Oh, and here's 70 Slayer. Unfortunately, I didn't record every task I was being assigned, and to be honest, I was generally frustrated with all of 65 to 75 Slayer, which I'll get to in a bit. Here's another task I ended up doing with the logout method, and it was Dagonauts. I did one task at the lighthouse with the cannon, and I didn't like the XP rates. So my friend did some testing and found out that it was possible to lure the fat Dagonauts away and stack up the little ones. If there is any task that I genuinely hated that was also good XP, this would be it. This method was so boring and numbing to do, and it was easy to make mistakes. I would have to run 2 accounts per lap to Spec transfer, while also having another account tank the Dagonauts, and having another account to tag the little ones. The XP an hour on screen might be slightly inaccurate due to me not resetting every task, but as a fair guess, without messing these up, they're probably about 80k an hour Slayer with logouts and shitty gear. Once I unlock Bulwark though, I'll be switching over to Lighthouse to do there. So, let's talk about Slayer logistics. I've never done proper Slayer, as my main is a level 3. On top of that, my maxed ult never did efficient Slayer, because I didn't give a crap about my XP rates. So I would just AFK cannon everything, I never really had to worry about running out of points. Logistics wise, Slayer is nothing compared to any other skill we've done so far in this channel. There's a million different factors. There's RNG, because you will always be assigned different tasks. It's all about coming up with the most efficient route to ensure that overall you're gaining Slayer points. There's also certain quests that you could purposely not complete so that you will or will not be assigned those monsters. So with all of that information, what's the best way to figure out what we have to do on a speedrun account? One of my favorite things about this game is that despite it being so simple that we were all playing it at 5, 6, and 7 years old, it can also be so complex if you really look deep into it. Which brings us to this Slayer spreadsheet that players have made, which I'll put in the description below. I won't sugarcoat things, this looks complicated because it is complicated. But to be blunt and make a quick summary, this spreadsheet allows me to input information about any and all tasks that I wish to do or don't do, use bracelets to make longer or quicker, etc. It'll take the average chance of getting each task, and based off the information of whether you're skipping, blocking, or doing the task, it'll tell you the average points gained long term on average RNG. This isn't the original one I worked on, since that one's on my work computer because I was able to zero time it there. Since if you guys have ever had an office job, you would know that as long as it looks like a spreadsheet, you're doing your diligence at work. Anyway, the way I worked things out to be would be to skip Greater Demons along with all the other bad tasks, and if things got tight, I would do a Greater Demon task. If I were to skip every single Greater Demon task, on average I would gain 2.5 points a task, meaning that 65 to 75 is about 40 tasks, so I'll profit like 100 points. Given that I had 300 points to start with, I wasn't that worried. But I don't know guys, the most unexpected thing happened which I was just not meant to be prepared for at all. Every single time I got a task, Neve would give me something shit. I found myself skipping at least once nearly every task, despite there being over a 50% chance of landing a good task. Because of that, I found myself here at Greater Demons more than I had hoped for. If you look at my XP rates on screen, this task really isn't that bad in terms of XP per hour. Plus, it's free attack XP, which I need to unlock Bulwark. I guess the reason it's so OP is because there's a million Greater Demons, and I have a wieldy weapon, which hits higher than a normal tier 60 or tier 70 weapon inside the wilderness. The only thing though is that my blood pressure generally rises during this task. It's not even the fear of being killed and losing 1.5 mil, I generally just get so annoyed at the thought of being attacked. I felt like I was being attacked way more than when I was doing Wildy Slayer, even when I was here at the same times as when I did it a few months ago. And then I realized the difference between now and earlier. A few months ago, I had 7 alts or so outside Spec transferring me. This time, during my first few Greater Demon tasks, I was just bringing 1 alt along with my Speedrun account. Because I kept being attacked now, I realized what was actually making a difference in terms of me being attacked. This is a multi-combat area, so PKers are scared when they see multiple white dots. So, during this task, I got all of my alts and geared them in a glory and 1 weapon, such as a dragon scimitar or a magic shortbow. During this task, I had 2 people log in that were too scared to attack anyone, so that kind of confirmed my suspicions. However, at this point, I was still super annoyed with Neve and the RNG on tasks. So, unfortunately, but also fortunately, this is my final Greater Demon task before I change up my block list. The block list that I was working with up until this point was Fire Giants, Worms, and Hellhounds. Worms are an easy block because they have such high weighting and they're not worth doing in any universe. As for Fire Giants and Hellhounds, they're mostly a shit task, and especially the reason that I didn't want to do them is because my mindset going into Slayer at level 65 was to always prioritize melee XP. At the end, I'll be 99 mage from barraging anyway, and 99 range is a quick 1 mil an hour doing other methods, so I really just want to be 99 melee and everything if it's possible. However, being nearly level 76 and still losing points, I knew the reality was that I had to change this. So, my new block list going forward is going to be Worms, Greater Demons, and Black Demons. Going forward, I'll be doing all Hellhound and Fire Giant tasks until I see myself at a comfortable amount of points. Also, I know someone's gonna ask why I didn't block Black Demons earlier. I actually planned to unblock Fire Giants as soon as I got a Black Demon task, because I happened to block them from Wildy Slayer. However, Neve decided not to assign me a Black Demon task until pretty much level 75 or 76 Slayer. Don't worry though guys, she assigned me enough elf tasks in replacement of them. Heading back to Dust Devils, right here I decided to record for something else, but oddly enough, as soon as I hit record, a superior spawned pretty much right away. I was very surprised by it, I even typed in public chat. Anyway, now is a good time to mention how I do superiors. For those that don't know, these give fat XP drops. I mean like really fat. The only problem is you can't log out to kill them, otherwise they'll despawn. So the strategy is that whenever they spawn, I need to focus on it and I can Halberd spec them. If you guys remember, the special attack hits a stack of up to 10 NPCs. However, because the superior Dust Devil is a larger monster, the Halberd instead hits it twice each hit. It's not the greatest DPS in the world, but it's more than enough to be worth staying logged in for. And just like I said, here's my fat 3000 Slayer XP drop. So the actual reason I started recording this clip is because I'm closing in on 50 Slayer tasks complete. And for my 50th task, I want to use Konar instead of Neve. Konar is a Slayer master that assigns you monsters to kill in specific areas. So for example, he can tell me to kill Black Demons in Taverley Dungeon, and if I decide to go to the wilderness and kill them, I won't gain any Slayer XP or progress towards my task. Obviously, it sounds bad, and I promise you, it is bad. However, I get an additional 90 point boost versus Neve if I were to do my 50th task there, so it's worth doing just for the points. I haven't been recording myself getting tasks that often, and I'll be very upfront with you guys on why. Because I was so mentally demotivated from Slayer, I kind of wanted to avoid recording myself until I really had it down. But because I kept getting screwed over, it just kept demotivating me more and more. I did the same thing with my early agility levels while I was still making a lot of mistakes. However, there was no way I was going to miss recording my Konar task. And on top of that, in just this one clip, I pretty much summed up my entire Slayer experience so far with Neve. And so, my first task is 136 jellies in the Fremennik Slayer dungeon. I logged out here quickly just to confirm that there is definitely no way that this would be doable on this account, And sure enough, the jellies are so far into the dungeon and they're not even in multi-combat. Overall, it's such a bad task. With all of this information confirmed, time to log back in and spend 30 points out of the extra 90 I would have gotten from Neve. And sure enough, I get 151 Karask in the same area. Skipping again, we landed on 50 Ankus in the Stronghold Slayer dungeon. And I mean look, this task isn't the worst thing in the world, and it's only 50 of them as well. It's not like I can expect a good task from somebody that's literally meant to give me bad ones. Still though, it sucks that I wasted 60 points trying to get this. With this Anku task comes something good. We finally hit 75 attack for Bulwark, which you probably won't be showing its use until next episode. Following that comes my 270 points from my 50 streak. And now we have 381 points to play with. And so, let's take these points to Neve to see if she wants us to spend them or save them. Fortunately, we won't be using Neve for much longer. We're just about to hit 78 defense and 100 combat, meaning we've unlocked Uridol. Oh yeah, and for those way in the back who can't see, during this task we found this plugin to make the logout button slightly larger, so we'll be using that from here on out. And here is 78 defense and 100 combat. And because my task is nearly complete, I decided that I'll finish it up before I do what's next. 100 combat was the final requirement for the Crystal Halberd diary. So after this task, we will have to take a break from Slayer to do that. For the remainder of our Slayer levels, we will be using NPC contact to get a task from Duradol since he is too far to run to. If we have to skip a task, we will simply teleport to Neve with the Slayer ring and cancel with her, and then NPC contact Duradol right back. One of the diary requirements is to get a Zora kill. Thankfully, I did practice on a different account for 35,000 kills, so I think I'm prepared. I did this on stream and some people were telling me that the new staff would be better DPS than the blowpipe even during the mage phase, because of my current range level. I have no idea, so I was just kind of switching between blowpipe and the shadow. Anyway, the kill was done in 2 minutes and thankfully before Jad phase. This is one of the reasons I cannot stand diaries. Here I am killing an elf with a crystal bow, and I was doing this without the quest helper earlier, and I killed an elf warrior in the same location. Obviously, it didn't count since it clearly states I have to kill an elf, and I guess warriors don't count as them. The most annoying thing about this diary is the chompy kills. Chompies are a pretty long requirement. The hard diary wants you to kill 300, which is about 90 minutes. That means for 90 minutes I'll be XP wasting, and only getting 8k an hour in ranged. But, I'm telling you guys, the Crystal Halberd will so be worth it. Unfortunately, the second proof of why I'm not a diary guy is right here. For some reason, the number 250 was engraved in my brain, and I left to go get my reward at 250 kills, completely wasting a few minutes once I realized it was 300. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's a level 3 trying to do diaries. Fortunately, this should be the absolute last thing I have to do in this account that isn't training a skill, because we are so close to being finished. The only grinds left are Slayer and Mining, everything else is relatively quick. To be honest, now's probably a good time to take a look at our stats since last episode. Let's dive in. On the left are my stats from last week, and the right is my current stats. Because we were low level in all combats, we gained a lot of total levels this week. We'll absolutely be hitting 2100 in our next episode, and hopefully dip into the upper 80s of some combats. I would like to point out that so far, Logout Slayer has been very slow in terms of IRL XP per hour. However, I do have a strong feeling that this will be changing next episode, since I just got all of my unlocks. Here's an easier visual to see the gains alongside our current EHP. 696 EHP puts us at 72% of the way to max, so we're really close to 3/4 of the way there. Also, huge thank you to every one of you 20.4k subscribers. I'm so glad we managed to hit 20k by the end of last year, and I really appreciate all the support, and I promise to finish this series as strong as possible. Also, I am aware that throughout this episode I only showed 3 different monsters, but I promise we're going to be diving into the other tasks next episode. Anyway kings, that'll be all for this week. As always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you all next week. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and welcome back to the Maxcape Speedrun series. After completing 200 mil in all skills in my level 3, I decided to set a new challenge for myself. Maxing total level on a brand new account in the lowest gameplay time possible. This account has absolutely no restrictions, meaning I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, finishing within 35 days of playtime. Last episode we left off doing Logout Slayer, where I log out while mobs are being piled and only log in once they are ready to be hit. Right here we're about to get a huge upgrade, which is Missouri armor right at 80 range. Chinning so far has not been the greatest XP an hour. It's been decent, but Barrage has always been more damaged by a lot. However, there was 2 reasons why I was somewhat taking it slow on early level Slayer to focus on my range XP. The first reason is the Missouri armor upgrade at level 80, which we just hit, and I'll get into later about why it's so overpowered. The second reason is I am only 90 cooking. I still need to finish 99 at some point, which brings us to the big question. Why would me not being 99 cooking be relevant to me training range over Barrage right now? Well, if you remember, I got a lot of my current cooking XP from agility, doing baked pie while running around the Sepulchre agility course. Well, here's the thing. That spell is on Lunar Spellbook, and if I were to be barraging, I would be on Ancients, unable to cast it. So, knowing that I needed an AoE attack while also being on Lunar Spellbook to bake as many pies as possible, I thought why not try combining the 2 skills, cooking and range. I mean, think about it, they already have something in-game, and I think it's in real life too, named after it. That's right, boys and girls. This big, hot, fiery thing right in front of us is called a cooking range. Used to bake anything we want. In this case, we'll be doing pies. However, this is not the cooking range a speedrun account should ever touch, but rather here, during this Bloodveld task, where it's easy for me to train both cooking and range together. For whatever reason, the bake pie spell is pretty much unstoppable. In this scenario, I click the Bloodveld to throw a chin at it, and naturally, I'll keep attacking it until it has 0 HP. But the cool thing is that I can click Bake Pie whenever I want and it won't even interrupt my chin throwing. So because of this, I'm able to bake pies for some extra cooking XP during Slayer. I try to empty my inventory with everything I can, minus the necessities like a Bastion Potion or a Rune Pouch, and I typically have 22 to 24 slots open. So I just need to run some pies on an ult and trade over every time I run out, which is typically every other logout. If you really think about it, I'm basically training Slayer the same speed as normal, and the only real time I'm losing is having to trade myself 45 times per hour. Which sure, can be argued as a pretty big loss, but at the same time I'm gaining 250k cooking XP per hour, which was the average rate I got for the level 80 to 90 that I've done this method for. It's well worth the 2 minute or so loss for that much cooking XP. One thing I should definitely mention before you all try bake pieing your tasks, this only works if you are in a safe spot. If any monster attacks you, it'll cancel the bake pie action. Since my ult is tanking all the Bloodvelds, it puts me in a safe spot to where I'm fine. So let's take a look at our XP rates. As you can see on the screen, I'm getting around 145k-ish Slayer XP and 250k cooking. I forgot to show my range XP, but going off my memory, around this time, I was getting about 400k an hour. Before I had Missouri, I was only getting like 300k range and about 115 to 120k Slayer. Remember earlier when I mentioned how good Missouri armor was? The reason it's so good is that all ranged armor, including one tier below, which is Armadillo, does not have range strength to it. The gear only gives range accuracy, which is cool because you splash less, but overall I'll get more DPS having more max hits. So, Missouri, unlike any other ranged armors, actually gives range strength. Not sure if you guys can relate, but I mean from all the video games I played growing up, which is like RuneScape 2, RuneScape 3, and old school RuneScape, highest strength has always been the meta. So that is why I kind of sacrificed myself getting low rates until 80 range. In my opinion, it was somewhat worth it because I had a feeling Missouri would be really good, especially considering the cooking XP I'd get. With the rates we mentioned earlier, let's break down our EHP per hour on this task. Slayer was 145k an hour, so that's about 1.1 EHP. Cooking was 250k, so that's about 0.25. Finally, range was 400k, so that's about 0.4. Add all of these up, and this is about 1.75 EHP per hour on this one task. Obviously, I'm not doing blood velds only for 99 Slayer, but I will say Logout Slayer is very generous when it comes to EHP per hour for logins. Pretty shocking, I know. If you're wondering why I said 145k Slayer at my level is 1.1 EHP, to summarize it as best as I can, the Slayer EHP is actually 79k, but it's all calculated in a formula to ensure you finish 99 millies along the way at 0 time. So your EHP will change accordingly to your melee XP gained. For example, look at this sample picture. I gained 12.33 EHP and 1.2 mil Slayer XP, but instead of gaining 0 EHP in the melees, some of the EHP got put in there. It's quite complicated, and to be honest, I don't even fully understand it. But that's the gist of it, and why I'd rather just count the EHP as 110k in this scenario. Those familiar with the game might know the Superior Bloodveld, also known as the thickest NPC in the entire game. His sunburnt buns can be seen from miles away. He does also give 4.1k Slayer XP on death, so I think he actually gives the most Slayer XP of all Superior Slayer monsters. Despite having so many Bloodveld tasks, I never actually learned the best way to kill it because I've rarely been getting Superiors. My only weapon right now is Black Chins, and ideally I don't want to camp another weapon in my inventory, let alone a whole armor set for melee as a switch, because that's just less inventory slots for pies, which isn't ideal for my cooking XP. Trading as soon as it spawns could work in theory, but knowing me, I'd probably misclick 43 times, and the second the trade goes through, it'll despawn. But I promise you guys, one way or another, we do find a solution by the end of this video, so stay put. And at last, here's my 4.1k Slayer XP drop, bringing our Slayer XP an hour back up to 152k. I feel like whenever something stupid happens, I'm not recording. But thankfully, for you guys, I was recording here. I'm still on the same task, getting a little close to the end, and I'm about to get a Superior, and look closely at what happens. Using my quick PVM hands and hotkeys, I open my prayer book to turn on Pray Melee. And I double clicked it without noticing. My eyes aren't even on my Speedrun account since I didn't notice the prayer and I thought I was safe until the Superior died. So evidently, we all know the result. So I lost a couple of minutes here running back to my grave. And okay, it's a couple minutes. But what was even more annoying, and something that I didn't even notice until I was nearly there because someone in my Twitch chat mentioned it, is I lost my Chinchampas. Deaths on Old School typically just require you to run back to your gravestone, pay a small 500k fee to get everything back. But Chinchampas specifically do not drop on death. Rather, they escape or run away, whatever you want to call it. So, this gently killed my motivation for a bit, as I was now down 10k Black Chinchampas, which is like 22 mil for a really unlucky mistake. Real quick guys, don't forget to like the video and subscribe if you haven't. Not everything has to be about blood velds though. We did other tasks, believe it or not. I do enjoy velds a lot, and at the time I'm making this video, I would say velds are up there in my favorite tasks. But Tazars, I believe, are easily my favorite. These things are so broken in terms of XP rates, and it's all melee XP too. Remember how we spent 2 hours doing diaries to get the Crystal Halberd? Well, to say it was worth it would be underestimating it. I only had one task with Sea Halley before Torva, so I'll show my rates in just a moment once we get the final upgrade. Here's a nice clip of me unlocking the final melee upgrade, which is 80 defense for Torva. Which brings us to our next Tazar task. We're at level 77 strength, we are already getting 154k an hour Slayer XP, along with 600k melee XP. And funnily enough, I noticed while rewatching this clip that something weird happened. This task was very close to ending, and this is actually the last login I have before my task ends. Notice how here I log out with 34.8k Slayer XP gained, and no message in my chat box saying that the task ended. Logging back in, but little did I know my task was over. You'll notice I go through this whole stack without getting any Slayer XP. Unfortunately, I logged in 2 more times after this before putting 2 and 2 together and realizing I was off task. At least we got free melee XP though. So far in this account, I've generally had bad RNG on tasks since I started Slayer. At this point, being level 80, nearly 81, I was still barely holding on to any of my points. However, I was getting close to my 100th task. I just passed 90 at this point. Because I was still struggling with points, I made another change of what I'm going to do plan-wise. I heard Spirit Warriors were generally a good task, so I decided I should extend them and do the quest for it next time I get assigned them. Secondly, I was doing Hellhounds and Fire Giants, which I wasn't the last episode, but with Spirit Warriors unlocked, I can now do Fire Giants, Hellhounds, and Spirit Warriors. Ideally, I would like to skip Fire Giants since they are the same weighting as Spirit Warriors, but it's good for now since I'm low on points. However, right here, I unexpectedly got a ridiculous amount of Fire Giants after making my decision. I logged out for a bit to think about it, and my final decision was that since it was so many Fire Giants, I decided to risk it and skip it. So after that, and another skip, we had 109 points left, and still needed to do another 10 tasks before our 100th. Take note of how here I get assigned 242 Bloodvelds. Since I last died at Bloodvelds, I decided to change up my strategy a bit. I decided to put cooking on hold temporarily and ended up just bringing an entire melee switch and bulwark specking each kill, then finishing it off with the chins. This method was a bit better Slayer XP an hour, getting 160k, and instead of cooking XP, I got attack XP. So I guess they just kind of replace each other. The reason I told you to remember I got assigned Bloodvelds in the last clip was because that was right before I got 81 Slayer. And unfortunately I forgot to clip 81 because I was just testing this method. But now, here I am, getting level 82 at Bloodvelds again. I'll give you guys one guess as to where I got level 83 Slayer. It begins with B and ends with Bloodveld. 2 whole Slayer levels since our crisis of only having 109 points, we were still chilling. But also, we were still not even at our 100th task yet, which was only 9 tasks away at that point. It was then that our RNG finally took a turn in this account, and I am honestly so grateful for that. Basically, my next 8 tasks were something like Bloodvelds to Dazars, to Bloodvelds to Anku, to Bloodvelds, and it was just constant Bloodvelds. On one hand, this is really good because it's insane Slayer XP an hour. On the other, I'm sacrificing a lot of melee XP, which is important to be 99 by the time I'm done with Slayer, so even though this felt good in the moment, it could hurt me long term. But as of right now, it did not feel like that at all. I was just glad to finally be gaining points and quick XP. The funniest thing too is my big IQ move to do Spirit Warriors and Fire Giants to save points hasn't even come into play. I did not get assigned a single Fire Giant or Spirit Warrior task since we got assigned that 193 Fire Giants 2 levels ago. At this point, we are finally at our 99th task, which was Anku's. This is a really quick task, both IRL time and in-game time, as there's a stack of 10 or 11 of them, and you can only get assigned 60 or so. Fast forwarding to the end of the task, I tried NPC contacting Konar for my 100th task. And if you guys remember, Konar gives significantly more points than other Slayer Masters, so it's worth doing for my 50th and 100th task. Anyway, because this was my 100th, I tried NPC contacting her, and every guy's worst nightmare happened. She actually friend-zoned me. She wasn't aware of my intentions. So I did what every man would do, and I ran to her. Last time, I had to skip 2 tasks because she kept assigning me monsters in the Fremennik Slayer dungeon, which are single combat and really garbage to get to. However, this time was different. She wants me to kill 123 jellies in the catacombs. Now I know these are multi-combat, and I know there's a lot, so let's head there. Literally my first stack of chinning them, I got a superior. And seeing this giant piece of jello was the funniest thing I've seen in a while. I honestly didn't know how to kill it because it was so unexpected I didn't even think twice about a superior spawning. But I mean, I'm definitely not the one to complain about a free 2k Slayer XP. Also, I had a lot of gear in my inventory, so I ended up doing a mixture of Bulwark, Chinning, Sea Howie, because I just couldn't make up my mind on how I should kill them. At first I was chinning them, and then I realized why would I chin when I can literally just Crystal Halberd them just like Dust Devils. So I finished the task that way. And oh my god guys, do I wish Durtho could assign these. This is my XP rates this task, and yeah, it was a pretty great task. Honestly, I would put it into Czar tier. We also have so many flints now to play around with because RNG has been nice to us lately. Pretty much from here on out, our future Slayer is going to be looking quite comfortable. Oh, and of course, I don't want to leave you guys hanging. Take a wild guess on what my next task could be. I believe this is where we end this week's episode. It's been a while since you guys have seen me farming, so I wanted to remind you that we are still doing this shitty skill. I actually should end up getting 99 in the next episode, which will be relieving since I've been dreading it with Slayer. Let's go through a recap of the progress on this account from the past week. On the left we have our stats from last week, and on the right is our current stats. We itched over 2.1k total this week, and I mean other than that, yeah, you guys know the Slayer progress. I'm quite happy with it so far, and I actually feel like I've been playing a lot. It's just that Logout Slayer tends to slow down the XP in our IRL time significantly more than I originally thought. Here's an easier visual strictly for the progress gains. We are now at 714 EHP, officially putting us at 3/4 of the way to max. Anyway kings, this will be all for today's episode. As always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, since you guys have watched me kill blood velds for most of this video, I will send you off with one more blood veld clip that I promise none of you have ever seen anything similar to it. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and welcome back to the Max Cape Speedrun series. After hitting 200 mil on my level 3, I set a new challenge for myself, maxing total level on a brand new account in the lowest gameplay time possible. This account has absolutely no restrictions, so I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, maxing within 35 days of playtime. Previously, we've been grinding out 99 Slayer and we're still doing exactly that. However, even though I thought I was done questing in previous episodes, there was an unexpected change that we had to do to continue our Slayer journey. I need to get here, to the God Wars dungeon. And to do that, it's best to use a Trollheim teleport. And to do that, you need to complete this quest, Edgar's Ruse. So that's what you see me doing here right now. I'm finishing up the quest so that we can continue our grind. Some of you may actually recognize this quest. It introduces the Goutweed. The Goutweed is an untradeable herb that we need to steal from a really annoying room, and it's actually used in multiple quests, so people usually grab multiple while they are down here. The problem of why it's so annoying is this. There are so many trolls wandering around the room, and if you are within their eyesight range, you'll get sent back to the beginning. So, the wiki crafted us this sick path where we can find safe spots around the crates to grab the Goutweed. Thankfully though, I remember doing this on my alt many years ago, and someone told me about a one-click method. So I still have this tile marked from however many years ago that was. And if I remembered right, I had to click the herb as soon as the troll passed the marked tile. And so I did. As you can see, it's pretty easy. So hopefully for those who haven't done this yet, you can use this as a tip for your own account. I'm only getting myself one because I don't see myself doing the other quests. So hopefully we won't run into another unexpected change later on. Anyway, with this in my inventory, I can now complete this quest and get to God Wars dungeon. So let's continue on with the Slayer grind. We don't need to go to God Wars yet, because we got lucky with tasks and ended up just living at Tazars for quite a while. And look guys, you can see my Slayer rate on screen. This is easily the best task in the whole world of Guylenor. It's pretty easy to get 190k an hour Slayer with logout methods, and 195 to 200k is even possible with my strength level. Once we're in the mid 90s for strength, I'm fairly sure we'll comfortably be sitting at 200k an hour. Don't forget that as a max cape grinder, my goal is to get as much mil XP as I can through Slayer, since range and magic are easier to train. So the fact that on top of this insane Slayer XP rate, the fact that I'm gaining 600 to 700k mil XP as well is just insane. Honestly, if Durado only wanted to give me these until 99 Slayer, I would let him. But of course, we got other monsters to kill. So let's go to our next one, Necreals. Funnily enough, right before this clip, I actually killed a superior and managed to get an eternal gem drop, which you can see in my inventory as I actually ended up picking it up on the Speedrun account. The superiors can either drop an eternal gem or imbued heart as their lucky item, and I never got either when I did 99 Slayer in my ult. So I was actually quite happy, and this was a pleasant surprise, especially because they told me the Speedrun account wouldn't make me any money. Well, look at me now, casually making 8 mil during a Slayer task. Consider my speedrun nearly paid for. Necreals were actually kind of disappointing in terms of Slayer XP. I only get about 95 to 105k an hour. However, I was getting 700k an hour melees, so they are a task that I overall enjoy doing. The only downside is that if you look at my top left client, you'll see about 6 other names. Those are alts that I need for more spec transferring. Instead of running POH for this task, I just stayed logged into 6 other accounts and spec transfer. By the time the first alt regained his spec from 0 to 100 while AFKing, the last alt would just be spec transferring, so it was an endless cycle. Here's a nice little drawing I made to simplify things. And guys, don't forget to like the video, especially if you like my drawing. Moving on, I also got blood velds a lot. These were definitely the tasks that I spent the most time testing, and at this point in the account, I was bulwarking them in the beginning and then finishing it off with chins. I never really knew how OP the bulwark actually was until I started doing this. It was consistent 600 XP drops with occasional 1Ks, and it was great for my Slayer XP per hour, and of course, the free attack XP was great, since I take melee XP over range any day. The XP per hour showing at the moment is inaccurate since it's from multiple tasks, however, this was about 150 to 160k per hour before superiors. Oh, and I know I showed this task in a previous video and I got a couple questions, so let me address them real quick. The first one was, how do you make the login screen say play now? Jax has been working on their own official client, I think for over a year now. Essentially, their client allows players to group multiple of their own accounts under one username, and select what game they want to play, whether it's OSRS, RS3, etc. It's still in beta, and I don't even know how safe it is. However, it's obviously a lot less of a headache for the Speedrun account, so I'm using it. But basically, I launched my Speedrun account under Runelight on their official client, and it brings me to the Play Now screen. Here's an example of what it looks like before I open the client to play on. And yes, I'm sure I'll get asked it automatically opens your Runelight settings and should save them if you have a Runelight account. I guess I can put a link in the description if any of you are interested. It's on the official OSRS homepage under Jagex Launcher. The second question I got was, how do you award blood velds since they're big? There's many different ways to do it, but here's how I do it. First, tag all the blood velds in one room on one account. Second, make sure you have an alt stuck in that corner where you see neglected, because otherwise they will get stuck. Third, bring another account to run around all 4 tiles of the blood veld closest to you. This will bring them all onto that one square and pile them up. If you don't want to click on 4 squares constantly on your other account, I would strongly recommend getting another alt and dance. Following each other and making sure you walk on all 4 squares is the same thing, except now you get to AFK for 25 minutes before having to worry. Here's an example of how to set it up. Just be sure you're walking on all 4 squares. If you're only following on 3 like normal, it won't work. Hopefully that helps you guys. Here's level 83 attack. Oh, and the way I like to kill superiors on this task is I actually bring a See Howie switch, and it's honestly cracked against superiors. Since they're fat, I get 2 hits on them per attack. Sometimes I can hit up to 80 damage. I know a lot of people were suggesting that I use Dragon Claws against superiors, but this was easiest for me. I tried D-Claws and it was a mess because I kept poking them since they attacked much faster, and I needed a new spec transfer every 2 hits. While See Howie attacks slower, so I have more time to hit my spec orb, and I can hit 3 times before needing a transfer. Here's level 86 Slayer. Accidentally recording the wrong alt here, but it doesn't matter. Here's 89 Strength. And then after that comes level 90 Strength. This level is actually my final upgrade, and I can now equip the Scythe. From this point forward, it makes sense for me to train See Howie on shared XP instead of Strength because I need attack XP. To go more in depth about that, the Halberd can train Strength, Defense, or Shared. It can't just train attack. Ideally, I want to be using it until my very last hit for 99 Slayer since it's so good. So it's important to make sure that I don't hit 99 attack last, because if I do, I'll be training on Shared post 99 Strength or Defense, which is bad. So quite a while ago, I got 85 Slayer, which unlocked me Abyssal Demons. I'm now nearly 87 Slayer, and I just got my first ever Abyssal Demon task. I haven't really been training Mage at all, as I've been chinning instead. But I knew I had to get 99 Mage at some point anyway, and I plan to do it all after I started Abyssal Demons, since they are a barrage task. So, bearing in mind that I needed to stay on Lunar Spellbook for NPC contact every task, I knew that I had to inconveniently switch to Ancients every time I wanted to mage something. Thankfully, there's an altar you can build in your POH to quickly one-click switch spellbooks. I just procrastinated building it until now, and holy shit guys, I literally almost restarted my account here. I got all the items that were required, and you need some untradeable items including an Ancient, Lunar, and Arceus Signet for each spellbook. They are pretty easy to get, you just need to talk to someone for each. Now keep in mind, I don't need the Arceus spellbook, I just need an Ancient and Lunar, so those are the 2 Signets I go get. I build the first altar and then I painfully learn something. You can build a newbie altar to change spellbooks to one book, but in order to upgrade it, you have to have both of the other signets. So the only options are to have only Lunars, or Lunars, Arceus, and Ancients. There's no Lunar and Ancient only. This made no sense to me, but whatever. I can quickly go talk to someone for the Arceus signet. At least that's what I thought. At this point, I now learned that you also need 100% Arceus favor for the signet. So after some brainstorming in the logout screen, I thought of something genius. Just build a second room and put the altar in there. Sure, it's a few steps out of the way, but at least I won't waste 20 minutes gaining favor. And just like that, we learned that the game physically does not want us building two of the same room that holds the altar. So at this point, I had no choice but to go to the library and get 100% favor. I can at least say that thankfully this was one of the quicker favors, but man, this is demotivating. I have been loving Slayer for the most part since I fixed my low point issue, and this sucked. I tried doing Bake Pie when I could while doing this, but it was a challenge since I was already using a lot of inventory spaces for the books to gain the favor. All of that mess did eventually get done, and I finally built my altar, and now I can switch between Ancient and Lunar Spellbook, so Abbey Demons won't be an issue from now on. And unfortunately, after that mess, I took a break IRL, and when I got back on the game, I kind of forgot to record my task. Whoops. So here's a clip of me getting 87 Slayer and Necrodos instead. Fun fact about these guys, they actually have a decent drop table and drop a lot of ruined items. I think looting can be around 1 to 1.5 mil an hour if my memory serves right. It used to be a pretty common thing for bots back in the day to loot drops from people who are doing Slayer and leaving drops on the ground. I know even Odablock was looting these on his Making GP from Scratch series, which funnily enough, he specifically ran into me doing this task and was able to loot my drop, which he mentioned made things way easier for him since I was purposely leaving every drop on the floor. It was pretty funny running into him, and I didn't even know it right away, but I got like 4 DMs on Discord about how it was on his stream. Unfortunately, I don't have any clips of it from my POV because I forgot to record since I was concentrated as I was still learning these. It was only my second ever task, but even after being comfortable, I still cannot be bothered looting while having 8 clients open. So if any of you run into me while I'm here, feel free to loot my stuff. But anyway, in the beginning of this video, we did Edgar's Ruse. So let's get into the reason of why we need to get to God War's dungeon. Generally owe a shout out to Max for informing me 100% on these guys, but it turns out that spirit creatures are way better than ever expected. So that's why I did the quest. They are 120 to 130k Slayer XP in my current stats, along with 600k melee XP, so it makes them way worth doing. Funnily enough, I made the mental decision to start doing these at 82 Slayer, and now, being 87, halfway to 88, this is my second time ever being assigned them. So it turns out that I do get another Abyssal Demon task, and I got a whip pretty early on in the task, as you can see that I've only been logged in for 24 seconds so far. I think this is my third or second whip within 300 kills, so I'd say my RNG here is pretty good so far. I was genuinely shocked at the fact that the whips are only 1.2 mil though. Anyway, let's talk Abyssal Demons. These guys are impossible to logout strat because of their mechanic to teleport either to you or teleport you yourself. Basically, once I pile them up, the second I attack them on my Speedrun account, they teleport all over and start attacking me as well, so I have no choice but to do magic with them and no logout strats. This task specifically, my inventory was a mess because I had melee, range, and mage gear, so it wasn't nice on my eyes. I got Ankus before this, and I guess I never reset my inventory. I am also using Expeditious Bracelets here in this clip, but I learned later on that it's better to use Tormented Bracelets, so I'll be using that in future tasks. I use the account in the top left to tag on both sides, and to be honest with you guys, this was actually the one task that I've done so far that actually requires some genuine practice for a skill gap of 5 to 10%. As a level 3 main, I've never done Barrage Abyssal Demon since my ult is AFK'd for 99 Slayer. These guys were a bit to learn, and honestly I'm still in the process of learning them. They're typically about 110 to 115k an hour without superiors, and the first task I only got 100k. This task I think I ended up at 107k or so, and I'm pretty happy with that progress, since like I said, this was the one task that actually probably requires some practice for normal people before being good at. Along with potentially smokes, but I haven't gotten there yet. I will at 93 Slayer. Anyway, here's another level up. Level 88. It took me a whole 8 days to remember to do one farm run, but here it is. and since it's my final farm run, I don't need to replant my trees, which is actually pretty cool, since I don't even remember doing this in my final farm run when I got 200 mil. Finishing up at the Lumbridge tree, here's the next 99, farming. GZ to me, boys. With that note, we'll probably be ending the video here, so let's go through our recap. On the left are my stats from last episode, and on the right is my current stats. Just the usual combat level ups along with 99 farming and 4 Slayer levels. I've generally been playing a good amount since I started Slayer, so despite this only being like 15 EHP, it's probably like 30 to 40 hours of playtime, which is good for me considering it's only been a week since last episode. Here's an easier visual for the gains along with the EHP to the side. Being at 733 EHP currently, we are 230s off of max. And boys, we are actually so close. I predicted earlier on that we would be done by March 1st, but I think that realistically, with Slayer being logoutable, we'll probably be done closer to early to mid-March. It really depends how the rest of Slayer goes though. Anyway guys, that'll be all for today's video. As always, TY for watching and joining me on another Slayer episode. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you all next time. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and welcome back to the Max Cape Speedun series. After hitting 200 mil on my level 3, I set a new challenge for myself. Maxing total level on a brand new account in the shortest gameplay time possible. The account has absolutely zero restrictions, so I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, maxing within 35 days of playtime. Previously, for the 4th time, we are still working on 99 Slayer. The grind is taking quite a bit since the logout methods I use only get me about 40k an hour. This makes this a 300 hour grind. Considering the fact that the whole speedrun is less than 900 hours and this is the only skill I log out during, it's pretty wild. But I'm happy to say that I discovered something great since my last video. If you haven't seen my last video, I talked about the Crystal Halberd spec, which essentially, as you can see, it has an AoE attack where it can hit up to 10 monsters all on one tile. It's very good for tasks like these where I can stack the NPCs, but sometimes there's tasks where it's not really possible to stack everything together. That's where my Bulwark comes in. This badass can hit any NPCs that are nearby. It's not just limited to the enemies on one tile. So if you think about this, if I'm hitting diagonals from afar on my speedrun account, they're going to attack me. This is why I always did diagonals in the lighthouse, because obviously I cannot log out if I'm being attacked. Thanks to one of my nerd friends, Tua, he thought of something I could do as an idea to make this a logout task, and it works pretty well. The reason I can do logout Crystal Halberd on the other tasks is because when the NPC is actively attacking somebody, it won't switch targets. With this in mind, I know it's pretty much impossible to put all the diagonals on one tile since there are some small ones and big ones. So the solution? It's pretty simple. Don't have all the diagonals attack one account, but rather have them attack 2 or even 3 accounts. Once all the diagonals are in combat and I finish running my other 4 accounts here, I can finally log in and bulwark all of them with no worries of being attacked. The XP per hour on screen is inaccurate since I just finished a Bloodfeld task in this example. However, the rates I can expect here reach up to 150k Slayer and 600k attack. If you compare this to Lighthouse diagonals, which are non-logout, and the method that I did up until now, this is about 25k an hour Slayer better and a whole 300k an hour attack better. One of my goals when I started Slayer was to ensure that I finished 99 in all melees when I finished 99 Slayer. However, after chaining Bloodvelds until level 88 range, I realized that there's a small chance I cut myself really close with my remainder Slayer XP versus melee. In all honesty, this task is mentally a pain to do, but I make myself do it as a way to catch up on combat XP just to ensure that I don't fall short. Every other melee method, which is literally only the Halberd spec, can only train strength and defense. The Halberd can train my attack, but it's on shared, so I have no way of only gaining 600k an hour attack XP. So the fact that I can do that with this just makes this method that much better. Right before I realized that I chinned way too much, I did end up going back to cooking during chinning. I do wish I did a lot more of this, but of course it's too late now. But here I am hitting 91 cooking through Slayer. If you're curious on how I'm doing with Slayer points in terms of skipping or not, the answer is I'm doing fan-freaking-tastic. Looking back, it should have been very easy to avoid struggling with points, but right now I'm just about to hit my 200 task streak, putting me at 1.6k points. At this point, since I'm level 90 Slayer, it's about time to make a big decision. Some of the tasks that I do are decent, but not that great with all things considered. A great example is cow fights. I was always doing these as fast as possible with the bracelets to speed them up, because they are about 85 to 90k an hour Slayer, which honestly isn't that good when you consider logout methods. They also don't give much melee XP since I'm using a cannon. They were really only worth doing to ensure I had positive points throughout my Slayer grind. However, now that I have a lot of those points, I can finally make an executive decision to stop doing cow fights and Suklas. From here on out, until I see myself running low on points again, I'm only going to be doing Ankus and Dark Beasts in my point tasks. Even though Dark Beasts are lower Slayer XP an hour than cow fights, they're more worth it to do because they are only a 2 to 3 minute task, whereas cow fights are about 10. Overall, this lets me spend more time at the better tasks. It's the same story with Ankus, they are a quick 2 to 3 minute task. From here on out, we should see a massive increase in our XP per hour, and we're not even at Smoke Devils yet. Remember when I mentioned that I think we overshot our range XP and it's coming close to the melee XP? Well, funny thing, the same thing's happening with my mage XP. I think we're running short on magic, which honestly is even worse than running short on melee, so hopefully we'll figure something out with this skill. I'm not entirely worried about it, especially with the extra attack XP I'm getting from Diagonals with the Logout method, but for the time being, I'm doing Necrodeals with Crystal Halberd for the melee XP, and whenever I get a superior, I switch over to mage. When we see my stats close to the end of the video, I'll go more in depth about how close I'm going to be, since I don't want to spoil my stats at the moment. But here's 94 magic. And of course, never lucky. I didn't even get an imbued heart from the superior. You may see my alt fire surging some death spawns. I do this just as a way to slightly increase my Slayer XP an hour, but it's not that huge. I missed a lot of levels recently, but here's 95 strength and 2175 total level, which means at this point we're only 102 levels off of max. So close, boys. Just to explain the killing of death spawns on the alt a little better, the death spawns are monsters that the Necrodeals can spawn on a random chance every time they hit you. The Crystal Halberd can hit up to 10 targets on one tile, but that's it. So, if there are 6 death spawns and 7 Necrodeals, 3 monsters aren't getting hit. In theory, if my C Howie is not hitting a Necrodeel, I'm kind of wasting time on the account. On the other hand, it is more beneficial for my melee XP to hit the death spawns, especially since I'm running short. But overall, it's still better to have less death spawns since Slayer is the main focus. Ideally, I want my Crystal Halberd to be hitting the Necrodeals every time. In theory, if a Necrodeel doesn't take any damage because the death spawn took a hit for it, I'm losing that potential damage towards my Slayer XP, effectively dropping my XP per hour. So this is why you see my alt fire surging them sometimes. And now, here we are, hitting the halfway mark of 92 Slayer. The XP rate on screen is what I mean by it's going to be significantly higher since level 90, since I'm finally allowing myself to start and use up my points. We don't even have Smoke Devils yet, and we're already casually getting 148k an hour over a pretty decent period of time. Here's the halfway mark of 92 attack, along with a complete separate session that I'm still getting about the same rate as last clip, 149k an hour over a decent period of time. Remember though, even though my rate says 300k gain and 150k an hour, this session realistically took me about 6 to 7 hours of IRL time. I guess in a way, I did get a lot of Anku and Dark Beast tasks. However, I'm just now approaching my 250th task. The milestones for extra points are every 50th, 100th, and 250th task. The coolest thing is since I hit my 200th task, I knew that in 50 tasks I would be gaining a lot of points anyway, so I wasn't even expecting to see that much negativity in points despite skipping other tasks. So somehow, and I don't know if it was good RNG or the fact that I got a lot of Dark Beasts and Ankus, but finishing my 250 task got me an extra 525 points, putting me even right back and even over the points that I had at my 200 task, despite skipping a lot more. So now I'm chilling at 1.7k points at 93 Slayer. Basically, I'm way too comfortable with points right now. With Smoke Devils unlocked and being more than halfway to 99, at this point, I may even be able to skip the 2 to 3 minute tasks. However, that will come in next video as I'm still planning exactly what I want to do. This clip's just a quick refresher that to skip tasks I have to tell you with Slayer Ring and NPC contact again. Not ideal, but still better in my opinion than doing Dragon Slayer 1 for the diary, unlocking Black Dragon tasks. Here's 93 attack and a treat for you guys. The XP rate on screen is actually accurate for this task, as I finally got a Diagonal task as my first task of the day, where I didn't mind resetting my tracker. In the past couple clips, you saw me having a lot of fun keeping my tracker going and seeing a consistent 140 to 150k an hour over a long period of time. So that's why I haven't really been able to get an accurate count of XP here until just now. With this, I want to take a look at our melee stats and Slayer level.
With it being important that I hit 99 attack, strength, and defense before Slayer, an easy way for me to calculate how it's looking is to add all the stats XP and divide it by 3. If it's above Slayer, then I'm in good shape. I'm currently 93 attack, 96 strength, and 87 defense, along with 93 Slayer. If I take the exact XP and divide it by 3, these are the totals I get. My total melee XP is 7.2, while total Slayer is 7.6, leaving me 400k behind. Being only 400k behind, this is easily salvageable. However, when you bring magic into the equation, I also need 5 mil magic XP. So yeah, that needs to be figured out. I think worst case scenario would be just to do a lot of neck readles to catch up. And honestly, since my 200th task, I actually made this margin a lot better looking, since I was able to skip hellhounds, cow fights, and all that garbage. When trying to gain as much combat XP as possible, I don't really want to use my cannon since it lowers my combat XP gained and it gives me a range XP, which is essentially worthless due to the range method we're going to be using in the future. I just got assigned 10 Dark Bees, so I'll show you guys why this task is generally hard to skip, because it's so fast. Using Expeditious Bracelets, I have a 25% chance of killing an NPC and having it count twice towards my Slayer task. So with average RNG, I only need to kill 7 of these right now. Basically, I use my ult to run me Dragon Claw specs, otherwise I just sit quietly and let my scythe do the work for 2.5 minutes. It's a very quick and comfy way to get points, especially because getting here only takes me 15 seconds as well, since it's just a teleport on the Slayer ring away. So yeah, it's been a while since the last episode, so let's see what kind of gains we had since then. On the left are the stats from last time, and on the right are my current stats. We gained a whole 5 Slayer levels, or about 3.5 mil XP, which is quite a lot of gaming in my opinion. Here's an easier visual to see our gains alongside the current EHP. Being at 770 EHP, we're now over 80% of the way to max. And I promise you guys that because Slayer is taking a while, once we're done with this skill, we will zoom so fast. Something else I'd like to drop so you guys aren't disappointed next week, I have been showing my playtime every 5 episodes since the beginning of the series. However, next episode, number 25, I will not be showing it. I want to keep it suspenseful until the very end, so next time you guys see how much time I have played, I will be wearing a max cape. That's all I have for this episode, so TY everybody for watching. As always, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Be sure to tune in next time, especially for a big update on the melee and mage XP ratio to Slayer. With all of that, I will see you guys next time. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW, and welcome back to the Max Cave Speedrun series. After hitting 200 mil on my level 3, I set a new goal for myself, maxing total level on a brand new account in the shortest gameplay time possible. There are absolutely no restrictions, so I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, maxing total level within 35 days of playtime. Today, we are going to be taking a trip to the Quarry for mining. I have a lot of experience with this method. A lot of people when going for 200 mil mining end up spending a lot of time at volcanic mines since it's relatively close in XP rates but AFK. However, with my main being a level 3, this was my only option to train mining for 200 mil XP. So naturally, I had to spend 2,000 hours here to prepare just for this video. Before we get into the Speedrun account training here, let's take a look from our paid sponsor. Hey, what's this little guy doing in my video? Go away!
Hey, what about my world?
Your world? Where do you come from, baby games?
That is not true. Hero Wars has vibrant graphics, cool gameplay, and a user-friendly interface.
Well, when you put it like that, it does sound exciting. Maybe I should tell my friends about it.
Tell them more about it.
There is no equal to Hero Wars. For instance, there are no limits for choosing a character, and you can unlock more and more as you continue playing. I mentioned Chava before, the enemy devouring tank, but Celestia is just as good. She can switch between a DPS dark form and a healer light form, so she always comes handy. And it looks kinda cute. I mean, look at this great outfit she comes with. It's also super easy to play while remaining tactical, since you have to choose your heroes carefully to have the perfect team. With these many combinations, you'll never get tired of it. Like, the Shaman, he can't heal the elf as efficiently as Grandma Martha can. And no one makes a better pair than a Slow Cleaver and Swift Isaac. Also, from February 13th, you can gather Soul Stones and Skin Coins for 3 amazing heroes with new romantic skins that also boost their stats. Power up with your team Amira, Jorgen, and Kara. Besides, Hero Wars is a world of 6 unique modes, more than 300 Guild Wars servers, and 100 million players. You can play alone or with friends. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, here's a question for you. Where can you get 30,000 coins, 600 emeralds, and 5 awesome heroes to start dominating in Hero Wars right away? Okay, I'll tell you. The answer is in the link in the description below. Play Hero Wars now. And thank you to Hero Wars for sponsoring. I'll get into everything that's going on and why I'm doing 100 different things to help me mine faster, but first, let's discuss casting Magic Imbue and Vengeance. I am so close to finishing my max cape, being over 80% of the way there, and as I near 99 Slayer, I see myself being short on combat XP. Luckily, magic experience is no issue because for the most part, you can train it passively from other skills, which is how I got to level 90 in the first place. So, for all of my mining XP throughout this grind, I'm going to be casting Magic Imbue every 12 seconds and Vengeance every 30 seconds. These both give a small amount of magic XP, but when you use them both as often as possible, you can gain up to 30k magic XP per hour. That might not sound like a lot, but when I'm only gaining 120k mining XP per hour, there's still a whole extra 3 mil magic XP I can gain just from mining. Here's the first level up of many in this episode, level 71 mining. On top of casting Magic Imbue and Vengeance, there's one more thing I must be doing throughout this skill on a speedrun account. The Dragon Pickaxe special attack gives a +3 mining boost. Naturally, as I level up my mining, my rate slightly goes up with the increased success rate of getting a rock. So, I had this bald guy right here spec transfer me every 90 seconds so that I can Dragon Pickaxe spec and yell smashing for 3 mining levels. This helps me smash the rocks. Here comes the next level up, 72 mining. You might be looking at my rate being 110k an hour at just level 72 and thinking, what the hell, how is it already 110k being such a low level? Especially because if you guys don't know, at level 98 this same rate will only be 124k-ish. It doesn't scale that heavily, but the question is, why? Higher levels mean higher chances of success, but why is it so minimal for mining? To answer you guys there, let's go back in time to when we did 99 woodcutting. For woodcutting, I was able to tick manipulate the system into giving me 2 rolls by starting a 3-tick action with my knife and log, walking, and then clicking the tree. This made it possible to get 2 teak logs at a time instead of 1. Look, mining is the exact same thing as woodcutting. I'm clicking a knife, log, walking, and then getting my rock. Unfortunately, even though it's the same mechanics as teaks, I can't get 2 rocks at the same time by the manipulation of ticks. For the times that you do notice I get 2 rocks at a time, it's because of my simple Varrock 2 armor, which gives me a 10% chance of mining 2 ores instead of 1. To keep things simple as to why this tick manipulation doesn't allow me to have 2 rocks at once, it's because the rocks are 1 by 1 in size, whereas teaks on Fossil Island are 3 by 3. If you do this method where you walk after starting the action at larger objects, you'll get 2 instead of 1, just like teaks. So, why does this matter, and why did I just waste 3 minutes talking about it? Like I already said, the mechanic still applies to mining, it just can't give you 2 rocks at the same time because the rock is small. However, take a look at this flowchart that I made. This is how the mechanic works through mining. In one 3-tick cycle, the game will check if you succeeded and got a rock. If yes, you'll get the mining XP. If not, you don't have to give up yet. The system will re-roll a second attempt to successfully mine a rock. So if you failed the first time, you have another chance of getting XP in the same 3-tick cycle. If you roll it right, you get your mining XP, despite your mining level not succeeding the first time. If not, unlucky, I guess just get good. But this explains why I'm already getting 110k per hour at my level. It's because this method allows me 2 attempts to succeed per rock. That's all for my JCW talk. Hopefully now you understand why mining is mining. Here's the next level up, 76 mining. Oh, and if you're curious of where the smithing XP in the screen comes from, my Infernal Axe has a 1 in 3 chance of smelting a rock as I get it, so it should get me the remainder of 99 smithing. Here's level 77 mining. 79 mining. The big 8-0. 81 mining. 82. 83. And here's a nice round 85 mining. And after casting Vengeance on this rock for the 1000th time, 96 magic. Here's a fun little fact. When dropping ores, it's more efficient to only drop 2 to 4 at a time, that way you still get your first roll attempt. Otherwise, you'll only have one chance to get a rock, and it'll hurt your XP an hour by a small chunk. It makes it unfortunate since when I did 200 mil mining, I had a lot of fun trying to drop as many granites as I could as a small little challenge for myself. It hurt my XP an hour by 2 to 3k, but who cares as long as you're having fun, am I right? I mean, look at this old clip, guys. Tell me this doesn't look fun. While we're currently working on mining, let's not forget that we spent the past 6 weeks doing Logout Slayer, and we're not done with it yet. Here I am hitting 94 Slayer. Also, I want to say, after 94 levels of being lazy, I finally decided to bring a bracelet switch for my Crystal Halberd specs. Regen Brace is the best DPS glove/bracelet slot for me, so it's a minimal increase. But for those who don't really understand what's going on, I usually can't slaughter bracelets, which act as a way to extend my task by having a 25% chance of a monster not counting as a kill towards my task when it dies. This allows it so that when I get assigned 240 necreals, I may end up killing 300 instead and use 60 charges of my bracelet. It's extremely useful, but it has no DPS bonuses. So what I'm finally doing now is wearing my regen brace while I swing my Crystal Halberd, and then I have one tick to switch back to my slaughter bracelet before they die. And if I do it in time, I can still use the charges of my bracelets while also having the extra bonuses of my regen brace for when I attack them. If that sounds horrible, it's because it is. The difference changes per task based on the enemy's defense level, but for necreals in this scenario, it's about a 3% difference. Here comes my next level up, 94 attack. Another Slayer task I definitely want to mention, and one of my favorite ones, is Smoke Devils. I cannot stress this enough, but entering the Smoke Devil dungeon is like going to New York City for the first time. It's so ridiculously crowded. I don't have an exact count of how many there are, but when I log out, I can stack probably 15 to 20 of them on one tile. Unlike every other logout task, because of this, I'm able to drop 6 to 9 specs before having to log out, and all of those specs are hitting the maximum amount of NPCs, which is 10 for Halberds. As you can see from the XP rates on screen as well, these pop off at about 200k an hour Slayer and nearly 800k melee XP. Smoke Devils were actually the reason I started to switch between a DPS bracelet and Slayer, because they have such high defense. The regen brace adds about an extra 9% DPS, which is basically an extra 20k an hour Slayer at these rates. I figured that after switching bracelets for this task, I was used to it, or at the very least I had to get used to it, so I might as well do it everywhere else as well. And here's a very nice milestone, 91 defense and 2200 total. Now, we are just 77 levels away from max. Nearly 95 Slayer now and I'm on Blood Velds. I have very mixed feelings about this task since I stopped range bake pieing them. Because despite them being 170k an hour Slayer without superiors, which is extremely good, these are all full combat XP, since we kill them all at the same time, and every time right before we log in, we kill them all to half HP on our ults. It's like a part of me doesn't want to do any damage on the ult, just so I can have more combat XP, but I also know that's going to damage my Slayer XP rates. So for the time being, I don't have it in me to do it. So every time we get a Bloodveld task, hooray for our Slayer XP, but rip to our goal to finish 99 Slayer with all 99 combats even more. Here's 95 Slayer, aka our final level before we take a break and do mining. It's been a while since I showed myself getting a superior, but the way I do them now is I carry mage gear to every task that's appropriate for superior spawns, and only when the superior spawns, I'll switch to mage until it's dead. This actually made a huge difference versus how it was previously killing them, which was just meleeing them. This is just nice because they already take a bit to die, and getting damage on all the normie monsters is quite useful considering how long it takes. Anyway, because I spent the past 6 weeks doing Slayer, I'm probably gonna steer clear from it for the next couple weeks. Here's 86 mining. Ideally, I would love to be done with this series around mid-March, but it's gonna be a tough goal. However, end of March is guaranteed. That you guys have my word on. I know I changed my goal of finishing a few times throughout the series, but it's mainly because I severely underestimated how long Logout Slayer would be. I predicted it would be about 3 weeks, and it's nearly 3 times that. So I mean, not much I can do there. Hopefully you guys can understand. Let's take a look at our progress, stats, and what exactly is left for us to do. On the left are my stats from last week, and on the right are my current stats. Pretty decent progress, especially because we finally got started on mining. Here's an easier visual for the gains, along with our current EHP. Being at 822 EHP puts us only 140 hours away. And we only have 4 Slayer levels left, so maybe only an extra 60 to 70 hours of staring at our logout screen. Overall, it's not that bad, and just to make things even clearer, let's take a look at what's left. We have 13 levels of mining, which is hopefully the longest thing left, and it will be relatively easy since I've already done 2,000 hours on my main and enjoyed it. 8 cooking levels, 1 fire making level, 4 Slayer levels, and 11 range levels. The yellow X's that I have marked are just skills that should be passive and never actively trained. After this, we get to discuss the next steps of my YouTube channel, which should be very exciting. Anyway Kings, that'll be all for this week's episode. As always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't. I will see you all next time. Peace out. Hello everybody, my name is JCW and welcome back to the Maxcape Speedrun series. After hitting 200 mil on my level 3, I set a new goal for myself. Maxing total level on a brand new account in the shortest gameplay time possible. There are absolutely zero restrictions, so I can do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal. Maxing total within 35 days of playtime. Ever since my last episode, I'm happy to say that we've spent 100 hours on these 4 tiles mining the same 4 rocks, and it was a great feeling. Especially after being forced to do Logout Slayer for hundreds of hours and still not even being 99 Slayer, being able to log in and drop a 3 to 4 hour session without logging out felt great. A lot of progress was finally had. Let's jump in and see how much I actually remembered to record this time. Starting off, here's the first level, 87 mining. Before I exactly jump into some large dopamine level ups, just a quick refresher on what exactly I'm doing here. This method is called 3-tick granite, or commonly referred to as 3T4G, meaning 3 ticks, 4 granites. This method is one of the most ancient skilling methods, as it has been the best mining XP hour for nearly 9 years. It's RuneScape, so naturally the game should always get easier as time goes on. However, granite for the most part has remained the same minus a few QOL updates since it was discovered back in the day nearly 9 years ago. It's still the same old method it always has been. Start a 3-tick cycle, mine the same 4 rocks. It's so cool in my opinion that this method is still so relevant after all the updates throughout all the years. Anyway, you guys are here to see some epic gains, so let's jump into 88 mining where the level up doesn't even faze me. Followed by 89, and then the big 9-0. From here on out, it's pretty safe to say that I'm able to maintain 120k an hour at all times, and the magic speed looks pretty good as well. We're well over 30k in every clip. May or may not have lied, but slightly under 120k an hour now. At least here's level 91 mining. And everyone's favorite meme, 92 being half of 99, we're now halfway there. A couple of you guys maybe wanted to get into 3T4G. I know I spent a lot of time streaming this on Twitch because I love streaming mining, and I've heard a lot of people saying they couldn't get it down despite really wanting to. So let me explain a couple things real quick. We get a chance to mine an ore in a cycle every 3 ticks. But one of the easiest ways to screw up, especially when learning at a lower level, is to not know when you're off cycle. At a lower level mining, it's still very possible to go 2 or even 3 rocks without a successful mine, while still being on cycle. At 99, however, it's pretty obvious to see when you're off cycle. Thankfully though, I know most of you guys aren't 99 mining and I have a tip for you. This first clip is going to be somebody who is on cycle. Notice how on the first knife log, the animation starts at the same time he starts walking to the next rock. It's very important to click the next rock the moment you hit the knife log. However, in this clip, notice how my character starts the animation and then walks after. It's noticeably not at the same time. When this happens, it creates an infinite loop where you're always mining the rock on the wrong tick. It makes it impossible to successfully mine. There is an easy fix to this. Whenever you are off cycle, or even if you feel like you're off cycle, all you have to do is knife, log, rock, and then knife log the same rock again. This puts you back on cycle without having to pause or stop your brain for any moments. It's brainless. Finally, yes, long term you want to drop your ores between mines, but don't be afraid to just mine and then drop a full inventory during your first hour. Doing this, you'll make less mistakes and you'll understand the 3-tick cycle quicker, and overall making the learning process much easier and less frustrating. Just start dropping between rocks once you feel you got the hang of it. Good luck to anyone trying this, and let's head back to the gains. I don't know why I seem to get every pet that I possibly can, but right before getting 93 mining, I got the rock golem. I barely even got these on my main, because granite is such a rare chance to drop them. It's about a 1 in 50 mil XP chance. I also got the beaver and squirrel pet, and who knows what other pets I would have gotten if I did traditional methods. Because if you remember, I did methods such as artifact and drift net for thieving and fishing, and it wasn't even possible to get a pet doing that. So the fact I still managed to get 3 pets while doing this is quite RNG impressive in my opinion. Anyway, here's 93 mining. Looking at my XP tracker for magic, it looks like I also recently just got 97 magic, the first magic level during the mining grind. Unfortunately though, it looks like I forgot to record. I did, however, remember to record 94 mining. And here's 95. Level 96 mining is now here, followed by 97, and one level left, 98. Oops, that was 98 magic. I meant 98 mining. Now I know 99.9% of you have no idea what's going on in the top left corner, but let me explain this real quick. Around 95 mining, I was getting bored out of my mind by only playing one client. So I needed to do something on the side to keep myself motivated so I wouldn't log out. So I ended up loading one of my RS3 alts, but thankfully for you guys, all of the level up clips are without it in the way, so need not worry. I did have fun alting during mining though. It was sometimes boring doing 10 hours of clicking only in the same one boxed client, and adding a second boxed client to click generally made it more fun and doable. And here's a skill I'm about to finish that I'm sure many of you forgot I even had to do. I'm finally finishing 99 smithing through burning granite rocks. And just a few hours later, 99 mining. At this point, we're really nearing the final stretch of the account, so now it's time to do a couple small random things. First things first, I had 500k firemaking XP left until 99 and I've had this for quite a while, so I'm making my way to the GE to do some firebond. This is a method that I've never done in my entire life, so I spent about an hour learning it on an alt, and then I just decided to hop in and do it. Since I only had to do about 50 minutes on my speedrun account, I could not be bothered mastering this for the extra 5% or so XP an hour that I could have gotten with more practice. But man, I kid you not guys, I love this method. It was a lot of fun. It might look like a lot going on, but basically all I'm doing is lighting logs just like a normal player. Except in between the 4 ticks of downtime, I'm trying to cook 2 KawamBAMs between the time for the next log to light. So essentially, my firemaking XP is the same of a normal player, but my cooking is 0 time. If you're wondering why I'm Scold, it's because I'm in a PvP role to help me with my banking. There's less population and low ping here, so my banks are more consistent to not lag. Being less than 40k to 99, I'm not sure if this was the right call, but I did decide to end firemaking early to see if I can 0 time it more later on. Because now, as the next small thing we have to do, is my favorite content, questing. Turns out, we need the entire desert questline to unlock TOA, so that was slightly poor planning on my end, but it's whatever at this point. I'm just really excited to be nearly done. Following up that quest, I'm now completing Ichlarn's Little Helper. Then I had to do Contact, which I don't remember how to kill the boss, so I brought Range, which sucked against it. I also forgot my prayer pods and such, because I kind of assumed this would be a quick 5-second boss fight, so that's why you see me flicking Rigor. Contact is now being complete, and then there's one quest remaining. This whole desert questline I have never done on any of my accounts. Quest Cape is one of the few caves I've actually never had in my entire life. So it's my first time going into this boss fight, and I had Torvald's stuff going on, so I figured it would be easy. If you look closely at my inventory, you'll notice that I once again forgot super restores, so just take quick note of that. Other than that though, the fight was relatively easy. I do have a bad habit of kind of falling asleep during quest fights because I'm so used to AFKing them. So this fight was closer than I care to admit because I lazily didn't dodge a few easily dodgeable special attacks. However, in the end, we did survive. And the final quest of this account was complete. Now, there's only one more actual grind that I have to do. But before we get there, there's one more small thing. I have to get higher at cooking. I'm only level 91. So let's make our way to Rogue's Den. For this method, all you gotta do is use the KawamBAM on the fire while holding down 2 or spacebar. It's pretty basic stuff once you get the timing down. Bearing in mind that you click twice every 0.6 seconds, it's quite hard to be tick perfect, but in this clip I'm making this way harder than it needs to be. And here I am hitting the halfway mark, 92 cooking. After that, I made my life a lot easier by not being stubborn and moving my inventory. You aren't always allowed to move the inventory, and this has been in the game for a while, but this is my first time utilizing it. I cannot stress how good this was for cooking. At this point, I was basically able to do this with my eyes closed. Here I am hitting level 94. If any of you are debating wanting to do one-tick KawamBAMs, I promise you that this is probably one of the easiest tick minute methods that I've ever done. So, after going to bed at 94 cooking, and coming home from work the next day, motivated as heck to stream the rest of cooking, I realized something very soon after going live. Notice how I'm skulled, and wearing 700ml worth of gear from the quest that we just did. Well, remembering that the reason that I was in a PvP world is because I like the less lag of opening and closing a bank, I figured that this shouldn't hurt at all, since when I got here, I was not in a PvP world, and I waited until I was at the safe bank to log in. PvP worlds are mostly free-for-all and people can attack people wherever. However, most banks are safe, so naturally I assumed this bank was safe. I didn't double check because I mean it's a bank, why would I have any doubts about it not being safe? And after not even being live for 5 minutes, I learned very quickly that Rogue's Den bank is not like any other bank. You can still be attacked in it. So let's see what happens to all my gear. And oh my god guys, I cannot believe how close I was to losing bank. I know my clicks there were a legitimate disaster, but I think it was genuine shock, panic, and confusion. Because like I said, I had no idea it was possible to attack somebody at a bank in a PvP world. But thankfully, we didn't lose 700ml. However, we did lose something worse. 2 minutes on our Speedrun account. Let my mistakes be the reason that you guys never follow somebody onto a PvP world in Rogue's Den. I'm sure I'm not the first person to be here. I'm not usually the type of guy to flame PKers. I think we can all agree that I got super freaking lucky at how bad that guy was. I think if anyone with even half of a brain attacked me, I would have easily lost my Torva. So thank you to whoever that was. So here we are, after high blood pressure, accepting flame from my chat since apparently knowing that Rogue's Den is a PvP area is common knowledge, and relief of banking my stuff. I managed to get back to finish my cooking grind. Here I am hitting level 95. Here's level 96. And then 97 cooking. Now, getting about 2 mil off 99 cooking is a good time for me to stop. For those who missed it, it is possible to gain cooking XP during Slayer. There's a little method I like to call cooking range. And I'm leaving myself 2 mil cooking XP left over to see if I can do the rest of it with this method. I have no way of knowing exactly which tasks I'll be doing to 99, and I need to ensure that I finish all other 99 combats before I move on to range. So, leaving myself 2 more cooking XP just to be safe, I fully expect to come back to Rogue's Den. So now that 97 cooking is out of the way, let's discuss our stats and what's left for the series. On the left are my stats from last episode, and on the right is my current stats. Just to let you guys know exactly how close we are to being done, we are keeping a cooking and firemaking close by to get passively, along with melee and mage. So the only real stats we have left to do is 95 to 99 Slayer and 88 to 99 range. EHP wise, this is only like 54 hours left. Now, the unfortunate reality is that since we have to do Logout Slayer, those 54 hours of EHP will probably be about 120 hours of playtime including being logged out. So here's the progress from last episode, and with all of that being said, I believe we have a date that we're finishing this series, so make sure to tell your parents, work, significant others, or whoever can hold you back that you are busy on March 26th to watch JCW finish his max cape on Twitch. I don't know any other information about it such as time or what skill I'll be doing at the very end, so I'll release something when the date is closer to keep you guys updated. Anyway, kings and queens, as always, TY for watching, and I will see you all next time in our final episode with the maximum cape, along with our total time played. So, feel free to comment down below as your guesses as to what the exact day and hours played will be. Peace out. 7 months ago, I created a brand new account named Fast to Max with the intention of achieving max cape in the shortest gameplay time possible. I haven't actively skilled in over 2 years at this point, since I hit 200 mil all skills in my level 3, so I knew there was a lot of new things I was going to have to learn. I hate restrictions, so we traded ourselves an absurd amount of money to ensure we only do the fastest methods we can. And we got started. At the very beginning, we set a goal of 50 days played. And with the very first episode, Hebox decided to also try the series himself. And that's when I realized 50 days played was a little bit too easy. Not long after the first episode, we moved our goal to 40 days played. With this change of heart, we had to take the run more seriously, and do methods like spec transfer, woodcutting, and multiskilling Halberd, thieving, and firemaking. In a run that's nearly 1,000 hours long, there's bound to be mistakes, and we had our fair share of them. However, since I had unlimited GP for the sake of this series, about halfway through my run, after getting 14 mil crafting and smithing XP in just 1 hour, I was even further than originally expected, and I moved my goal one last time, to 35 days played or 840 hours. And today is the day. We are finally hitting our goal of buying the max cape. We will finish up the final of our stats, buy the sexy max cape, and then start all over again as an Iron Man. But before we do that, I still gotta show you guys how long this took. So let's jump into the grind. With what we left off at, these were the remaining stats for 99. It may look like a lot, but because you train combat during Slayer, I'll be getting 99 attack, strength, defense, and magic just from Slayer. I will also be training some cooking there, and firemaking is already done because I'm only 20k off 99 at the moment. So if you really think about it, after we grind out 99 Slayer, we'll be finishing range and then we're done. Over the past 2 weeks, I was going super hard on Slayer, and honestly I didn't record much because I was nerd necking and being lazy about doing anything non-XP related. So here's my first clip where I'm already 97 Slayer. I accidentally logged out too fast, but I just hit 97 attack. And if you guys remember, before I did 99 mining, I was very stressed and worried about hitting all combats with 99 Slayer, as I felt like I was a little bit behind. Well, thanks to mining getting us nearly 4 mil magic XP, with Venge and Magic Imbue, we were very comfortable to get our combats by 99 Slayer now. There is no more stress. I stopped worrying about accidentally getting 99 Slayer before all my combats. However, there's still one small problem. My attack XP is a little behind. For example, when I was at 12.3 mil strength XP, I was only 11.5 mil attack, so I was 800k behind. My main weapon for tasks is Crystal Halberd, which does not have an option to train just attack. Its only option is shared, strength, or defense, and if I put it on shared, I gain an equal amount of attack, strength, and defense XP. So going by this, it's impossible for attack to catch up. The only way is to use the Bulwark, since it can actually train your attack. When camping Bulwark for these guys, it's important to only do 2 or 3 hits per login, because the Bulwark spec is like a nuke. It attacks anything within like a 7 square radius, so if something spawns, you'll accidentally aggro it with the spec. The in-game Slayer XP hour was close-ish to the same as a Crystal Halberd, slightly less, but considering I only had to do 2 tasks like this, it wasn't that hurtful. However, since I was logging out every 8 ticks, the IRL time was probably 2 times longer. But the important thing from this task is that we know it's still great combat XP, and we'll hit our combats just like we want to at 99 Slayer. A little bit later, I updated my interface for the viewer experience, so now you guys can also see my XP an hour. And yes, this is exactly how we plan on finishing cooking. Thankfully, I have some room for range XP, and we'll see how much cook XP we end up getting. As you can see from the rates though, this task is about 180k Slayer and 290k cooking, which is insanely good. The range XP, despite being 400k, that will look like pennies compared to what you guys will see at the end of this video. At this point, this method is probably my favorite part of any Slayer method I've done on this account, as there's something really satisfying about seeing cook XP while throwing chins. I'm sure some of you agree. I will genuinely miss this method at the end. It's been a while since we've talked about Slayer points and how we're doing, just in case we don't run out. And being halfway to 99, I'd say we're doing great. I just finished my 397th task, which means I'm 3 tasks away from a nice point streak. On top of that, I still have 919 points to burn through. So at this point, I concluded it's probably okay to skip a Dark Beast or Abyssal Demon task here and there. I didn't want to abuse it too much because running out of Slayer points is my worst nightmare, but if I got assigned the maximum amount of either, which is 20 Dark Beasts or even like 180 to 200 Abyssal Demons, I ended up skipping them. Things are looking good. That holds true until we get near the end. I'm now 400k off of 99 Slayer, and I'm about to hit my first 99 combat, Mage. The reason that my XP rate on the stream is so horrible is nothing more other than I was doing this on stream and I didn't want to get 99 Mage yet, so I wanted to test chinning Abyssal Demons. From this XP rate, I quickly learned that I will not be doing this again. However, the past 100k XP or so has been genuinely painful with the amount of skips I've been doing. And I'm not talking about being cocky and skipping Abyssal Demons or Dark Beasts. I'm talking about my normal skip list, which isn't supposed to lose me infinite amount of points. Look closely at my top left client as I get 99 Mage here, and take a look at how many skips this takes. You just watched me go through 7 skips, aka 210 points, just for a task of 10 Dark Beasts, which is literally a 3-minute task. Welcome to my RNG of the last 500k Slayer XP. That RNG continued for a bit. So, fast forwarding to 442 task completions, I was now 170k off of 99 Slayer, and I had a plan. Being only 8 tasks away from my 450 streak, I decided to play it safe and waste time at Tutorial for like 15 minutes just to make sure I have enough points. I haven't done any tutorials since I started, so it's not the worst thing ever. Besides, at our 450 task complete, we'll be getting an extra 225 points, leaving us at 349 points, and with only 170k XP left, this should be more than enough, right guys? And after about 15 minutes of gaining literally 3k an hour Slayer, we completed our 449 task, and it was time to grab the 450 and finish up 99 Slayer. As you can see, it's not the greatest start as I already skipped 2 tasks. However, grabbing a Fat Spirit Warriors task, things were starting to look up. This task alone was going to be 35k Slayer XP gained, so I would only have 140k left to do. And of course, I was streaming my final session of Slayer the next day. The XP rate was looking good, only 145k left, the melee XP rate was looking good, everything was good. But now, it was time to get my first next task. And after burning 150 points, leaving us with 138 left, we got to Czars. Following that task, we managed to use 3 more skips. getting ourselves another Tazar task and leaving us with only 2 skips left. In other words, we're fucked. Coming up near the end of our next Tazar task, we only have 90k Slayer XP left. The melee XP might look worrying, but it's really not. It turns out we don't need 99 defense through Slayer after all, because we have another way of getting it. So we only really need 122k attack and strength XP, which is easy as long as we get literally any melee task. I was not prepared for what's next though. I got Abyssal Demons. This task put me at 63k left, and honestly, if I got a Necroril task here, that would literally be it, and then we would get 99 during that task. But good RNG does not exist on my account. So I skipped again, and I had to pull out my big brain, maybe small brain move. I have no clue. I reset my whole entire task streak and decided I'd do Turiel for the rest of my Slayer. This is how people get Inferno tasks. They reset their streak, and whenever they get a task that's not Tazar, they go to Turiel and do a quick 2 to 3 minute task. This was now going to be my strategy for the remainder 63k XP, where if I didn't get one of the 6 tasks that I've been doing for the last 6 mil Slayer XP, I'll just skip it this way. And I was not ready for what's next. Another Abyssal Demon task. This time, I used as many Bulwark specs as I could with a bunch of Spec transfer ults because I really needed the attack XP. But Jesus Christ, I was just not prepared for the last 90k Slayer XP to just be Abyssal Demons. So my next task from Durado is cow fights. Remember how I said I talked to Turiel for a new task? Well, cow fights are the only task where I can't do that. Since Turiel and Durado can both assign them, even though Durado gives 170 and Turiel gives literally 20, now I have no way of skipping it. Therefore, I'm stuck killing all 170 of these cow fights. I mean, 30k Slayer XP ago, I was mentally done, but at this point, I would do pretty much anything to get out of this hellhole. Even yet another Abyssal Demon task, which officially screws me over on finishing 99 strength before Slayer. Don't get me wrong, ever since I went back to Slayer at 95 after mining, I genuinely had a blast and I was killing it, playing 40 to 50 hours a week and having fun the whole time. But man, I'd be lying if I said this last 170k XP did not negate all the fun I had. It easily made this the worst thing I've ever done in this game, and I don't know if I'm still triggered by it, but this was probably worse than Sins of the Father. I planned the melees perfectly, however, I didn't consider only getting Abyssal Demons for 3 tasks in a row and near the end with no points. So here's 99 attack, followed by 99 Slayer. Following 99 Slayer, we quickly finish 99 cooking at over 1 mil XP per hour. Then we get a gear up to finish strength, since Slayer RNG screwed us over. I didn't really have plans to finish 99 strength originally, so I decided to just head to Necrorils and do the normal logout see how me method. I only needed 70k XP, so it was very quick. It only took about 6 minutes in game time. Here's the overdue 99. And with that out of the way, there's only one grind left. It's 90 to 99 range. We're going to be doing this inside of Raids 3, so we're going to bring back PVM JCW and hope this all works well. I've never done a Raids 3 in my life, but I did some testing one day before the session, and I learned what I needed to for this method. First of all, for those that don't know, we're going to be training range at some crocodile boss named Zebak. He is in the second room when entering Raids 3. This raid has multiple rooms and puzzles, so you have to complete the first puzzle before reaching Zebak. For some reason, and I don't know why, the day before I did this method, when I tested this on my ult, I logged out in the first room, just like I did here, and when I logged back in, there was no issues. I was able to advance to the next room. However, this time, on stream, for some reason, when I logged back in, I was shocked to see that I was back in the lobby. So, I lost a minute there, I had to regroup and restart to get back in. And so, jumping back in, I tried doing the puzzle with some quick help from my Twitch chat and booster, who were explaining the puzzle to me, someone who's never done this before or even seen this puzzle. I was atrocious at this, and honestly, after about 45 seconds of being productive, I ended up just logging out again, hoping that this time it wouldn't kick me out. And logging back in worked. It was now time to start our final 4-hour grind. Many of you are going to be super confused as to what this method is, why it's good, etc. So I'll try my best to explain it early on. Raid 3, or TOA, uses something called an invocation system. This allows players to customize the difficulty of a raid. The max amount of difficulty is 600, and in this run, I'm running at 575. At this level of difficulty, the XP multiplier gets cracked, and comparative to any other boss in the game, every time I hit a 110, I get a 4.9k XP drop. Some of you might also be confused as to why I'm always hitting a 110. The answer is the bow and bolts that I'm using. Ruby bolts have a special attack where they can proc and hit a 110 on a target with a lot of HP. With my bow special attack that I'm using every hit, it guarantees for the ruby bolt to proc if it hits. This means that every time I don't hit a 0 when I click my special attack, I'm hitting a 110. In return, with the difficulty level, I'm getting a fat XP drop. Every little trip that I do, I'm using Spec on fast to max, and then I have 7 other accounts in the raid, all played by the same beast Spec transferring me. This allows me to have 8 specs each trip, and then I die as fast as possible and return back in and repeat. Since I never got a chance to finish up 99 defense from Slayer, I'm first gaining 70k defense XP on long range to finish up 99. Then I'll move to rapid, reset my tracker, and see what the best range XP rate we can get by the end of 99 is. Coming up is the first range level of many. Here's 91 range. Then, fast forwarding onto 92, I reset my tracker once I finished defense earlier on, and since then, I've gained 600k range XP, and we're at 1.91 mil an hour. The XP rate was looking hot at this point, and now we're halfway to 99. Following that, a little update with the next level up, we're now at 1.2 mil XP gained and 1.92 mil an hour, so the XP an hour was slowly going up. Now I'm level 94, I've officially done 1 hour at 1.92 mil an hour. So the question was, is this maintainable, and will my XP rate go up or down? At level 95, I was getting quite nervous about even maintaining 1.9 mil an hour anymore, because the XP rate was starting to slip. But now the tracker had 2 mil XP gained, and it looked very good. Because I was nervous about the XP dropping, I put my neck 2 inches from my monitor just to ensure that it only goes up from here on out. Things are starting to get a lot more consistent, and in just one level up, now at level 96, I managed to get my rate all the way up to 1.94. And at level 97, after seeing the XP rate climb yet another 20k, it was time for the ultimate challenge. Will we or will we not hit 2 mil XP per hour before 99? Being just 6k off the 2 mil an hour, things were getting close as hell. I just got level 98, and I only had 30 more minutes to get my XP rate to climb 6k more. And right before 99 range, at 7 mil XP gained, we fucking did it, boys. The 2 mil an hour dream came true. Oh, and nearly forgetting, we did get it on camera. Here's 99 defense. And the very grand finale of 99 range. From here, I still had 65 making XP to do, so it was a matter of logging out and getting everything ready in my alt to quickly buy the max cape. So imagine this, I'm just logged out, buying all the items you need to buy a max cape. It's located near the Warriors Guild, so I have to buy like a combat bracelet to teleport there, a tinderbox, an axe, all that good stuff. I'm doing all of this on my alt while my chat is distracting me, and I make a brutal mistake. where I put in the number on the wrong side of the GE, and I buy 5,000 fucking combat bracelets. Hopefully this will be enough to get me to the Warriors Guild so we can buy our max cape. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. The final login for 2277 total. Let's do it. And we fucking did it. After 7 months of grinding, 9 bill GP down the drain, we achieved the max cape. It is now time for the hours played. And there we have it, guys. 32 days, 23 hours, and 50 minutes. Or just shy of 792 hours. Absolutely smashed our goal of 35 days played, or 840 hours. But we definitely could not have done it without all the support from you guys. And of course, the person who joined the race as soon as I made my first video, Hebox. This time ends up being a world record and the first ever completed max cape speedrun. So thank you to Hebox for letting me have that, but the reality is, you were quicker than me. Without going too much in depth on where I lost hours, because I can do that in a future video, I expected this race to still be within 24 hours. I have no idea if this guess is right, but regardless, I'm very happy with the time I finished at. If I were to guess, I'd say I lost by 19 hours, but I could be very far off. Regardless, I think it's safe to say that both Hebox and I push each other to do methods that we would not have otherwise done, such as Logout Sawyer or crystal smithing and crafting. Overall, it was a great race, I had a blast, and maybe in the future I'll get another chance for something else. All good things must come to an end. And, as many of you know, this is my first ever YouTube series, and hopefully there are many others to come. Thank you guys so much for the support and growth I've had over the last 8 months. And in the near future, I will make a video of an analysis of my overall thoughts of the run, and of course, it would make sense to have a Q&A section. So please reply to my pinned comment if you have any questions you would like for me to answer. Please don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video or series. And of course, subscribe for more great content. Until next time, peace out guys.